Good morning, everyone. Good to see everybody. How's everybody doing on this frosty Sunday morning? God, it got cold out there, didn't it? It's just kind of temperature just kind of dropped. I went out to run to get my morning wake up juice, and wow, yeah, temperature just kind of dropped overnight. So, oh, I swear, and it's wild because right near my place, my neighbor has recently moved their cows into to the adjoining pasture, and so I hear the cows like all at all times. Like, it was weird because the other night I was watching one of the movies I need to watch for Week in Horror, and all of a sudden I heard cows. I thought the cows were out there like in the road, and it was like, no, he's just fighting because he moves them from pasture to pasture, and he just moved them into the adjoining pasture. So now there's like herd of cows that's like literally 50 like 50 yards from my place. I'm like, awesome. That's just great. That's just great. Oh man. Oh, so how is everybody doing this morning? Oh, I see the snow is coming. People are dealing with it today. That's right. Let's see who we got in the chat. Well, but first, before we do welcome everybody to the actually. I gotta deafen myself real quick. Welcome everybody to Bridge the Divine. If you are new here, if you haven't been new here, I am JL. This is Bridge the Divine. This is the bi-weekly show I do every Sunday, where I go on a Discord stage with my fellow atheists and agnostics, and we talk to believers about what they believe and why they believe it. We listen to their justifications, how they reason, and why they believe in a god, goddesses, or whatever they happen to believe in. So, because you never know what people may come up with. It's like, can they convince us that these things exist? And thus far, no one has yet, but you never know. So we always keep searching, even though, the possibility of more, the answer is, in certain cases, we know the answer is no, but nonetheless, we keep asking. Not to mention, it's just good to hear these arguments to understand the logic behind them and the reasoning behind them. So I thank you all for joining. Let me go and throw this up there. Bam, that's the thank you banner to all the channel members who help to support this channel and make this thing possible. I do appreciate it. Thank you all so much. Love y'all. And let me see here. It's so weird when you talking about like liking, sharing, subscribing. Let me know if you agree with me in the chat. For all of you else all the rest of you who have channels yourselves, I hate saying his name. Has Chili ruined saying like, share, and subscribe? Has he ruined that? Because every time I say it now, because the community is so inundated with him, that every time I say it, I just conjure him in my head. And now it's like, I feel gross asking, because, like, DeCastro has ruined that. Like, hit the like, I don't even want to say it. I don't even want to say the words. You know what helps. You know what to do. Y'all responsible adults. You get it. So, but yeah, it's like literally ruined it, and I feel gross every time just asking for stuff like that. So that's why I don't do it. Because I just say, oh my gosh, I sound like him. Oh, awful. Just awful. Thanks, Chili, for everything. Thanks for just ruining that. Before we move on, let's see who we have in the live chat today. Let's see. I've got to make sure that I keep my eye on the live chat on YouTube, because I don't want to miss any membership chats, because I know it's a new month, and so you never know, because StreamYard doesn't show those for some weird reason. All right. We got Doctor Who Design is here. Good to see you. Doctor Who Design says hashtag Otangelo. Why do you put that evil on us? Just don't do that. But good to see you, Doctor Who. Arter Ristonen is here. Good to see you. Says, I have proof. This is completely new, guys. I bet you've never heard this before. Here it comes. The absolute proof. Look at the trees, man. Look at the trees. Yeah. A few times. Gregory Dinsky is here. Good to see you, Greg. It says, best way to start the week, drop your IQ with bad apologetics. I know the feeling, man. Well, every 2 weeks at least. So at least the decline is not too intense and sudden. And you never know. He may. I doubt he will, because virtually everybody he has on this stage, he has personally blocked so that we can't interact with him. So there's a chance. But you never know. He may pop in. He's so desperate. I was on Discord one night, and I was in the atheist room where I'm a mod, and I saw him bounce from room to room to room to room, over to politics, back over to PNR, just bouncing all over the place looking for an interaction. I think people are hip to the Darth game. I think that they're like, yeah, this guy's got nothing to bring to any kind of table. It's not even the kiddie table. He's got nothing. So, but you never know. You never know. Rodanilla's name is here. Good to see you. Gabba Gabba. It says, but DNA is a blueprint factory information design. Oh, God. So Tangelo. Maddie B is here, member of the Godless Army. Good to see you, Maddie B. Thank you so much for being here. Tony Regime as well with the obligatory ghost. Thank you so much, Tony. Skeptic Dank is here, member of the Godless Army. Appreciate you being here. Jen Marie as well, member of the Godless Army. Thanks so much for being here. Says, hey everyone, grateful for a live to keep me company during housework. Peace and love, my fellow minions. What's up, JR? You may be thinking of J.R. Ewing, because I'm from Texas. He's, Texas, Dallas, but JL. But it'll work. It's all good. You can call me. You can name me after an oil tycoon and one of the most watched shows in television. That's all good. But thank you so much for being here, Jen. Donnie Does That is here, member of the Godless Army. Says, hey everybody, good to see you. Rasheen is here. Says, hi. Good to see you, Rasheen. Charlie Welch, the only man on the internet you never make a bet with. Good to see you, sir. Says, morning heathens. And also a member of the Godless Army. Thank you, Charlie. Peter Collins is here. Gosh of Heckfire as well. Repo Sandman says, my prediction is nobody will be able to do it. That seems to be the way the model is sussing out, the predictive model that we use. Peter Noddle is here. Says, good day, mates. Good to see you, Peter. Mr. 4 Twitch says, my pipes froze. That sucks. We made, luckily, we're pretty good over here where we're at. The plumbing was all updated. So, luckily, it's not something we had to worry about last year. Our only issue is that we've got a big giant tree that's kind of problematic. So hopefully one day we'll be able to get that fixed. But it's going to require digging into the into the front yard, and it's a big pain in the ass. But because there's a giant tree that's that causes an obstruction. Occasionally we have to take the snake out, and I have to drill it with the snake in order to clear everything because of the roots. But on that, we haven't had to deal with that yet. Hopefully, fingers crossed, it won't get so bad that we have to deal with that. But I'm sorry to hear that sucks. I remember working for, when I was working for an apartment complex, was doing maintenance, they called me out to leave my property to go to another property to assist. That was during the big freeze that happened in Dallas when Greg Abbott left everyone to just freeze and die. And we had, I think there was 9 pipe breaks at an apartment complex that was closer to downtown, and so we had to go out there and help, and just to try to do cleanup and everything, and it was absolutely insane. Water everywhere, just nuts, and it took all day, just brutal. But yeah, it sucks. Hopefully it wasn't too bad. Peter Collins, good to see you. Thanks so much for being. Oh yep, and then Judy Lapointe is here. Says, "Oh Lapointe, member of the Godless Army. I love cows. Moo. There's so many cows, and they're loud too." Oh, so fresh steak and eggs for breakfast? Now I'm hungry. I wish I haven't had steak and eggs in a long time. Oh, I know what I'm eating next time. I know what I am. Dib is here. Good to see you. ZXL Master as well. Thanks so much for being here. Joshua Lee, member of the Godless Army. Cal L. Cool J is here. Says, hey, JL. Good to see you, Cal. Let me see who else we got here. Church of POS is here. Says, can someone explain why no one has found the remains of these Bible characters who were supposed to be 800 years old according to the Bible? It's a very good question. There's a lot of good, interesting questions there. Fenton Mully here says, watched a couple of Deepak Chopra videos randomly. Holy crap, that dude is insane. Yeah, Deepak is not. He's gotten worse over time. He really has. So he's he's kind of gone headfirst into the woo canal, and so he's just yeah. when you get older. Let me see here. Yeah, don't do that to me, Doctor Who design. Absolutely. He does. He ruins it. Let me see. Freight Edge is here. Good to see you. He's live now. Let's ignore him. Well, is he live now? Is he going live at the same time? Screw him. Member of the Godless Army, Freight Edges. Thanks so much for being here. Bud Cindy Johnson as well, member of the Godless Army. Thanks so much for being here. Good morning. Let me see. No channel, but I'm a mod on a few, and I now hate saying. Yeah, I hate saying it too. It's gross. Ilya Lates is here. Good to see you, member of the Godless Army. Thank you so much for being here. Gowden Draper's here. Good to see you, Gowden. Says Yalzies. Hey, good to see you. Let me see. Dr. Chaos is here. Rib Tickler as well, member of the Godless Army. Thanks so much for being here. Fenton Mully. Caliban, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. I bet the R and L of this. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Let me see. You can drill me with your snake. Skeptic Tank. You're killing me. Take that snake out. Y'all take it to a place that makes it uncomfortable. Well, kind of uncomfortable. Slightly uncomfortable. Not really. But good to see everybody. Angel Rivera here as well. Says, good morning. What up, Bridge the Divide. Thanks so much for being here, Angel Rivera. Also a member of the Godless Army. And Cygnus TSP, member of the Godless Army. Good morning. Good to see you. He says, Kiastar67 says, is here. Good to see you. Now, this is, I will listen as I get dressed. Oh, very cool. Say for fun, maybe today we get proof. You never know. Maybe. You never know what we're going to hear. It could be, something serious, it could be something seriously strong. It could be Jason the Worm guy. Who knows? Night of Knee, good to see you. Good morning. Thanks so much for being here as well. So, wow, man, so we're going live here in about 15 minutes. And that's when we pop over to, bring over the Discord stage, show that up on the screen so that everybody can see, what's going on and what we do. Let me try to double check the live chat to make sure I didn't miss anything. Good, that's fantastic. But pretty much, this is what we do. So every 2 weeks, I join my fellow heathens, my fellow agnostics and atheists for a stage on Discord where we go live and we answer questions or we talk about other people's worldviews, or talk to believers about what they believe and why they believe it. Look for their epistemic justifications. Typically these conversations go really, can go kind of deep into science. They can go kind of deep into philosophy. Typically, examinations of logic, epistemology, ontology. Just interesting stuff. Just, because you never know where it's going to go. You never know who we're going to get up on there. Hey, Turtle Moves, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Kia Star says, Worm Guy? That sounds interesting. So the Worm Guy, Jason the Worm Guy, is a dude who believes that religious ideology is a result of human beings eating meat and ingesting worms that then lodge in our abdominal tracts, that then secrete hormones that make us prone, that make us more susceptible to religious thinking. I know, that sounds very, very insane. But nonetheless, that's what he thinks. That's why we call him Jason the Worm Guy. He actually goes by Jason the Family Guy on politics. On the actual on Discord, but yeah, we call him Jason the Worm Guy because he thinks that 95% of human beings are infected with these worms and they don't know it, and they are affected by these hormones that trigger that make us susceptible to religious ideology, and that there's the elite few that are using that, and they know they have this knowledge and they're using that to control us. So that's what he presents, and he doesn't understand parasitic infections. He doesn't understand how we detect them, and he thinks that Toxoplasmosis gondii can sexually reproduce in human beings, which they can't. The reservoir for Toxoplasmosis is cats, as anybody knows. So, Casey Aranda's here. Good to see you. Yeah, Rainbow Sandman says seems totally normal. Yeah. It's because, and essentially, it's a part of his whole agenda to push vegetarianism or veganism. He said human beings shouldn't eat meat. That's right, brainworms. You got it. Say him 3 times, he shall appear. But you have to say his name 3 times and sacrifice a mitochondria. That's how you do that. Mr. Colby 2 is here. Good to see you. And let's see, wrote no last name, says we figured out what Chile would be great at: traveling firebrand Baptist preacher a la Greg Locke, travel, anger, self-righteousness, and a cash grift. Possibly, yeah, most likely. Absolutely. So, he's kind of a lunatic, Jin Marie. He really is. Because if we try to get clarification, if we stop him to try and get clarification during one of his rants, he flips out and say he's being suppressed. So, help, I'm being repressed, that whole kind of thing. He thinks we're trying to suppress the truth by asking for clarification or citations or how he knows the things that he does. He's got nothing. So, all we have to do is push him for clarification and he freaks out. Drew LaPointe for $5 Freedom Dollars says, look for plumber who does side jobs. That repair is very expensive. Cost me over $4,000 to have the line dug up, replaced. Regular price of $7. Oh yeah, it's brutal. That's a big job. And fortunately, I know enough about things, and I have the equipment that I can do some stuff. But one thing I do not own is I do not own a backhoe. And unless I'd like to try and do it by hand, and no, that is just backbreaking labor that I'm a little too old to be doing that, because I would put my back out trying to dig through my backyard to get to the line, and that would suck. That would just, to try to do it by hand, there's no way. But thank you so much for the super chat. Definitely, if I have to do it, then yeah, got to try to find those discounts. Thank you, Judy. I do appreciate that. Facty's here. Good to see you. That's true, Rib Tickler. Absolutely, that's true. Cordyceps, the Cordyceps fungus. Absolutely. That's what the Last of Us game series is based on, is Cordyceps fungus that affects humans. But good to see you, Rib Tickler. Thanks so much. Facty, another member of the Godless Army, says, hi, y'all. Good to see you, Facty. Look at the trees is here. See? Wrote it no last name. There's your confirmation. Greetings, look at the trees. Good to see you. Let me see. Peter Collins, oppression inherent in the system. Damn straight. Absolutely. So I hope everyone is well. I know that I've been looking forward to this morning. I'm currently working on my next. I'm currently working on my next video, which is a look at Matt Powell, which is my last Matt Powell until he does something else crazy, and because we got to just that's true. This is true. Yeah, I could do that, Caliban. I absolutely could, and I could help out some people who really need the money. So. I know that everybody's been inundated with chili, and I know what it's like. I myself I really don't like covering him just because he has nothing interesting to say, and he's so it's like I did like Flat Earth. I did when Flat Earth was the thing. I did like one Flat Earth video, and it was just a debunking of like the original Flat Earth flyer. That was a long time ago. So I remember I covered Flat Earth like once, and Chili's the only one I've actually covered. I think I've covered him twice. It was like our personal interaction, and then I covered like the voicemail he left. I don't like really cover it because he has nothing interesting to say, and we all know that he's eventually going to defeat himself. So there's no point. In my eyes, I don't see a point of that other than just like staring at the shit show, like oh, dumpster fire. But it's very for me, it's very Jerry Springer. It's what Maury has turned into, and I just it's just the shit show dumpster fire. It's very MDD, and I'm not interested in the shit show. I'm interested in legitimate conversations because it's communication. It's legitimate communication, the exchange of ideas, which will help us to bridge the societal divides created by religious ideology or other kinds of weird thinking. That's the whole point of my channel. So I am glad that I can offer kind of a respite. I've been looking forward to this stream for a minute. That's why I've kind of held off on doing the Matt Powell one, because I really wanted to do this one and be focused for it and ready to go, because this is a good break away from it. So I could be on here for 2 hours, 3, 4. I've been on here for 8 hours, one time doing this stage. So yeah, I've been looking forward to this big time, so I can just get away from the DeCastro nonsense and let the guy just eventually he'll just burn himself out. We're not gonna have to worry about it. So either way. But I'm glad I have this, and I'm glad I get to hang out with y'all and have these discussions and be on the stage, because I know it's getting tired. I know I think even like Team and Kate and Johnny and Irish, I think they're all suffering from a bit of burnout on him, because it's the same thing over and over and over again. There's no challenge. It's just regurgitating and reporting the same news story every single time. It's just you got to do something different. Let me see. Nadimos is here. Good to see you. Good morning. Thanks so much for being here. Church of POS says Chili said he was going to post pictures. I offered to send him a picture of me in a bikini, but warned him I was a senior citizen. I had to send him a picture of me in a mankini. That'd be hilarious. Night of Me says, will it be surprised I'm an ordained youth pastor? Would it surprise anyone? I doubt it, because we get all sorts here. So I doubt it would surprise anybody. I'm wondering what denomination you'd be in, because you could be an ordained youth pastor in Pastafarianism. So, because there's clarification that's needed there. Joshua Lee says, where's my Darth Docket squeaking ball? I promise you, the second the website goes live, because the second the website goes live, I will announce it in a community post. And you will see the Darth Docket squeak ball be available. It's very simple. It's just taking some time to get the whole thing set up, but to make it very intuitive, make it very easy. All you have to do is go to the site, click on it, and you can buy one. That's it. We're getting everything linked up. That is going live. So the minute it is live, I promise you, I will put a community post out, and you will be able to get your official Darth Dawkins squeak ball. I promise you. Peter Flamberg, good to see you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, handsome devil. Yeah, thank you so much, Peter. It takes one to know one. Yeah. Clive Wells is here. Thank you so much for the obligatory ghost. I appreciate that, Clive. Thank you so much. Let me see. Atheist Comments is here. Good to see you. Good morning. Thanks so much for being here. I think it's the first time I've seen Atheist Comments. So appreciate you being here. Thank you. Carolyn as well says, hey, all. Good to see you. Let me see. Make sure I didn't miss any. Oh, no. No, that was Judy's. Fantastic. Haven't missed any. All right. So we got about 6 minutes before we go live for the stage. And I can't wait. Planochilitis? I'm not sure what that is. Planochilitis. Plenty of chili? I'm not sure. Planochilitis. This seems like you wanted me to say it. So, we got about 6 minutes to go before we go live, and man, oh man. GM Marie says, what life decisions lead you to a space and time where shit posting on a YouTube video is fun? Ugh. Mr. Andrat is here. Says, ignore me. I'm a bot. Cool, but thank you for letting us know that you were. Appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Andrat. I am Legal OKC is here. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Says, also a member of the Godless Army. I appreciate you being here. And if you're interested at all, you too, if you are not and you would like to, you can support the channel by becoming a member of the Godless Army. The link is down in the description. And of course, if you become this, it's 99 cents a month. The price is probably never ever going to go up. But that's pretty much what I value my content at. And then, of course, you get access to all of the custom emojis that I've made for you, like Darth Dawkins with red duct tape on his face, Crying Otangelo, Donut Earth, a few philosophers that I really, really like in there, and a number of other ones like Greg Locke, like Kent Hovind behind bars, Heil Locke, if you get my drift. So a bunch of custom emojis I've made for you, and of course the channel badge. So the longer you're, and it's the channel badge that we have is the expanding mind meme. So the longer you're with me, the more your mind expands. See what I did there? Oh, yeah. But yeah. So, if you like to, the link is down in the description. Mr. Colby, too, says, have you ever talked to Owen over at Telltale Atheist? I like the guy. I like Owen as well. He's a good dude. He covers pretty much everything. Politics, basically the intersection of politics and religion, and points out some really, really, weird stuff out there. His format's a little bit different than mine, but I haven't had a chance. He's a much, much larger channel than me. And hopefully one day I will. Because of this stage, I've got to interact with J-Mike a few times, which is really, really fun. Slowly but surely, it's kind of like, I guess my visibility is increasing. I'm getting to interact with more individuals who are a bit more established than I am. But I would like to. I would like to one day maybe able to talk with Telltale. There's a number of people in the community I would love to be able to, like Matt Dillahunty, Telltale, Aaron Raw. I like to be able to do more content with Cosmic Skeptic, Skeptic Generation. Those Eric and Vi over there. Or V over there, Eric and V over there. I'd love to be able to do stuff with them. So just slowly but surely, building up to it. Thank you, Rib Tickler, for showing all the cool emojis that you can get. Dan Pettinger is here, says, I love me some Santa. Thank you, sir. Bringing the gifts of logic and reason. Thank you so much for being here, bud. And Joshua Lee says, also for all you horror fans, JL also has the Week in Horror channel. It's awesome if horror is your thing. This is true. I do have a podcast called the Week in Horror podcast that I run with my filmmaking friends, Johnny O, Eugene, Alex, and of course Aaron, Media Macabre. You may know some of them via their YouTube channels. And every week we talk about horror films that released that week in horror history, where we do a dissemination of them, break them down from a filmmaking perspective. We don't just do reviews. We actually deep dive the films we talk about. And so we've been doing that. We're in season 4 right now. The link for that is down in the description. You can check out that channel there. And yeah, we're kicking ass over there. So it's a lot of fun. Thank you, Josh Lee. Appreciate that. Yeah, he's a bit much when he gets into politics. He does an intersection with politics, and while I'm all about the separation of church and state, absolutely, I don't really go deep into politics unless it's religions, or it's like, pundits, or religious pundits trying to cross lines and trying to get into politicizing. When they try to politicize their faith, that's when they get into my territory. So, thank you very much, Night of Me. I appreciate that. Like your approach, respectful discourse over personal attacks. In my mind, ad homs get us nowhere. They get us absolutely nowhere, and ad homs do nothing but put the other person on the defensive. And when people are defensive, communication pretty much ceases. There's no point. So, that's the whole big thing. But I appreciate that. Thank you, Night of Me. All right, so let's pop over. It looks like we are about ready to go. Let me share this over. Da, 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 da. Actually, let me go here. No, that's not right. Oh, wait, there we go. And Hava Nagita, Hava Nagita. There we go. Sure. Oh, wait. Gotta make sure the system audio is active. There we go. And I'll make myself little so we can put the big strain on there. Great. Like that. All right, starting here in about a minute, so I'm gonna have to. Hey, Foshizzle, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Richie says God does exist. His name is Cholito. Well, that explains the absurdity. It really does. All right, so here we go. Let me unmute.
Okay, I think I've got it going here. Snap, for some reason, was screwed up. Everything else is fine, I think.
Thank y'all can hear. Let me know if y'all can hear okay.
We'll probably start about 5 minutes late. Sorry, everybody.
This is unacceptable, Randolph.
I agree.
I want my money back.
You are correct, all of you.
Yes.
Here's I'm going to leave it. I owe all of you a drink.
You can buy me a coffee at Timmy's.
Yeah, okay. Next time we see each other, I'll definitely do that. It'll be on me.
Awesome. Oh.
Hands up, y'all.
Hey, Amy.
Hey.
I feel the same way.
Oh, we've got Russia Defender wanting to go first today. That's going to be fun.
Oh, fantastic. That's a way to kick it off.
Oh, yeah, I think we promised them last time we'll give them more time this time, and they can start if they're here early, so that's great.
We promised them last time.
Because we ran out of time. We said, we'll give you another shot at it when there's more time.
I did not.
I think it was him or maybe one other person that we suggested to come back the next time.
While I get T-Jump, and I'm kind of a fan of T-Jumps, I'm not...
We need to stop doing that sometimes.
He can get kind of antagonistic, but that's interesting. I would like to see his conversation.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Talk with Michael Behe. Hey, according to Aza, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Oh yeah, Timmy O's.
Sorry guys, I'll be with you just a couple of minutes here.
Oh, good.
So, audience, I'm sorry for the delay. We're having some technical difficulties that will be resolved momentarily.
Technical difficulties. Fenton Mully says that's unacceptable. Behe is irreducibly diluted. Clive Wells, that's brilliant. I like that. That's good. That's a good comment. Nadav says, after I get some view times in, I'd be interested in being part of the conversation possible. I'm not the one that runs the stage. Taco is, so you have to message Taco on Discord, but you never know. You're a talker. Listening to talkers makes me thirsty.
Lots of people named as Swords.
I know, I'm glad that you got that. I've been watching some, just while doing work, I've been watching a bunch of like Game of Thrones clips, and I love that scene. You swore your life to the king. Now you're gonna die for some chickens. Someone is.
Greatest swordsman ever lived. Didn't have a sword.
Yes. Serial Pharrell.
Almost there. Yeah, a couple more minutes, we'll be ready.
Almost there, as the actress said to the bishop. Let me see here. Got a question. Fashil says, I worship the Church of Steve Irwin. Prove to me he isn't a god. I'll wait. Good point. Yeah, Dan Pettinger says, have you seen the 80s low-budget UK sci-fi horror Extro? Yes, I have seen Extro, and Extra 2, and Extra 3. But we actually talked about Extro on the Week in Horror podcast. We came across it when we dove deep into that one. But yes, did check that one out. Very, very strange, weird, kind of gross, but an intriguing little alien flick. Yes, Ilya, absolutely. I understand that if any more words come falling out of your cunt mouth, or come pouring out of your cunt mouth, I'm gonna have to eat every fucking chicken in this room. This was gonna kill him. That was a threat. Yeah, it was a freaky one. It was, especially the birth scene. That was super freaky. Yeah.
Testing audio.
Testes. 1,
2, 3. I guess I really want to ask people, how'd that red wave work out for you?
Dude, that was the funniest shit. Like, everyone's going, red wave. Nope.
Okay, guys, I think I got it here. Thanks for the extra 5 minutes. I greatly appreciate it.
No problem.
Well, they crushed the House. GOP won like 6 seats or something.
We're going to go ahead and get this started in just a moment.
I'm going to go to the channels, let people know we're starting, and I'm going to start the event here.
Oh yeah, not gonna deny. It's narrow. It's like uncomfortably narrow. But at least there's one thing. At least we can now we can get some things, some rights protected and things passed into law, which would be very important.
It'll also be, even if they get the House, it will be stalled, or at least nothing drastically will be changed. There won't be an overturning of gay marriage or transgenders in the military or everything that they think they're losing on in culture wars.
Right. Hopefully, both. I mean,
Okay.
I really want
We are
both to
live.
lose. So
I apologize, everybody. We are live. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. You just heard some casual conversation
Here we go.
backstage as we were getting things started. We're starting a few minutes late today because we ran into a small technical issue. Actually, it was a major one, but it is resolved now. And I'm going to go ahead and start with introductions. Thank you, everybody, for being here. And just before that, we had to postpone from last fortnight, which was on October 30th, the night before Halloween, or day before Halloween. So we are here now, and we greatly appreciate everybody tuning in and listening to these fascinating conversations. I'm just going to start with some introductions.
Josh,
we are,
you're goddamn right, I did.
Running a program here where we invite theists, to people who believe in deities, to at least one deity, to get on the stage with us and provide us an argument that convinces us that a goddess or a god exists. So we are featuring Amy Newman, who is known for her trademark slogan, Sending Love. She's a professional comedian and skeptic who hosts debates, interviews, and conversations on her YouTube channel. She also creates educational and other important content.
Time
Her
for someone to
YouTube
get the
channel
Red
is at
Wings, Faux Shizzle.
youtube.com/Amy Newman. Tom Jump, or T-Jump as he's also known, is an atheist philosopher who hosts conversations with professors, philosophers, and other academics and famous people about topics ranging from biology and physics to religion and morality and so on. T-Jump's YouTube channel is at youtube.com/TJump. J-Mike is one of the co-hosts of the Talk Heathen Show. Jefferson Spatchcock is an atheist inquisitor and intellectual who has particular expertise in analyzing and reviewing debates. His YouTube channel is in the Discord link.
Hope you're feeling better.
Sorry, in the YouTube description. J.L. Warren is an atheist activist, educator, and entertainer. He runs the Bridge the Divide YouTube channel, where he addresses irrational beliefs, the irrational behaviors that often follow, the societal divides they create, and how those divides can be bridged with education, rationality, and reason. The Bridge the Divide YouTube channel can be found at youtube.com/JL Warren. That's WARREN. I'm Randolph Richardson. I'm an atheist from British Columbia, Canada. I'm the founding president of the Canadian Atheists.
You know what Red Wings are.
Fair justice and critical thinking. You can find out more about Canadian Atheists at www.canadianatheists.ca. IX is a Tom Unboxes subscriber and former atheist community of Discord admin who enjoys long walks through
Good to see you, Jason
evolutionary, biology-inspired computer science, archaeological, academic, biblical criticism, and so on. Jack Burton is a self-described, middle-aged, college-educated nobody who drives the Pork Chop Express in his spare time. He's a deist and mostly non-committal to philosophical stances.
Have a good one,
Peter
Asa.
Tucker
Thank you
is
so
an
much for
atheist
popping in,
from the
girl.
Netherlands, who handles the production of various YouTube channels, including Arn Raws, and generously contributes his professional artistic skills for free to atheists all around the world.
Yep.
His YouTube channel
Same
is
challenge.
youtube.com/gonna-go-for-it. Taco, our organizer, is the #1 Discord debater who has never lost a Discord debate in his life. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. And just before we start, I wonder if J.L. Warren would mind giving us a quick update on the Halloween competition he was in before we start taking our first guest from the audience. Thank you, and good morning.
I appreciate that. Unfortunately, I lost in the semis, so that I didn't have enough to... There was a lot of tough competition, a lot of really talented people that I was up against, and unfortunately I didn't stay in first place, so I was knocked down. But it was fun. I made it to the semifinals, got some consolation prizes. It was a lot of fun. I got a lot of support for that. But yeah, unfortunately I got knocked out in the semifinals.
How close were you to winning?
If I was in first in the semis, I would have gone to the finals and I would have taken it there. But I was in the number of people that were the 12 people that I was, or the 11 other people I was up against in the semifinals, were really, really popular individuals on TikTok, various other social media platforms, and I finished in 9th place out of 12. So all in all, throughout the entire competition, which I made it to the 8th round of 7, or the 8th round of 9 total rounds. And I made it, of all the people that entered originally, I made it to the top 144. So that in itself is an awesome success for as small as, it's kind of like, as new as I am. I was really impressed. There was so much support there, so it was fun.
Well, congratulations to you for making it as far as you did. You put in a really great try on that, and it looked like you had a lot of support. I was really hoping you'd win, but I'm glad you at least made it into the semifinals. That's great.
It was good. Thank you.
Hey, anybody else have any quick announcements before we start? Okay, with that, Taco, who's coming up first here?
Yeah, so that's a great question. We've got America Defender. Pretty sure that's Russia Defender from the last couple shows we've done.
Good to see you, Mark
Someone
Beiser.
invited
Thanks so much for
him
being
up.
here. Member of the Godless Army.
He's usually a pretty lively one. Wakes everyone up,
Great. It is early morning, so welcome, America Defender. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today?
You might need to close Discord, relaunch Discord, and then put your hand back up.
Faux Shizzle, did you just learn what that was?
Reset everyone's sound settings, so just make sure your output is on the correct device.
Yes, that's a thing too. That happens a lot.
He's got a picture of JFK there. I hope he's alive and with us, America Defender, that is.
All right, I'll bring you up next. I'm going to bring up Agamemnon, or however you say that.
Agamemnon.
How's it going?
Hello, Agamemnon. Welcome. What have you got for us this morning?
Unmute yourself, sir.
Oh yeah, hey, what's up, guys? Can you guys hear
Oh,
me?
it's andre. Hey.
We can hear you.
What's going
Welcome.
on?
Oh, hey, thanks for having me on the show. Yeah, the argument I want to give for the existence of God is it's called the argument from evil for God's existence.
That's interesting.
So basically, the argument goes something like this. Well, atheism. Well, first of all, theism predicts the existence of evil and suffering. Atheism cannot predict the existence of suffering or evil.
I'll just interject quickly. I agree. Atheism does not predict any of that. So
Yeah.
carry on.
Therefore, since theism predicts some of the data or some of our observations about the world, and since atheism doesn't predict that, therefore we should prefer theism over atheism. Now, the reason why atheism doesn't predict suffering or evil is because atheism is a non-belief, and non-beliefs don't predict anything. asking atheism predict any sort of phenomenon would be asking a rock to explain the existence of, I don't know, the universe, or asking a burger to explain the existence of the universe. It's just a category error. So atheism can't explain anything, therefore it can't explain.
This really comes down to what
evil
you
and suffering,
determine.
Therefore, we should prefer theism over
If
atheism.
good and evil are subjective
Okay,
terminologies,
so
subjective
I think
determinations.
it's interesting. Your points. I don't disagree with your points about atheism not making those predictions, and that theism, I guess, sort of does predict those things, especially when you look at particular religions. My question for you is, why should we prefer something that makes a prediction? Because there are many predictions made in Christianity that turned out not to be correct. So why should we prefer something just because it makes some predictions?
Oh, yeah. So the principle I go by is that if you have two different models of the world, like let's say you have two rival models, and one model explains certain phenomenon, the other one doesn't, we should prefer that phenomenon because it has explanatory power. So I'm just using David Kuhn's theoretical virtues, which is basically, if a theory has explanatory scope and has simplicity, then we should prefer that theory over its rivals.
So real quickly, you think God is a more simple explanation?
Well, the first criterion we have to look at is explanatory scope. Simplicity comes in later. So if one model doesn't explain anything, the other one does, and they're both rivals, then we should prefer the one which explains the existence of, our observations.
So we can negate this because there are multiple models of theism. There is a model of theism that predicts pain and suffering comes into the world. There are models of theism that have no model of how pain and suffering comes into the world. Why do you think that your one explanation gives us any more explanatory power by just asserting it?
Oh, yeah, that's a really good point. So some versions of theism can't predict suffering at all. So, for instance, Buddhism is not even theistic, but I don't know. There's probably some versions of theism which don't predict suffering, but there are versions of theism which do predict suffering and the existence of evil. So therefore, we should prefer those versions of theism over versions which do not predict any sort of suffering.
This is odd. This is weird. So looking at it from when you talk about it makes predictions about the existence of evil. All right, so. Given that humanity in and of itself and humanity's behaviors that could be labeled as evil predate anything in like modern theology, or like basically, like Christianity or whatever you want to say there. Because humans been around way longer than religion in and of itself has, or organized religion as we understand it has. So technically, humans were committing actions that would be labeled as evil before a religion was ever around to say what was good and what was evil. So that's still a subjective determination as to what those actions are. So how is that predicted? That seems that just literally they're just labeling a system that already existed, which is not making predictions about these things.
Yeah. So theism makes both retrodictions, that is, it explains why certain things happened in the past. So why there's, so for instance, natural evil, or why there's evil in general in the world, why we have observed that in the past. But it also makes predictions about the future. Specifically, it makes predictions that we should observe evil in the future.
Well, yeah, but atheism can do that as well, because from the naturalistic perspective, evil and good and evil are subjective terminologies that are used to describe particular behaviors, typically based upon the consequences of those behaviors. So if we see that a behavior results in a reduction of the well-being of individuals or the community or whatever, we can label that thing as evil, but it's a completely subjective determination predicated upon the mitigating circumstances. So as atheists and naturalists, recognizing human beings are capable of behavior, and that behavior can be determined, or the motivation of that behavior can be determined to be good or evil. So we can make those assessments, then we can predict that so long as humans exist, the potential for evil does exist from a naturalistic perspective.
May I interject real fast?
Yeah.
Thank you. So everybody in queue, I apologize, but Discord just did a big update where new DMs go into, you have to click the friend tab at the top. or it's going to have a number on there that's red with the number of messages and friends. Make sure you guys click that if you're in queue.
Yeah,
I have no way to message you otherwise. So I sent you all a message, but you probably can't see it. So click the top left, click the highlighted number, and just follow that to the messages, and then you'll be able to see where you're at in queue and all that. I'm sorry, guys. Discord sucks now.
No problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, this seems post hoc.
Yeah, right. So first of all, I don't understand how atheism can predict anything, because atheism is a non-belief, asking a non-belief to predict anything at all.
Well, no, it's just a disbelief in the existence of God.
Right. So it's a non-belief. It's a disbelief.
But that is also why this is a category error. The question is, it's not atheism versus theism. In fact, the question you're asking is, where does suffering come from? And so the model then would be theism versus evolution, biology.
Okay, that's a great point. So theism versus evolution, but evolution doesn't predict the existence of suffering, because for it to predict suffering, it would have to predict the existence of consciousness. But evolutionary theory doesn't predict the existence of consciousness because, well, we can just imagine a scenario in which...
I don't know why you think that. I don't know what reason you have to think.
Andre, are you a young
I was about to explain that. Okay. So evolutionary theory doesn't predict the existence of consciousness because, well, we can just imagine a scenario in which there are these organisms which are non-conscious, sort of like robots, and as long as they have the right sort of behavior, as long as their behavior leads to reproductive success, evolution is going to select them. So consciousness is really superfluous for natural selection. It's superfluous for survival, meaning that evolutionary theory actually doesn't predict the existence of consciousness, and therefore it can't predict the existence of suffering.
No, well, consciousness is a result of evolution. So the theory of evolution only predicts that gene alleles that lead to better reproductive chances are the ones that will be naturally selected for, and those are the traits that will be passed on. That's it. So, but it doesn't make any predictions about consciousness in and of itself, because consciousness is a result of evolution. So, evolution would say that the genes that led to the rise of our consciousness are simply the ones that were passed on, because those are the ones that our ability to read the level of our consciousness was essentially naturally selected for. So whatever the things occurred, the various mutations that occurred, and the way we evolved simply resulted in us being selected for. So that's what it is. So technically, it would predict that. It would predict for anything that allows for better survival ability. And if that survivability, if that survivability entails that, or if our consciousness, the existence of our consciousness, or the extent of our consciousness entails our an improved survival ability, then technically evolution would predict for that.
Yeah. So that's a great point. So evolution predicts, or evolution selects for any type of behavior that increases survival. Now the point is, you can imagine there's an organism which mimics a primitive mammal, one of our early ancestors, in every respect. It has the exact same type of behavior, except it lacks consciousness. Now that organism would be as evolutionary successful as our early ancestor was, which shows that consciousness makes no difference. Consciousness is superfluous when it comes to natural selection, and therefore evolutionary theory can't predict the existence of consciousness.
Talking about that, we're talking about suffering. Evolution does predict conscious beings. It predicts, first of all, animals that we have right now. There may be other ones, but I do want to get back to the major point, however, which is that theism doesn't have any explanatory power that would actually go, well, this is why we have suffering. This is a point in that direction. Therefore, we should be a theist. And absolutely teach them.
So, in identitarianism and many models of consciousness, physical changes in the brain are identical to the changes of consciousness, and so it would actually, zombies would be impossible if this interpretation is true, and so the argument actually would fail, because you wouldn't be able to have such beings who act in that way without necessarily having consciousness. And so
Well, that's another very good point. But I think most current philosophers of mind view those theories as highly implausible, in fact, outright incoherent, because they face several problems, including the problem of multiple realizability, which means that identity theory of the type you described is false. It can't possibly be true.
Well,
and
just to clarify, all brain models have problems. All brain models are essentially rejected by the majority of, except for like physicalism.
Yeah.
Physicalism is the only one that's accepted by the majority.
But these models are even rejected by physicalist philosophers because they're incoherent, they're false. They cannot possibly be true.
Is your argument. So is your argument. That's the problem. Like the P-zombie argument is also rejected by most physicalist philosophers. So the only
Sorry about that.
Are incoherent. They cannot possibly be true. So I'm not just making an argument from authority. I can actually provide a good reason to reject these theories. And the problem with them would be
that to P-zombies. So the same thing applies to P-zombies. Most argue.
Hey Javier, sorry about that.
Incoherent too. So the same arguments you're applying work for pretty much any position.
Well, why would P-zombies be philosophically incoherent?
You'd have to ask the philosophers. So that's something that they interpret. I really don't care. I don't think either is incoherent. I think P-zombies are perfectly fine. I think that identitarianism is perfectly fine. But if you're arguing for that there's these arguments that it's incoherent, therefore you can reject it. There are more arguments that P-zombies are incoherent. I just don't.
Yeah,
a problem.
Yeah, but I'm not specifically arguing that they're incoherent because the vast majority of philosophers reject the theories that you appeal to. I'm saying I have a specific reason why they cannot possibly be true. And if they're not true, then evolutionary theory doesn't predict consciousness, and if it doesn't predict consciousness, it can't predict suffering.
Well, if you have a knockdown argument, go convince the professors, and then you'll have something to stand on. Until then, it's not really a valid argument.
Yeah, I mean,
I actually do have a knockdown argument.
No, but it was already explained. But evolution kind of does predict for consciousness. Is the problem is that evolution predicts that the gene alleles that lead to better survivability are the ones that will be selected for, and then those traits will be passed on. If those traits happen to be ones that lead to enhanced consciousness or enhanced reasoning or cognitive capabilities, we understand, physicalism-wise, that, or from a naturalist perspective, that our consciousness is a result of evolution, that our brains evolved in this way. So if that enhanced our survivability, for example, our ability to communicate, to express information exchange better than our homogeneous cousins, then we out-survived them. So yes, and so evolution would predict for that. So technically, evolution predicts for anything that improves survivability chances. If consciousness improved our survivability chances, then yes, evolution does predict for consciousness because it predicts for any trait that improves that says that it will be selected for. So yes, if it predicts for that, then a determination of what is suffering, what is evil, what is good. These are subjective determinations depending upon the circumstances, because two people can interpret these things, so that's completely subjective. So we wouldn't it wouldn't necessarily make a prediction that these things would exist, but it would acknowledge that they do exist from our subjective determination. We'd say that is evil and that is good. So yeah, I know I'm trying to get back to your original statement, because your original statement was very strange. That because atheism is a conclusion regarding an examination of the evidence. We conclude that there are no gods or belief in a god is unwarranted, so therefore, by extension, we are atheists, because that's the conclusion. So it's a world. It's not necessarily a worldview. It's just we make a conclusion about this, and it's a naturalistic worldview in which, such things such as evil and good are subjective determinations, and therefore, we can predict that because humans can be subjective.
Subjective, though.
It technically is subjective, because what is suffering? The extent of suffering, the depth of suffering, there's an emotional component to it, and each one considers it differently. If I smash my hand in a door, I don't consider that to be suffering. That's painful, but it's not suffering.
Its existence is not subjective.
No, it's our interpretation of particular stimuli, which is different for many different people. It's still another subjective determination.
But can I just ask you two questions? Number one, what is your definition of consciousness? And number two, is this the main reason why you believe a God exists?
Yes, very good questions. So I'm going to answer that, but after that, I just want to answer an earlier point that was made by G.L. Warren. So my definition of consciousness is something is conscious if it has subjective mental states. That is, so for instance, if it feels like when it like if it experiences something, it feels like something, it has subjective mental states, then it's conscious. I think that's a very basic definition. I can go into more detail about things like intentionality, but I think that definition suffice for now. Now, in terms of, I think J.L. Warren made the point that if consciousness has an effect on survivability, then evolution would select it. But the point is, we can think of an organism which has the exact same behavior as one of the earliest mammals, as one of our early ancestors, which is completely non-conscious. We can even design a robot like that, which has the same basic behaviors as an early mammal, which is not conscious. Which just shows that if evolution selects for survivability, then there's no reason why evolution should select for things with entities with any sort of subjective experiences.
Why? It's a good move of moving around. Consciousness is a fantastic move of survivability.
Yeah.
It allows us to go in the macroscopic landscape, put food in our body, remove it, the waste, and sometimes mate. But I do want to drill on the second part of the question. Is this the main reason why you believe in a God?
Yeah, so this is the main reason, one of the main reasons I believe in a God. But I think because of the hard problem of consciousness, you can't even say that, first of all, you can't say that evolutionary theory predicts consciousness.
We've already explained how it does. We've already explained how it does.
Well, but then that would require that you overcome the hard problem of consciousness.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Not only that.
No, Agamemnon, this comes down to what I think you have an odd determination as to what consciousness is. If consciousness is just your brain's ability to do specific things, in other words, the brain has evolved to a particular point, consciousness takes a particular presentation, okay? Because from the naturalistic point of view, from the naturalistic perspective, pretty much physicalism, the consciousness is just literally just the presentation of a functioning brain. The brain functions in a particular way. Consciousness is a part of that. The two of them are tied together, right? Just like a heartbeat is a function of a functioning heart. A consciousness is a heartbeat, or is literally the function of a functioning brain. So, very similar. You have different animals like the cetaceans, elephants, octopi, a number of other species on the planet that do have some level of cognition and some level of consciousness. Is just different from ours. It's cetacean consciousness or elephant consciousness. Okay. So, but it doesn't matter. Our particular consciousness, our ability to reason, our ability to communicate, to express information, the way our brains evolved is the number one reason why we outsurvived all of the other members of our genus. We outlasted all of them because we were smaller, we were faster, we took less risks, we could communicate information more complexly, and we bred faster than them, and so on and so forth. And we just happened to outlast them. And so technically, our consciousness, the way our brains evolved, was selected for. And so we survived, all of the rest of them died out. So, yes, evolution predicts that anything that enhances survivability or improves the odds of survivability would be selected for. If consciousness, if that reason is why we have survived, then yes, evolution did predict for it.
Yeah, so I think we're talking past each other. So I just want to make a final point here, and then I just want to move on to how I think theism predicts the existence of evil and suffering, if you don't mind. So the final point is, I don't think evolutionary theory predicts the existence of consciousness because of the hard problem of consciousness. Basically, there's no model in physicalist model which can explain how consciousness could possibly emerge. And also, we can, like I said, we can think of any type of organism which has the same behavior as a normal human being, or let's say even like an early mammal. And as long as evolution just cares about behavior, behavior, well, then there's no reason why evolution should produce consciousness. But I just want to explain how I think theism.
Well, no, because I'm sorry, but you made some. Consciousness is not. Consciousness is a spectrum. Okay, it's not like this one thing that's just like human. You're talking about just human consciousness in and of itself, but consciousness in and of itself is a spectrum. It's a wide spectrum. Now, if you're talking about like the difference between sentience and sapience, that's a different thing. Okay, but consciousness in and of itself, just being cognizantly aware of your environment and cognizantly aware of stimuli that occurs to the physical body, virtually everything on the planet has that.
So do you think there can be a robot? Do you think there can be a robot which just does the exact same thing as an early mammal?
Well, if we program it that way, like I said, consciousness is a spectrum. So consciousness in and of itself, so Agamemnon, cognizance, there's sapience and there's sentience. Virtually everything on the planet is sentient. To a degree, it's a very wide spectrum. Okay. Sentient is just the ability to interpret stimuli that's coming from the outside, and the ability to kind of like recognize, and so it's very, very simple. Sapience is different. Yeah, Sapience is a level of reasoning and cognition that not a lot of species on the planet have but it's still a spectrum. It's still varying degrees. We have a higher level of sapience than the other members of the primate family. And we also have a higher level of sapience, or a different level of sapience than, say, the cetaceans or other animals that have been around a really long time. So, but these things are predicted.
Yeah, so if you're granting me...
Sorry, we're just
granting me the idea that...
Well, we're just running out of time. I just want to bring one comment up from our YouTube audience. Brian Stevens made a point that to make a prediction, you have to have agency. That is different than causative reliance. But carry on. And then we need to wrap this up for our next guests.
Right.
I also
So one thing I wanted to say is that...
conscious agent that is not have a body, it seemingly doesn't have a purpose, any reason but to exist, but to make us. It's not that we're just talking about agency on a planet that we call Earth. We are talking about an agency that transcends time, space, and reality.
Yeah, so if you're granting me that there can be an early, we can design a robot which engages in the exact same type of behavior as an early mammal, and evolution only cares about behavior, then you're granting me that consciousness is superfluous. Evolution doesn't care about consciousness. It's not going to select for consciousness.
No, but evolution does select for consciousness if consciousness enhances survivability. The robot thing that you're making, the robot construction analogy, it's completely irrelevant, because that's not evolution. That's us literally designing a robot that mimics that mimics like consciousness in a way. But no.
But you tried to say that behavior is identical to consciousness. So you said consciousness is what the brain does. So consciousness is...
No, I said consciousness is a result of a functioning brain.
And if you have Yeah, right. So function is just an input-output relationship. So if you say that there can be an organism which lacks consciousness, which has the same inputs and outputs as us, but it lacks consciousness, then you're basically saying if evolution only cares about these inputs and outputs...
No, because evolution applies to biological organisms, not to robots. We would just be literally creating an autonomous entity that is a mimic of natural process. We're not because evolution applies to biological organisms that procreate, not to robots. And we're literally taking a snapshot out, so it's irrelevant.
It's easy to say off the plane, like, wow, yeah, consciousness doesn't even matter to evolution, until you're like in a jungle. And then all of a sudden, whether the tiger is able to catch you being conscious, awake, alert, aware, very important.
Yeah, so as soon as you guys granted me that, you can design something that is not even designed, but there can exist an organism which completely lacks consciousness, but which has the same functions, that is the same inputs and same outputs, same behavior as an early mammal, and evolution only cares about these behaviors, then you're conceding that consciousness is superfluous.
No, that's not the way that follows. No, that's not the way that works. That's not the way that works, because evolution, Agamemnon, evolution does not apply to robots. It applies to biological organisms. We literally would just be creating a robot that is a snapshot of biological life. That's all that is. It doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't do anything, and it only does what
without
it's.
a distinction.
And no, it's not. It's not, because you're trying to apply biological standards to a non-biological creation. Okay, and that's not the way that works.
You not only consider that it could be a case that there's such a robot. You said it could be the case that there's an organism like an early mammal, which has the exact same behaviors as something that is conscious, but which is in fact not conscious. It's lacking consciousness.
So are you
Do you
trying
think
to
that's
convince
possible?
us robots are real or God is real?
Well, I'm trying to convince you that naturalism can't predict existence of consciousness or suffering.
I've already explained how it does.
Second part of
Agamemnon, I've already explained how it does. If consciousness is a trait, if an advanced in a consciousness to the human extent is a trait that allows for greater survivability, which we already know it does, because it allows for the communication of complex information, it allows for a greater retention of information, it allows for better reasoning and less risk taking. Then yes, but we have the evidence. Okay, we have the evidence that supports this.
No, because you can have an organism which completely lacks consciousness, which is able to engage in the same type of behavior.
That's what we.
Is that organism living for 70 years?
That's what we talked about. That consciousness is a spectrum. Okay, you're talking about the difference between instinctual behavior and cognitive and the reasoning to the level of a human being. Because it's a spectrum, all you need to do is be able to have the traits you need to survive. Can a cheetah reason like a human being? No. But a cheetah is very, very fast, because that's the niche it filled, and that's what keeps it alive. Unfortunately, that specialization will also eventually result in its own decline. But humans.
How do you think evolutionary theory predicts consciousness if it
because
can't even...
Because evolution because the because the theory of evolution doesn't speak.
You're not letting me finish?
Agamemnon, because you keep misrepresenting me. And if you keep misrepresenting me, I'm going to interrupt you. Good, that's fine. So we'll just clarify it one last time. Evolution does not predict what specific traits will be selected for in the future. Evolution predicts only that the traits that will be selected for are those that improve survivability odds. That's it. It doesn't care what the traits are. It didn't say, speed will help the cheetah. I will select for speed and then speed. No, that's not the way it works. Evolution predicts that the traits that help survivability are the ones that will be selected for. In Homo sapiens, it was literally our cognition, our brains. Just like in other species, it's different traits. With humans, it happen to be our brains. That's it. So he's making these wild jumps, these wild leaps. It doesn't matter what form the consciousness takes. It's just our brains. Done.
Well, relax, dude. It started off with evil exists, therefore God. Now it's consciousness exists, therefore God, because God is conscience.
Right.
Which is like kicking the can down the road. Doesn't explain it. Just says, well, God's conscious, therefore God exists. I don't know. Didn't really see
Have you
it go
seen that
out.
GIF where they push the goalposts across the field?
I share it sometimes. I'm sorry, is my audio okay?
Yeah, you're good.
Thank you.
Well, he put those goalposts in another friggin' stadium, so I'm not sure.
What's going on, America Defender? Your mic working now?
Welcome back, sir. American Defender. America Defender, we're not able to hear you.
I can't believe he'd say something so daring and yet so bold.
Fix your connection, America Defender. The West is falling. We need you.
I was about to say someone needs to defend
Hey, Casey
America.
Cooper, good to see you.
Guess it's not working. Well, Castle Kingside.
See, my joke was he had to change it from Russia Defender.
And I saw Sovereign Soul was up in here. Good to see you, Lance Independent.
Castle Kingside is an interesting person.
And I saw Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind in here. And come on, dude, you know that's not the way evolution works.
Content.
You know it's been explained.
Oh, we should make sure that gets shown up in the Heathen Hangout chat.
Oh, maybe he's not showing up.
All right, then who's next?
Just curious, is my mic okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Good to see you, Witch of Heart. Thanks so much.
Trap
Appreciate you being here.
Welcome.
God
Thank you for
Square
joining us
-1. Good
with
morning.
your sign language picture. We appreciate having you here. What have you got for us?
You hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
We got you.
All right, give me 1 second. I need to put headphones on.
International sign of friendship.
It's universal.
I think you and I need to talk about how you pick your friends, Peter.
But Rick killed that one planet.
You see that
among good friends, Randolph, that's always a good sign.
Imagine the implications if we encounter alien life and someone does that and the aliens understand what it means. They're like, it's an insult. That would be intriguing.
Like aliens did visit us once, and we told them to fuck off.
or jail. What they do is they interpret that as a peace symbol, and they use it constantly when they greet everybody.
Rick and Morty.
Rick and Morty did that. Oh.
Yeah, he actually made that joke. He's like, because he basically created a universe, and as he's the god of that universe, he taught them all that the middle fingers is like a sign of peace. So.
Yeah.
Chop Suey, welcome. What have you got for us?
Or the sign that he wants to phone home.
Good to see you,
Sorsha.
That's
almost an anti-God episode, kind of funny enough. But welcome, Trap Suey.
Dr. Nimrod, good to see
How's
you.
it going, guys?
Anna Evans, good to see you.
So
good. We just got distracted by aliens. We're sorry. Carry on.
I want to start by kind of asking a question. In your atheism, is your cosmology including infinity and finiteness?
That's more in the realm of science.
Good to see you, Turing Test 2.
And a little bit in philosophy. Atheism doesn't address those things, but there are many atheists who have views on those things.
Well, if you're talking about like just cosmology, you're talking about like just the formation of the universe, or
like fractals, like how like we can zoom in all the way and it looks exactly the same as our space, like
that's
floating around. Say again?
That's mathematics.
Yeah, so in that there like the in that there is a how do I start this? So pure being, right? Pure being exists in infinity. Like being itself exists in infinity, whereas the opposite of that is finiteness. And when you separate yourself from pure being itself, which is infinity, you become finite and you are able to be weathered away like a rock.
So you mentioned the phrase, this is the phrasing, it says pure being exists in infinity. I don't understand what you mean by that. It sounds like something Deepak Chopra would say, but I don't mean to be insulting here. I'm just comparing. What do you mean by pure being exists in infinity? I guess start with what you mean by infinity.
Darren Aronofsky, the fountain
helpful
shit.
Starting point for you.
Yeah, so like the Mandelbrot set, like when you zoom in, you continue to zoom in, it repeats for infinity. If you
Okay, so that's an infinite algorithm, but are you saying that our cosmos is like this?
Hey, Chris S., good to see you.
Like science.
Not yet, Nimrod. Not yet.
Say that it is. So my point is more so like, if God does exist, then he is pure being itself and the infinity in the constant unfolding of being.
Well, that's a big if. So yeah, I'm gonna go on a limb and say that you believe in this entity.
I believe in math, and math dictates that it exists from infinite numbers.
Okay, so utilizing mathematics. So mathematics is a logical language that we utilize to describe the basically our universe, the things around us, the relationships between things. But essentially, it's a logical language, and then logic in and of itself is also descriptive. So mathematics is descriptive of the universe, and logic is descriptive of the universe. Now, from looking at it from a naturalistic perspective, in the formation of our universe, fluctuations in quantum fields, so on and so forth, leads to, the Big Bang, leads to what we call the inflation event. The inflation event results in the visible universe that the universe that we can observe. So looking at it from that perspective, if this event is a naturally occurring event, which we conclude that it is, that this is a naturally occurring event, this takes place, and if the formation of that, or basically the foundation of the universe that we observe, has to be in a particular way in order to be stable, and the mathematics we use to describe the stable state of this universe, or I would say the state of this universe as it is, in order to maintain itself, that's just, it happens that way naturally. So how do you linking mathematics with an entity? Because that's a big gap you're leaping.
It's being itself. God is being itself.
Well, how do you mean? But that's okay. You need to clarify on that. Like, what do you mean? God is being itself.
Are you familiar with Heidegger?
Somewhat. I'm not seeing the correlation, but continue. Go ahead.
So essentially,
the reason I ask is because it sounds very poetic. It sounds like this is very poetic language to describe something. But using poetic language to describe a particular thing or describe relationships between things does not entail that those things actually exist. Right? So that's where I'm going. So I wanted to make sure that we're not using flowery prose to try and justify belief in a particular existence.
I would push back on that and say that I don't think that science itself and the determinism of science is only inside the finite realm, so it can't even like algorithms like Fibonacci and fractals are the only thing that science is able to prescribe to define something that is infinite. And because science itself is a finite thing, it describes finite realities. It doesn't describe, it can describe systems, but it doesn't. It's like math. It describes very finite realities.
Okay. So it describes the reality that we persist in. Whether or not that reality is finite, whether the energy is infinite and the space is finite, or they're both infinite, or neither are infinite, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it describes the reality we persist in. But how does the descriptive language of mathematics, which is completely and totally arbitrary to human beings, the language we use is completely arbitrary in order to describing this. But how does that get you to a God?
Because for reality to exist, it has to continue existing. Yes?
Well, it just means that eventually, reality in and of itself, like the universe itself, eventually will reach. Eventually the universe itself will reach a state of thermal equilibrium, and matter will no longer be able to be sustained, because eventually everything will be drawn into the last black hole. The last black hole will eventually evaporate. There will be only.
That's theoretical physics. That's not a fact.
What's the mathematical extrapolation of where our universe is going? Okay, so we use mathematics to describe the reality, to describe the universe we exist in, and
yes or no?
It's a mathematical extrapolation.
Is it a theory, yes or no?
Not necessarily a theory. It's just a mathematical extrapolation.
But is it a theory, meaning like an idea?
Theories are explanatory models. So we could hypothesize that this is where this is going. Yeah, we can hypothesize it, but that hypothesis is predicated on a mathematical extrapolation
based on finite numbers that are disconnected from infinity.
No, the numbers that we use to describe current systems the way they work. In other words, if the first law of thermodynamics holds true and the second law of thermodynamics holds true, and physics works this way, and the laws of physics are this, then as this takes place, we can mathematically project, using what we know about the laws today, we can mathematically project where this is going by what we observe. And what we observe...
So then what do you think about Lawrence Krauss, the science advisor to Obama, saying that there's more evidence that the Earth is flat and the center of the universe than not?
I wasn't aware that he said that. I think that there's probably some context there that's missing. And from a purely...
it's on a Wikipedia page.
Okay, well, but purely... I can understand why he would say that from a purely I'm standing on the Earth and making observations with my eyes. But basic mathematics show us that those aren't true.
I'm just... My main point is that if you concern yourself with finiteness, you will be weathered away like a rock.
You'd have to demonstrate the existence of something. You have to demonstrate that something exists infinitely. And when you say weathered away by a rock,
mathematics proves it.
But when you say weathered away by a because mathematics is abstract. It is an arbitrary language that we use. And when you use terms like weathered away,
when you zoom in on a microscope. When you zoom in on a microscope, things keep appearing, correct? Yes or no? It doesn't just disappear.
Sure.
There's no mass doesn't just like cease to exist when you get to the smallest amount of mass, correct?
Sure.
Okay, so therefore infinity exists on a mathematical scale, even with molecules and magnifying glasses.
Right, but the things that the mathematics is describing are finite, and the things that mathematics itself may persist on, or may be based upon an infinite range of numbers, but that doesn't mean infinite things exist or infinite things are extant. Okay, so because it's weird because you're saying that because the abstract, which the abstract happens to be infinite, exists, then that means it correlates to an infinite in reality, which is very weird.
Well, so for math to describe something that is real, it has to be correct, right? Like 1 + 1 = 2, right?
Is an arbitrary descriptor that we use to describe things.
Okay, so 1 + 1 is
that's
arbitrary?
Not true. We can actually use multiple infinities. We can use mathematics we know is not coherent in a rational world, but utilize it anyway.
So is 1 + 1 = 2 arbitrary?
The language is arbitrary. What it's describing are literally just objects in space and the relationships between them.
Okay, so to describe an object in space that is infinite, I'm using math.
What is an object in space that's infinite?
You are an infinite object in space.
No, I'm not. I'm a biological organism that will eventually die, and my constituent elements will will re-enter the system.
Well, I actually agree with you because you believe in finiteness. You have defractalized yourself to exist on only one plane of existence. You've decided that science is your god, and that
science is not a god. Science is an explanatory methodology.
Based on finiteness, it can only describe.
I don't know what you mean by finiteness. You say you're using finiteness in this context to give it more meaning than it actually has. Finiteness just means that things end, that things don't last forever, which is fine. Things don't last forever.
Precisely.
Cool.
Yeah. No, precisely.
So
if you separate yourself from infinity, if you separate yourself from cognizant, conscious perception of infinity and that existing, then you will only be able to exist in finiteness.
No, human beings will. Well, I mean, there's no evidence for mind-body dualism. I don't believe it. There's nothing to support that anything after we die will continue on after us. Our consciousness does not go anywhere. Our consciousness dies when our brain dies. So there's no evidence to suggest or even accept that consciousness or whatever exists after our biological deaths. So yes, human beings are finite. We don't last forever.
I would also assert by its nature that our consciousnesses have a hard time understanding infinity, because an infinity is just a concept. You never truly get there. That's the nature of an infinity.
Well, but that's the point, right?
Brings the question. You keep saying infinity exists. Do you mean as a concept, or what do you mean?
So for something to exist, it has to be able to be described, right? And it has to be able to...
Are you using infinity in place of eternal?
What's the difference?
They're two totally different concepts.
Javier, that's funny.
I disagree. I think they're very similar. I think the only difference would be like in description of time. But I digress.
You're just equivocating. You should use a proper term, eternal.
Well, no, but the proper term is infinite because a fractal is infinite, and that's what I'm predicating my argument.
That doesn't apply to reality.
We call it a fractal.
You just admitted it did when we talked about magnifying things into a we can't when we magnify something. What?
Okay, just to clarify, fractals don't magnify things. A fractal is what you're seeing with the fractal there is the output of an algorithm that is infinite. So similar
to when you look from space all the way down to quarks.
That's actually zooming in and looking at real stuff. Fractals are all made.
Okay, so for something to be made, it has to exist. For a concept to exist, it has to exist.
Do you think that if you keep zooming in, you'll see smaller and smaller quarks? Because that would
he hasn't been around
saying about the fractals.
Not yet.
And that isn't what people are claiming, as far as I know.
And it seems to me like you're using fractal wrong, because a fractal is just going by it. Just went back to it because I want to make sure that the definition is correct. Fractals is a curve or geometric figure which each part has the same statistical character as the whole. So they're useful in modeling structures, such as like eroded coastlines or snowflakes, in which similar patterns recur at progressively smaller scales. I'm just looking at just to make sure, because the definition is complex, and I want to make sure I get it correct. And so they describe partly random or chaotic phenomena such as crystal growth, fluid turbulence, and galaxy formation. So saying something.
Formation. There you go.
Saying something, but we use. But trap. Trap.
No. Stop for 1 second. I gave you an argument, and you just proved it with the definition.
No, I didn't. I said no. Trap. Fractals identify. Fractals are what we did. It's literally is a description of patterns in the universe.
Like the universe unfolding, like the definition.
Yes,
correct?
Yes, but we know. Okay. But we have mathematically extrapolated that eventually this universe that we exist in will persist until thermal equilibrium. Matter will be unsustainable. Everything will fall into the last black hole, and the last black hole will eventually evaporate, and there will be no matter anymore. There will just be
But that's a theory, bud.
That's a mathematical extrapolation based upon what we know now.
No, that's a hypothesis, bud.
There you go. You corrected yourself. That's just hypothesis. But what I really want to know is your notion of a god tied to an infinity?
Well, pure being itself is infinite.
Demonstrate the existence of pure being.
I didn't hear a yes or a no in that answer either.
Demonstrate the existence of pure being outside of flowery prose to give values to things that don't have the values you want.
Well, I mean, I think that human beings reproducing from whenever the beginning of time was until now is a very good description of pure being. We are able to reproduce. We are able to further our DNA into infinity if it exists.
There was just a Big Bang. There was hydrogen, helium, and lithium. Then there were the first generation stars. Then they died. Then there were about the second generation stars from their supernova deaths.
Okay, but that's all
the
hypothesis
heavier elements.
as well. That's all hypothesis.
No. These are. I'm just explaining facts to you right now.
That's not.
No, these are facts. Trap. These are facts. This is literally the field of cosmology.
I'm gonna leave then, because this is not facts.
Maybe you get your facts from a non-scientific point of view, but it was nice talking to you, Trap Suey.
Then take a cosmology course, dude.
Go look at Lawrence Krauss and look at why he thinks Earth's flat. Are you trying to say
that Lawrence Krauss, first of all, doesn't think the universe is flat? I must have missed that. He thinks the universe is flat. That is different from the
I said
planet
the Earth.
being flat.
I said the
He
Earth
doesn't
is
think
flat
the Earth
and the
is
Earth
flat.
is descent. He does. He said that there is more proof.
Krauss.
Actually, that has been debunked. Lawrence Krauss is saying clips of him were mined to lend credibility to this stuff. And one particular film he was talking about is called The Principle, a film which he describes as stupid and unbelievable. So this is probably just more of this kind of quote mining and taking things out of context, like way out of context, because there's no way that he's going to say the Earth is flat. I'm quite sure about that.
As I suspected, that there was context missing.
But
yeah, you did call that earlier.
I mean, if you think the Earth is flat, I feel like we have a lot more epistemological trouble than anything we've been talking about. Though I will say, just to bring it right back, almost all of the flat earthers I've ever met have always been creationists of some form or variety.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Hey,
what's going on, Castle Kingside?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What you got for us today?
I'm honored to be here. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Hey, just so you know, we've also shared your link in the Discord chat, thanks Taco, and in the YouTube chat. So welcome. What have you got for us today?
Thank you. Well, I'd like to talk to you guys. You guys are atheists? I was an atheist too.
So what convinced you that a God exists?
Yeah, maybe we can get you back.
This moment right here, right now, that we're speaking, that we have the opportunity to speak from all around the globe, connect simultaneously so that we can have a conversation. Okay. This is my proof.
Oh, okay. No, you're mistaken. That's the internet. This is actually Discord.
Okay.
But yes.
I'm saying, but what are the chances of you meeting someone like me? What are the chances?
One out of one.
I'd say it's 100% because we just met.
Because we just met you, so technically it's 100%.
Because, that's wonderful. I'm saying everything in God's time. Everything in God's time.
No. Castle.
You know?
Castle.
Yeah, what? Yeah.
What convinced you that this entity exists?
I'm trying to explain to you everything, all of it.
So look at the trees. So it's look at the trees.
Look at those trees.
They're so
beautiful.
Therefore,
they provide that shade in the summertime. You know what I'm talking about, man.
Yeah, we've debunked these before. So
they provide the fruit for us to eat, man. Don't you like those apples?
Hey, Chris Durham's channel, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here, bud.
Aren't you grateful for that fruit?
Yeah, but the trees probably aren't as happy. Well, it depends. Sometimes actually getting rid of the seeds through other ways helps them.
That's true, Blue. He has his pastor voice on.
If you're tearing them down.
No, this isn't Castle Kingside. This is not intended to be insulting. I'm curious. Have you been smoking some drugs or drinking alcohol?
Oh, look. I'm from California, baby. We smoke weed out here.
It sounds like he has his. It honestly sounds like he has his pastor voice on.
Huh?
Castle King, I've got a question. If the internet is proof for you, can we contact God through the internet?
Man, we can talk to God right now. We can ask God to come into our conversation to help us.
Bring him up on stage. Bring him up on stage. I've been waiting for that. I've been waiting for that. Bring him up.
I want to comment real quick.
Technology,
so Castle,
the phone, the tablets,
Castle, I'm going to ask God for something right now. So everybody, put your hands in a praying position. Close your eyes for a moment.
Right.
Wait. I'm going to go Scooby-Doo on you if you do this, Taco.
Okay. No, this will make sense in a moment. So, God, please give Mr. Castle Kingside the power, the ability to present a sound argument for your existence.
Okay, I hear you. I understand, but see, the thing is, the scientists try to get to God through science and math, but the way to get to God
we're going to say
amen. I'm saying
we're not scientists. Castle.
I'm sorry. What I'm trying to say is, in order to find God, you have to go through the heart, not through the brain. not through the mind. You go through the heart.
Sounds painful.
That's how you find God.
Okay, Castle.
Yeah.
My heart is incapable of reasoning or critical thought or cognitive faculty.
Yeah, your heart is in control of your emotions.
Right?
Your
No,
love.
it's not. No, Castle.
That's actually also the brain.
Castle. That's also my brain.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, I know. That's how you look. What I'm trying to say is just try to think about it metaphorically.
Why?
The brain represents your mind.
No, why do I have to? No, Castle.
Huh?
If a God exists, why do I have to appeal to metaphor? Because appealing to metaphor could just be confirmation bias.
I'm saying you have to learn how to communicate, right? You had to learn how to speak English and your ABCs and your 1, 2, 3 before you could communicate.
That with your heart or your brain?
I'm saying we do it with our brain because we're told that this is the way it is. But the truth is, God has been here the whole time. God set the stage for us to speak right now.
Cool. Demonstrate its existence.
I'm trying. I'm here. I'm saying this is what it's about.
I'm clear.
Castle, I can help you there.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we do this every 2 weeks. I'm pretty sure Taco is setting the stage. So Taco, you're God. Did you hear that?
But do you know how long I've been a member of Discord? This one in particular?
Peter, I've been trying to tell you I'm God for like a year now.
Look, I'm
I think we now got to.
Well, let me ask him this real quick, Castle. So, are you essentially asserting that I have to believe before I'll find the evidence?
Yeah, you have to ask with all sincerity from your heart. You have to ask God.
Okay, so you're basically asserting that I have to believe this thing exists in order to find the evidence of its existence. Because once I believe, then the evidence will be revealed, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
You'll understand
So for a clarification, just to clarify,
all right.
if I interpret evidence through the lens of a prior held belief, how is that any different from confirmation bias?
You've got to switch that lens, man.
No, Castle, don't avoid the question. If I interpret evidence through the lens of a prior held belief, how is that any different from confirmation bias?
I'm saying you're not willing to look at it from a different lens. You're looking at it from the same old lens, man.
I think I've made my point. So
if I look at the world through a red lens, will I see anything that's not red?
Yeah, and if you look at it from a lens, that's not going to help. You have to look through a lens.
Wait. So if I choose to look at the world through a red lens, I'm automatically going to see everything as red, right? And so if I change that to a blue lens, everything's going to look blue, right?
Blue.
So if you want to understand the world, you should probably not look at it through a colored lens. You want to look at it. You want to remove the lenses, right? Don't look at the lenses.
You want to be transparent, right?
Right.
I'm saying you have to.
Okay,
be
so
for your life, man.
Castle. What T-Jump is essentially saying there is that means we need to look at the universe and interpret the universe without supposing that a God exists.
What? Why? Who made this stuff? Who did this?
So if we assume God existed and look at it through the God lens, that's like looking at the world through a red lens. Everything's going to look red. But that might not be the real color, right? We have to not use a lens. If we don't use a lens, we might be able to understand reality better.
I'm saying, do you see blue when you look at the sky or no?
Sometimes.
Okay. Do you see those white clouds?
Sometimes.
What about that golden sun? Do you ever see that? I'm saying, man, are we looking at the same world or no? Are we living on planet Earth or no? Is this the same planet where Donald J. Trump became the president or no? Which one?
Unfortunately,
yeah. I hear you loud and clear. Trust me, I woke up in 2020, man. Why do you think I'm out here? Why do you think I'm talking to you right now?
Yeah, but here's the problem. Here's the problem, Castle. Castle, here's the problem.
Huh?
You've literally just stated that we need to adhere to confirmation bias in order to justify a belief in God. That is irrational. That is. We've already explained. We've already explained it to you. Confirmation bias. Confirmation bias is when you interpret things that validate a prior held belief. You're confirming your bias. You are biased towards the existence of a thing, so you interpret things through the lens that thing exists, therefore it validates your confirmation.
Right.
You're biased towards a particular thing. That does not get you to the truth. Confirmation bias is a bad thing.
Also, Castle, I can tell you where our disconnect is. You're coming in here and passionately telling us what you believe, and when we don't seem to share in that joy, you seem to be confused. Like I just explained it to you, but as far as we can tell,
take it easy, Jen Marie. Thanks so much for coming.
Is that you found God metaphorically through your heart, and you almost alluding to that it's as easy to see this as the trees around us. I am here presenting myself. Is this not good evidence of God's existence? And our answer is no. That is not, unfortunately.
It's insufficient.
Enough.
No. Castle. What we're saying is it's insufficient because the methodology by which you got there is flawed.
Yeah. What?
So explain it to us is our point.
Everyone for a reason. Everything has a purpose. Everything, good and bad, all of it. All of it has a reason.
Why do you think a God exists?
I've been talking to you for like, 10 minutes now?
Our ability to communicate, our ability to communicate.
This is the disconnect, Kessel. You have just been explaining what you believe. You have not explained why you believe.
He just told you everything.
Well, I had an experience. I can tell you what happened.
Right?
No, I can tell you what happened. I was an atheist, and then I became agnostic in one night. I had one night when I was driving on the 91 freeway and I fell asleep. I fell asleep behind the wheel in my truck. And no lie, something hit the side of my car door on the passenger side. It was a loud slap, like somebody slapped that door. It woke me up. It woke me right out of my sleep. And I looked around in the mirrors. There was nobody around me. There's no one around. And I was like, what was that? From that moment, I became agnostic. No longer atheist. Because I couldn't explain what that was.
Can I freeze frame that? Yeah.
You hit something with your truck and
no, I didn't hit it. I didn't bump it or anything. Someone slapped my door.
How did you were at the Castle. You were asleep. Yeah. You were asleep. How do you know you were asleep and you were woken up out of the sleep? How do you know the Castle? How do you know that what you interpreted as a slap on the door was a slap on the door?
Well, that's what I'm trying to. I don't know what it was, man. It could have been a bat flying in the night.
Okay, fantastic. No, Castle, great. You just said you don't know what it was. So that which would entail that your move to agnosticism or whatever, this leading you to be a believer, would be unjustified.
What? I'm saying, have you ever watched Pulp Fiction? Have you ever watched the movie Pulp Fiction?
Have you ever drank a $5
maybe I can explain this to you.
Yeah.
If what happened to you led you to believing
is he saying he ran over God?
Aaron Reese. That a God exists in order for him to do that. So that wasn't what convinced you.
Mm-hmm.
Also, that story sounds like a hit and run.
Yeah, you already thought that a God existed in order for him to be able to do that.
I was an atheist
No, you weren't. No, you weren't. No.
Hey, Maynard Saves, good to see you, bud.
You would never go to God as an explanation for that.
Well, I was raised in the church. You know that?
You had to be. Hold on. You had to be convinced a God exists first in order for him to do anything.
No, I became.
What convinced you? What convinced you that a God exists?
The fact that we don't know what we don't know. We don't know everything, man.
So
the fact that you don't hold on. The fact that you don't know what you don't know is a lack of schooling, not a God.
I'm going to the school of life, baby. The school of hard knocks. I'm a bouncer, man.
That's not a school.
I think we can be done with this individual.
Oh.
It's not getting us anywhere. Castle. We've already dissected why your reasoning is flawed, why it's not convincing. There's things that don't add up in your story.
Let me tell you something before you guys.
Castle, let me tell you something. Randall shared the link to your channel. Obviously, you have. I see that you have a conversation with Darth Dawkins on your channel. DM me. Invite me onto your channel. I'd be more than happy to have a one-on-one with you.
Hey, man, I'd love to talk to all you guys, but I'm not very tech savvy.
Castle King. If God is on your side, then you should be able to stay here the whole time without this conversation ending, if that's what you want.
I would hope so, but you guys are already done talking to me. The other guy doesn't want to talk to me anymore.
I just offered you shoot me a DM and we'll do this on your channel in a one-on-one.
Yeah,
I'm not going to sing.
You can keep the conversation going. You can keep the conversation going off the stage, but on the stage here, as far as this presentation goes, you haven't given us anything substantial, and we've already dissected how your reasoning is flawed and you're making irrational leaps. So no, we wouldn't be convinced. And your personal anecdotes aren't evidence. They're just like you're interpreting, because here's the problem. You're unable to determine the influence of God, the difference between the influence of God and a naturally occurring random circumstance. Because if you interpret it, if it works in your favor, you interpret that as God, but if it doesn't work in your favor, so there's problems in your logic there. So when it comes down to it, there's nothing substantial there. Feel free to continue the conversation off the stage, but from on the stage, you presented it. There's nothing convincing there.
I want to ask one last question after Randolph, if you don't mind.
Yeah, just one last thing, and then Amy, and then that'll be it. I just want to say I'm not convinced from what you said, and I think nobody here is, I suspect, convinced by what you presented. However, I do have a question for you.
God
just really give me a one
logic.
or two or three word answer. What is your favorite kind of marijuana? And then go on to Amy's question.
Oh, come on. Do you know who you're talking to, man? I'm a modern day orator.
Okay, I don't think that's a type of marijuana.
Aren't we all?
Technically, the word is orator, but that's neither here nor there. Go ahead, Amy.
Orator? I'm just saying, I'm telling our life story to the future generations, hundreds and thousands of years from now.
What's your favorite type of marijuana?
I am just glad you're a theist that actually thinks we're gonna live hundreds and thousands of years, and it's not the normal apocalypse. But
yay!
You gave us an explanation of agnosticism. It seems like you were heading towards there. From what it sounded like, you fell asleep during an accident. There was something. Was the car damaged? Like, was it actually?
No. There's no dent in the door.
Okay.
No.
Well, then, so something hit it. It could have been, like they were saying, an object. It could have been something like an apple could have fell. It could have been a bat. But that's agnosticism. Let's just. I don't think we agree on that point, but it is a point that happened in your life. Get me from agnosticism, from theism. What is it that made you believe in a God?
Forgiveness, mercy. The story of mercy through Jesus Christ.
Oh, there we go. Traditional Christian. At least we got there at the end.
Yeah, I was raised in the church.
Castle, in case you're going to shoot me an invite, this is going to be interesting because I had the exact same experience.
Really?
Thank you, Thumper's mom.
On the 91
appreciate that.
In the truck?
No.
On the 91?
No, because I'm in the Netherlands, so.
Gotcha, rodent. Okay.
Baby.
See, I had an experience like
what I'm trying to tell you is that I had the same experience where I hit something and I didn't know what it was. To this day, I don't know what it was, but it didn't lead me to God. So.
Oh, okay. So you're Vincent in the story.
We might have some common ground there.
Yeah, you're Vincent. I'm Jules. We're buddies, but you think that it was randomness, chance, luck. But I don't say that. I say that it was God Almighty, just like Jules said in Pulp Fiction. You see, that's what happened. He had an experience and he recognized God right then and there.
Yes, but the thing you're missing with Castle, the thing you're missing about that scene in Pulp Fiction is that Jules was already Jules was already a believer. Vincent was not.
No, he wasn't a real believer.
Yes, he was.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and move on here. Castle, go ahead and you've got about 60 seconds, so say whatever you'd like to say, then we're moving on.
All right. Okay, man. Hey, thank you for this opportunity, all right, guys? I really appreciate it. I'm going to remember you guys for what you said, okay? I'm an orator. It's my job, all right? Whoever I meet in life, whoever God brings my way, that's who it is. That's who I'm going to speak to. One day, I'm going to be one of the most influential minds of our time. I'm going to speak to all the great minds like Joe Rogan, Dave Chappelle,
30 seconds
Jordan Peterson.
Whoever comedian. If you like comedians,
whoever.
I'm a comedian.
Oh, I'm not a comedian. I'm
you
an
literally
orator.
just named two comedians as the
I
people
said
you're
Jordan
trying
B. Peterson.
to...
These two comedians
Joe
have
Rogan?
They have a lot of influence right now. I'm saying the whole point is that
15 seconds.
Sorry, Castle.
I want to get my time back. You interrupted.
So, you put a hold on it for a sec, Taco. I have one request for you. When you mention famous comedians in the future, please include Amy Newman in that list. Okay, your time continues.
Amy Newman?
Okay, 30 seconds.
It's true, Cindy Sue.
I'm sorry.
Joe Rogan is a great mind.
Your work, Amy Newman. My bad.
Oh, wow, you're missing some great humor. She's a comedian.
I just had my Thanos moment. I don't even know who you are.
Oh.
And Amy Newman has gently Peterson on all the time.
15 seconds left.
I don't mean disrespect. I'm just saying there's so many people in the world. But we have the best opportunity now with the internet so that we can all get along. What you know is personal. Who you know is social. That's just
perfect conclusion. Thank you so much for coming up. We love you, Kathleen.
That was interesting, but I'm disappointed he didn't tell us what his favorite type of marijuana is.
Thanks so much for being here. Member of the Godless Army. Appreciate the support.
If you guys remember, at the start of that...
On Evans, good to see you.
I asked God
Thanks for Cholito, good to see you.
Specific, and it was not delivered. I remain unconvinced.
Yeah, me too.
Me too.
Bumble Bree is up next in queue. This is a friend of Randolph.
Bree. Bree's a friend of all of us.
She's amazing, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's great. She's got a strong science background and has done some great. Has been involved in some debates, I believe. But I think, and she's previously known as Brainbug for doing a lot of videos explaining the smaller life forms in our world. But I think she's. We'll come back to her. Yeah.
Just raise your hand again, and I'll pull you back up. We've got Cool Guy Jeff.
What's up, Boomer? Good to see you.
That's cool.
Member of the Godless Army. Thanks for the support.
Didn't Jefferson say he wasn't available?
He's gonna listen here and there. He said.
Yeah, Cool Guy Jeff.
He
should be in chat. Oh, this is another one.
Yeah.
Cool Guy Jeff, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, your microphone's volume is kind of low. What have you got for us today?
I just want to come up and say that under either naturalism or evolution, I don't think you can say that mind is predicted, but you can also say that under theism, mind isn't predicted. You could even say that under theism, mind is less predicted, given that God can do any logical possible thing, including building pea zombies or not building anything at all.
So are you saying mind, M-I-N-D, is predicted?
It's not predicted on either theory. And when you say it is, it's just it's just going to be a just so story, given that like under the theory of evolution or natural selection, all you're going to do is be going out into the world and seeing things and being like, well, I see this thing exist, therefore it must be fit, therefore it must be predicted under evolution, which is just...
Sounds good, Colin.
Ad hoc.
Inference and stuff like that. Okay, so are you thinking that this somehow is an argument in favor of a god or goddess existing, or works against it?
No, I think it's just both views are on par. You're going to need to give some kind of other independent reason to think that mind is going to emerge. Maybe you could say that under the God theory that it's a little bit less epistemically virtuous, given that God has more options than would be under the constraints of naturalism.
Okay, sorry. It sounded at first I wasn't sure if you were trying to convince us that deity exists. I guess you're not a theist, you're an atheist. You've come in here to kind of give some observation and commentary, am I correct?
Well, I'm agnostic, but yeah, pretty much.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, so would you mind to perhaps talk a little more about the idea that you had? Like, what argument?
Well,
what argument are you addressing that a theist is making?
Oh, a theist came up earlier and said that only under theism would minds be expected, but that's just nonsense.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Because all you're going to be doing is building into the
concept a little bit. That's if we can show that minds would be evolutionary advantageous, then evolution would expect minds. So the fact that we don't have proof that minds or consciousness is necessarily evolutionary advantageous is the only reason that evolution wouldn't predict consciousness. But as soon as we can prove it is, or if you hypothesize it is, then you're justified in believing that evolution would predict consciousness.
Well, I'll just grant that like minds are evolutionarily fit, but that doesn't mean that that's what you're going to predict. I mean, if you're just going to say that evolution predicts things that are fit, I mean, that's kind of like tautological, given that what is fit is what we observe in the first place. So it's like unfalsifiable by definition.
No, so evolution predicts what's fit. If there is a particular feature that is fit for an environment, then evolution would predict that that feature would be more likely to be invoked in that environment. It's not circular.
Yeah, but as a theory, being able to investigate what is fit, you're only going to be able to do that by just observing what happens. So it's going to be the case that, like, even if minds are the most fit,
Take it easy,
even if
night
minds
of
are the
me.
most fit adaptation
Hey, William
possible,
Graber, thanks for popping by.
It's not going to be predicted under naturalism or evolution. It could be the case that some other thing, like a P zombie, if you believe P zombies could exist, would emerge. Like, evolution doesn't say that the most fit thing, right, comes up, or even any particular fit thing. And if you just want to say, like, well,
it's irrelevant. So evolution says the fit things are more likely to emerge. Evolution is going to move towards the fit things, and so it doesn't say it's necessarily going to. Like, who cares about that? If it says it's more likely, that's a prediction. It says this is more likely to happen.
Yeah, but fit things are defined, but what exists is tautological.
No, it's not. Like, you can make predictions about traits before they exist. This happens all the time.
Yeah, but it's going to be unfalsifiable by its nature, because when that trait doesn't emerge, you're going to say, oh, well, the conditions weren't right or something like that.
Well, vaccines are an example of this predictive use of science, actually.
Or you can make.
Yeah, I just don't think that.
Hey, Nemo 813, good to see you, bud.
Most probable outcome, but
Appreciate
it would
it.
still be correct. You don't need to necessarily observe the most accurate or most likely probability to confirm the theory. It's not how it works. You can do probabilistic assessments. That's correct.
Yeah, but then, like, imagine that there is some kind of unfit thing that we don't know is unfit, and then there's a fit thing. Imagine the thing that we don't know is unfit, but that does emerge, right? Are we going to say that that thing was predicted under evolutionary theory?
Depends on the p-values of the hypothesis, and if you assess the p-values to the outcoming data, if it confirms the data, then it's confirmatory of the theory. If it goes against the data, then it would be evidence against the theory.
Yeah, but that's the point, is that we don't have the priors to run like a statistical variance test, right, with p-values and whatnot.
P-values require priors. You have to have the priors. The priors in evolution is the fitness and the environment. Those are the two priors. Yes, we would have those.
Yeah, I just don't see how that's the case. How you could, like, predict that, like, some mammal is going to develop wings or something like that, in the future. If you wanted to say that, like, the thing that's predicted is fitness, well, the thing that's fit is the thing that's going to exist in the first place. So it's just, I mean.
The first organism.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot written on this.
Oh, like, you're just not understanding how science or prediction or evolution work.
Yeah, so I think it's just going to be a just so story when a scientist tries to predict what's going to emerge after that, right? Because it can't be falsifiable. But that's fine. I'm not arguing that there isn't a fact of matter.
It's literally
falsifiable.
Oh my god.
I think that natural selection, there is something in nature, right, that we would call natural selection, is what guides the presence of things that can exist, right? I'm not disputing that, but as a theory, as a predictive thing, I don't think it does much work for you.
Oh, so there's literally tens of thousands of predictions for evolution. They've been confirmed.
Yeah, but not adaptation. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking, there's going to be, like, things that are definitely expected on a theory, but I'm not talking about those. I mean, I'm like 100%. I think that evolution has been proven to, like, a statistically impossible certainty, or to deny is statistically impossible, but not because of, like, things of natural selection.
Natural selection is only one part of evolution. There's evo-devo, niche selection, sexual selection. Like, if you combine the theory of evolution, it makes lots of predictive models that do work. No idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying that, like, I'm just saying that under evolution, let's go back to what we were talking about. I don't think you can predict any, like, specific adaptation, including mind. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, you can. That's false.
Okay, let's agree to disagree.
Thank you for your disagreement. Anything else? Or?
Yeah, thanks for coming.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, yeah, appreciate you coming up and making the effort. That was good to hear. It sounds like you and T-Jump have different views on the matter, and look forward to hearing you again in the future.
Thanks. Coming up, Jeff, pulling up Bumblebee again.
Not yet, Ron.
Bumblebee, welcome. It's great to see you here.
Yeah, sorry I'd stepped away for a moment when you invited me up before had some company show up.
Now we mostly got the stage here, but we just had an agnostic, and you're an atheist. What have you got for us today?
Well, I identify myself as an atheist. I always have, but I am a Gaianist too, but I don't believe in anything supernatural about it. And that's what I've come up here to present to you guys.
Oh, how do you spell Gaianist, if you don't mind me asking?
Gaianist, but you won't find my position from in most of the literature, because I'm a proponent of what they call the Gaia hypothesis. It's just named that after the Greek goddess. There's no link to the actual pagan worship of that Greek goddess. It's completely separate type of Gaianist.
What is it?
So you're here to tell us about Gaianism. Okay, this sounds good.
Yeah. Okay, and it's funny because you just had the guy before who was supposed to be before me anyway. We gave a look at the trees arguments, and I'm going to be giving a look at the tree argument.
What's the argument?
Arguments here, but it's also going to come down to look at the fungus mostly, because in 2019 we started doing this research into the neural network of fungus. The hyphal and mycelial consciousness is what the paper that was published in April of 2021 is, that does show information being passed back and forth through different areas of this network. There's some different names for it: mycorrhizal network, mycelial network, different ways to look at it too. It depends on which facets of it you include, but it's all connected. And it goes under the ocean. We have marine fungal networks that all flow underneath everything, all the organic areas of the earth, right? Anything where there's organic material is being broken down. Obviously, in rocky areas and rock faces and things like that, it doesn't exist. But anywhere there's organic life flourishing, you will find these mycelia sending information back and forth to this entire system that as Anthropocene comes into play. Of course, we've cut her all up and divided it up a bit, that there's places that are not connected anymore to the rest of the network, but for the most part it was global, spanning for billions of years, and it developed and evolved as a superorganism to control the environment over evolutionary periods, extinction events, punctuated equilibrium.
What is the argument? So I agree, fungus exists. What are you saying that's like
that's the
more than just common knowledge of science?
That's the only thing it could be considered a god in the reality that we exist in.
Fungus?
Because it fits the definition of, it controls everything from atmospheric to fossorial movement and ecology. It shifts the environments. It controls the atmosphere. It is the ecology, and it makes decisions. It's conscious.
Well, the laws of physics would be a better fit for those definitions, but God typically is the thing that created all of the universe. Fungus definitely didn't do that, so I don't see.
No one made that claim. You're using a different definition of God. I don't believe in that type of God. I'm a physicalist. The only thing that could be a God would have to be something that's physical and controls.
Nimrod, I put the link to the server in the chat, in the live
in.
chat down at the bottom.
Like the laws of
definition
physics.
Definition 2 under Merriam-Webster. What I'm presenting here. Sorry for the confusion. Talking about a creator God or a philosophical concept, I'm actually saying that that we have a physical organism that fits that checks the boxes of what we consider a god.
Not really. No, physics would fit that definition. The fact that it can only exist on this planet and dies fairly easily would definitely not fit that definition.
Dies very easily. It's lived for 3.7 billion years. I wouldn't say it dies easily. I think
it dies extremely easily.
All characterization.
Extremely easily.
Still
like
alive,
if we put it in space, it would die. It would die very quickly in space.
Right. That's
most of the universe.
I'm not arguing for a space god though. I think that's where you're misunderstanding. I'm arguing for an Earth god.
That's just not what we mean by God. That's not what the vast majority.
It's not what you mean by God, and it's not the argument I came up here to make. T-Jump. I was doing this in fun, as the organic God, the only thing that could exist like a God. I think maybe you're misunderstanding what I came up here to present, and maybe I misunderstood the panel because I thought that talk to Randolph and Amy and Peter all about this, coming up here and talking about this, and I thought it would be an interesting concept.
We welcome different ideas. So no, definitely you're welcome to do that. I think T-Jump is going after the scientific aspects of it, and it's good that you're clarifying that you meant to be coming up here with
this thing is actually absolutely controlled by the laws of physics and the laws of biology, the laws of chemistry, all that good stuff. I'm not making any claim beyond that. It's an organism. That's
speaking about the
organism.
Okay.
Speaking about the laws of chemistry.
So just Peter, I just want to note there are a lot of mushroom pictures in our Discord chat right now. Focus. Carry on, Peter.
Yeah, speaking about the laws of chemistry, have you ever gotten a reaction from Matt Powell to the picture that is currently your profile picture here on Discord?
No, Matt Powell doesn't talk to me. No, he doesn't have anything to do with me.
And see, that's where you need to pray to the Greek god Leucides. He's actually the god of implants, but I mean, maybe it'll help.
I actually think that's cheating. I'm not sure if he has permission from Daddy.
I'm pretty sure that Matt Powell saw the video. Matt Powell saw the picture and the invite. I'm really disappointed that he never responded, because that's where they cut off in their review of the video.
In this particular conversation, I don't see that I can add anything to it that
has to be a sign.
Teach up with them. I mean, this is all kind of tongue in cheek anyway.
That's my entire case I was making. I didn't come up here to present Almighty Creator God. I'm sorry if that was the misunderstanding when I came up on the stage. I didn't come up here to make that argument. I'm a physicalist. I don't believe in that in that stuff. I don't believe in supernatural origins to the universe or anything like that. I think if an entity that exists that controls the events on Earth, the God.
Agreed, Ron.
That's what we're looking at with the Gaia hypothesis. That's all I have. Thank you for your time.
If an entity is ruling everything on Earth, he needs more education on how to do it. He's running Earth the same way Elon Musk is running Twitter.
I think Gaia would run Earth better if we just let her take the reins again.
Yeah.
So you refer to Gaia as a she. Is Gaia some kind of a goddess under Gaianism?
No. Well, under the traditional Gaianism, like the pagan belief, she is. Under Gaia hypothesis, it's just the name that they put on it. And it has a female origin to it. So and it also I've run this argument in credentialist apologetics. I've tried to run it on the suppositionalists, but they won't engage with me at all. So this is the
work that way.
On atheist. Yeah,
they won't let you ask questions.
Not yet, Bob. Yeah. Not yet.
This is my first time running it on atheist, though, so it's been an interesting response.
We may avoid him.
One more thing, Bree. Before you go, tell people about your channel and tell people what you do, because you do some amazing shows and people need to go watch that.
I do live from the Hive on Saturday mornings at 9:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. I talk about usually I'll start off by debunking some kind of woo-woo, Bigfoot, aliens, ghosts, that kind of stuff, videos.
My favorites.
Yes, I call that cryptic corner. Then I'll do some counter apologetics with a video like
Girl After My Own Heart.
About Matt Powell, I've responded to him a bit, and I don't generally respond to that low-hanging fruit, but low-hanging fruit he is. And then I finished up with some science, usually something environmental, to cleanse my palate. And every Saturday I'm there. If you're into any of that kind of stuff, I also cut it up so you don't have to watch the whole show. So there's releases of individual segments through the week. But I'm also active on Twitter. If you want me to identify an animal, a plant, a fungus, there, if you find something in your house that you're worried might be a dangerous spider or something like that, you can hit me up on Twitter. I'm just Hive Sci out there. So yeah, that's
or
what
you can download the Seek app.
Yeah, thanks.
One more thing, Bree.
Because it does it for me.
You said low-hanging fruit. I like to refer to people like that as bottom of the barrel, and that's where you find people like Kent Hovind. And if you keep scraping the barrel long enough, you get through it, and underneath, you'll find Matt Powell.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
See?
Yeah. All right. Well, it was nice to meet. I think this is my first time on a stage with Tom and Jack and JL. So it was nice
to meet you
guys.
too.
And Taco too, I think. Rest of these people
It's good seeing you, Bree.
Always good seeing you. You're amazing.
Thank you for joining us, and just let you know we've shared your YouTube channel in both YouTube and Discord audiences. Who's next, Taco?
Godson Illuvinium. I don't know how to say that. Whatever. You're up.
How's it going?
Illuvinomics, I suspect.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Great to talk to you guys.
Did we get your name correct? Godson Illuvinomics?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
Yeah, Godson Illuvinomics. Thank you, guys.
Hey, thank you for joining us.
What you got first
Thank
today?
you very much. Okay, so my argument for God is to do it by definition. Since the title of your topic here is "Convince Us a Small G God / Small G Goddess exists," so I'll try and do that by definition, and I hope you guys will agree with me that it does. So by definition, if you go to dictionary.com, there's at least 6 examples of God.
Can I stop you right now? So,
Yes.
Are we right away putting God on equal footing as unicorns and pixies and fairies and gnomes? Because if that is what you're trying to do, then yes, we believe that fictional concepts exist.
No.
Okay, continue.
I think he's trying to make the capital G God as the Almighty, the little G God as
Lower
like
G.
Zeus or
Well, I'm
whatever.
going by your title here, and by
Well,
definition.
If you prefer to talk about a capital G God or capital G Goddess, they do fit in the category of the lowercase ones. You're free to do that.
I'm doing lowercase because the title is a lowercase. Lowercase,
The
and by
Christian God is
definition-
also lowercase. The Christian God is also lowercase. Every God is lowercase.
No, Christian God typically.
All right.
is
Either
uppercase.
present your argument, or I'm going to move you back to the audience.
Okay, so I will convince you that God does exist, lowercase. If you go to the
By
definition,
God, the God
of
that we're talking about in your example would probably be the Christian God. So go ahead and present your argument for the Christian God.
I'm giving according to the title.
I'm telling you what to give your argument for. Give your arguments. Or
Godson.
Well,
they
just
used
to clarify, we
So
wrote
you guys
the title.
won't engage me with
One second,
convincing
I
you
wanna
that a God
clarify.
exists.
One second, I want to clarify. So we wrote the title. So when we wrote
Yes.
that word, the intention we made and the intention of the dictionary and the Philosophical Stanford Encyclopedia for all words that spell God, regardless of capitalization, is for any being, including the Christian God. That is like
Okay, but I'm not,
Look at
I'm
the
not trying to
dictionaries.
convince you of the Christian God. I'm trying to convince you by definition of God.
Okay, hang on.
Because
I
this
can
is
resolve
what we
this.
go by. We go by definition.
Okay, folks, I'll stop. Okay, he's trying to get through this. He's going for a generic God, I guess.
Definitionally, I'm giving you a definition.
This
is how we work.
Let's give him his
We use linguistics.
Let's give him his 30
words, and
seconds per minute.
definitions mean everything.
Stop. We're going to give you about 30 seconds or a minute to speak uninterrupted. Go ahead.
Okay, so would you agree with me that if I can convince you by definition God exists, would you accept that?
No.
You have to put forward the definition.
By definition, if you don't accept God by definition, then your
say yes
acceptance
to
of
it.
God is arbitrary.
Because he could be equivocating. He could be doing all
Yeah,
sorts of
just
things,
because
right?
because literally no. Godson, stop. Godson, stop. Godson. The problem is that you could define a thing as existing, and therefore say that it exists. But just because you define a thing as existing, just like in its definition, it exists, does not entail that it's extant to reality. So
if he equivocates or something, we can just point it out and tell him what he's doing.
Okay.
So Godson, I'm gonna let you go full volume again here in a moment.
What standard are you using? Is it arbitrary?
Reality. So definitions are arbitrary. We use definitions to try to
Definitions are
correspond to reality.
arbitrary now. Okay, so by
Yes.
definition, if I present that to you, it's arbitrary because by your own
definitions
statement,
are arbitrary.
definitions
If
are
your
arbitrary.
argument is not presented in 2
definitions
minutes, I'm
are
removing you from the stage.
Called the
Okay, so
natural
no one
ambiguity
can
of language.
convince you of God because you just said definitions are arbitrary.
All definitions are arbitrary. It's called the natural ambiguity of language. It's a law in linguistics. All definitions are
So
arbitrary.
there you go. You won't accept God because you just said definitions are arbitrary. So any evidence that you receive will be arbitrary according to you.
No, that's not how that works.
What is your argument? Let's just hear your argument. Go for 30 seconds to a minute. Go ahead and present your argument, please.
He's got 30 seconds left.
Just let him give the argument.
My argument is that God exists, lowercase God, by definition. Do you accept that?
Go, just give us the argument.
No, that is the argument. This is why I was going. Okay, he's doing the thing I said he was doing. I didn't think he was, but he is. He's basically saying, look, I could say...
Okay, here it is. Here it is. I'll go ahead and make the argument, and then I'll step down. You can disagree or agree.
Exists.
Okay, God by definition.
All right,
Go to dictionary.com. It says one...
Time's up. Sorry, I gave him 2 minutes to present his argument. We're going to go ahead and pull... What's up?
Well, I just want to say... he's not the first person. I call this a presuppositional deistic argument. It is because I can define a god, it exists, and thus you are defining God into existence. It is a fallacy.
See, I can define the Marklar on planet Marklar. That doesn't mean the Marklar exist.
Yeah. And I'm looking, because he was saying, and just to clarify, I went to dictionary.com, like he said, and I'm looking at the different definitions. There are 5 noun definitions of God and then 1 verb. But none of these entails like one of several deities, especially a male deity, presiding over some portion of worldly affairs. Still has to be demonstrated to exist. An image of a deity, an idol, doesn't mean that the thing it represents exists. Any deified person or object. So that's not what we're talking about in that respect, because a nebulous power force imagined to be responsible for one's fate. I don't know where he was going with this. This is very weird. I think Amy's right. I think Amy pegged it from the very beginning.
So I invited up Don't Ask. They're next in queue. All right, if you raise your hand, we'll pull you back up. Humble Millionaire.
Hey, Pat Dallager, good to see you.
Hopefully, Humble Millionaire has a million reasons.
There was a joke last night by Dave Chappelle. He said he got told by Yee, he's like, billionaires don't wear their money on the outside. Chappelle was like, well, you lost $1 billion, so maybe put that chain back out. Yes.
Jib Obdian, you're up next. I invited you up.
God equals, very poor choice of words on my part. I just said it and didn't even realize until I hit. I pulled a Batman.
Hello, Latinx people.
Hello.
Are we saying your name correctly? Brew, we can't hear you. Your microphone is muted. Okay, audio problems for him.
Okay.
Sounds like. And then we've got PVQ formula. What's going on?
Mathematics equals Jesus. Welcome.
And if anybody would like to chat with us or has an argument for God, feel free to go ahead and raise your hand. We can go ahead and get you pulled up.
Okay. Exceeded one. This is the politics Discord server. I put the link in the live chat.
Hello, Peanut or P&Q.
That link right there.
Union Q. I'm not sure if I'm reading that right. I'm probably messing it up. Oh, therefore, thank you. And then there was a hello, Jib Obdian. How are you?
Is my voice working?
Yeah, you're good.
Yes.
Ah, fantastic.
What you got for us today?
The mic is too.
Man. Oh, cool. All right, so I tried asking in the chat earlier because I wanted to hop in, even though I'm a hard atheist. I'm an anti-theist, but I wanted to still ask your guys' quick opinion on the problem of evil and how good of an argument it is to use. And I also wanted to ask why you think it is that theists, even though they have like Jesus as a this very moral, altruistic, almost like leftist being in a lot of aspects, that from my perspective anyway, that they kind of go in the opposite direction. They tend to be very egotistical in a way, and they tend to not be altruistic, I see, because they just want to bring people into the religion. So that's why they go out and do food drives and they essentially have like underhanded tactics to bring people into religion when the religion itself should bring people in. If that was coherent, I feel like that was a little rambly.
Problem of evil is a great argument against gods who claim to be perfectly good, because there's a contradiction between a perfectly good God who's able to prevent evil but doesn't. It's a good argument. Why Christians use underhanded tactics have nothing to do with the Christians. It's basic evolution. If there's an ideology that uses specific tactics that's more successful, then that ideology will be promoted, independent of the intentions of the individual. So most Christians help people because they want to help people, and they want to convert people as a separate desire. They just happen to have the opportunity to do both at the same time, and those kinds of organizations are more successful than the ones that don't. So that's why those kinds of organizations are the ones that prosper, not because it's like a deliberate, intentional manipulation by Christians. It just happens to be that combination is more successful.
Does it Oh, sorry, go on.
Oh no, I just want to add, I agree with everything T-Jump just said. I just want to add on that the moral argument doesn't seem to have a lot of weight in atheist circles because of how the skeptics tend to deal with things. But in theist circles, it tends to be an extremely persuasive argument. In fact, I would say science, when it doesn't seem to be the same bludgeon that it is for us, and it tends to be the philosophical, moral quandaries that really move them.
Yeah, Epicurus is famous for talking about all of this. And I'll quote him here. He says, "Is God willing to prevent evil, but not able? Then he is not omnipotent, all-powerful. Is he able, but not willing? Then he is malevolent. Is he both able and willing? Then whence cometh evil? Is he neither able nor willing? Then why call him God?" He's basically ripped the whole idea to shreds.
I really like the way you word it, because I try using the argument from evil pretty often when I get into these discussions. And something I noticed too is I'll watch street preachers try to perform as well, and I figure, if you're trying to bring people in, it would be a lot better if you tried to bring up like, oh, the positive tenets. But nearly every video that I come across is them being like, oh, being a homosexual means you're gonna go to hell, or even the really crazy ones are when they go to like Comic-Con, which is really frequently, and they're like somehow dressing up as Mario means you're gonna go to hell. Wahoo!
Those words that I just quoted are not my own, just so you know. Those are from Epicurus. If you want to know more about him, that's spelled Epicurus, in case you're curious to know more. He'd probably be an interesting philosopher for you to look into.
Yeah, let me just type that in real quick so I don't forget. E-P-I-Q. Wait, what was it?
It starts with epic. E-P-I-C-U-R-U-R-U-S.
U-S.
Yeah, Epicurus.
I'm gonna check that guy out for sure.
Yeah, I think you'll find him very interesting because you liked the quote that I just read.
Yeah, and I do appreciate you guys having me on, even though I'm like an atheist. I know this is more for like the theists to ask questions, but it's like I'm like, holy cow, like Randolph's here, T-Jump's here, Amy Newman's here. Holy shit, I gotta pop on. I gotta say stuff.
Well, thank you so much, and all these people are interesting people. I suggest you look into T-Jump and JL Warren as well, and everybody. Jack Burton, I don't think he has a YouTube channel, but if he did, I'd be promoting it as well. Maybe someday. But no, we greatly appreciate it. And yeah, it's mostly theists who come on the stage, but we do get people who are not theists as well, atheists, and in your case, you're an anti-theist, and we appreciate having all these different perspectives. Thank you very much for coming on. We're really glad that you're here.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm not love.
And Randolph, you were helping him out in case he was epic curious.
Which I am every day.
ZXL Master, I had that's a bit of a long conversation, so I'd have to address that. So I'll try and address that a little bit later.
Up here, I'm pulling the formula guy back up.
Hello.
Hello, welcome. How do we pronounce your name?
P or Q, not P, therefore Q. Hey, Tom, do you think that moral statements are propositional?
Yes.
Such that at least one moral proposition is true?
It's the definition of moral realism.
All right, so you're a moral realist? So do you think that these moral propositions are different from other true propositions?
No.
No? Well, do you think that that there's some sort of reason givingness?
We have somebody going specifically targeting T-Jump. I think he's been on before.
How is that irrelevant?
Like if you're asking for a truth maker, it depends on your definition. It's just philosophical gibberish. Do you have an actual question?
I'm not asking for a truth maker. I don't think you understand the question. Like when we talk about normativity,
I do, but you're just philosophical gibberish. Make an
it's
actual
not gibberish
argument.
at all.
It is.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think you need to read more. You talk about normativity. You talk about like moral norms, epistemic norms. They're not very different from other norms, right?
You have an argument?
So I'm asking, is there a metaphysical queerness objection you're making? It doesn't seem like
an argument?
Yeah, I do have an argument.
What's your argument?
Yeah, well, my argument is that if you're rejecting moral norms, I'm just going to give you companions of guilt argument.
What?
If you're rejecting that moral norms are exemplify some sort of reason givingness, and that they're categorical, then
philosophical gibberish. You can go bother the philosophical papers. None of that is relevant. None of that is an objection.
It's Tom. Why do you always do this? You can't really engage. This is an issue.
Because I've destroyed your argument. Your argument is just gibberish.
I didn't give it an argument. I was asking you a question. I didn't give you an argument.
It's gibberish.
It's not gibberish. I'm asking you a question.
If you can't make a coherent question, you lose. It's that simple.
How is it
incoherent? Nothing you said is relevant. Nothing you said is an objection. Nothing you said
how
is
it incoherent? No, Tom, I'm not going to let you dodge. How is it incoherent?
You're done. If you don't ask a coherent question, you're just going to get kicked.
I'm not going to let you dodge.
You're done. You're done. Kick him out. Kick him out.
This is why you lost the debate.
Thank you for coming out. We've got Boomer Stein up next.
What a disaster that turned into.
Boomer Stein's a deist.
I think he's been on before, and he specifically comes onto the stage to go after T-Jump.
Yeah, he does it a bunch, actually. Yeah. He's done it quite a few times.
It's fine if he actually makes a coherent argument. Like, if he's just going to do philosophical gibberish, he just loses instantly.
That's why I just let it go. I just let it go until T-Jump said...
In fact, I think that's what T-Jump said. I think that's what you said the last time he was up.
Same thing, yep. He comes up here a lot, yep.
What's up, Boomer?
Yo, what's up?
Welcome. Hey, what do you got first today?
I only got two things for you guys, so I'll make it quick. First thing is do any of you reject the idea that deism versus atheism is a matter of opinion?
What does that even mean?
I'm asking you. Man, I knew this would be bait for you. T-Jump, I knew you'd jump on this one. Is it not a matter of opinion whether or not you're a deist or an atheist?
Sure it is. Well, unless you think that beliefs are determined, in which case, not necessarily.
No, I don't think you can choose your beliefs.
Right, then then it wouldn't necessarily be an opinion. It's a fact of the matter that you happen to be a deist or an atheist. It's not your choice.
I mean, a matter of opinion on whether or not you're going to choose one or the
agreed,
other. Does
Arno.
anyone reject
Absolutely
that?
Agreed.
Essentially, what seems more logical to you personally?
I see atheism as something that comes naturally because people aren't believing. Deism would be more in line with being a choice for many people.
I would reject that idea because, I mean, you see this with... I mean, you can argue it's naturalistic, but you don't have a lot of proof for that. Even in,
the requirement to believe something is having some conceptualization of what it is one's believing in. And if we start without these concepts, then the fact is that we just don't believe in it because it's not possible to believe without having that understanding first. That's where I see atheism comes in naturally.
I mean, if you want to appeal to like naturalism, you can say that most people will naturally assume that they have a creator. Which I mean, we do. We have our parents. Like that is the natural.
So, in order for that to work, you have to take the position that people are born with an intrinsic concept that deities, of what a deity, what a god or goddess is. And there are people who, in the world, that just don't. Like, you even look at the Paraha people in the Amazon rainforest, they don't even have the word in their language for gods or goddesses. It's just
but Randolph, you're arguing the opposite and then saying I can't do the same.
Well, what is your argument?
You're arguing exactly that on the other end.
What are your arguments?
Are you claiming that people are born with an intrinsic concept of a god or goddess? Because
I'm not, but I'm rejecting your idea that everyone's born without one.
What is your argument? Let's stop with the definitions. What is your argument? You've just been asking definitional questions which are completely irrelevant. What's your argument?
Okay, so that basically my whole thing was asking you guys whether or not you think it's a matter of opinion. That was the whole thing. secondly, my second thing was, yo, T-Jump, Taco, Amy, why the fuck do you guys love to talk over people so much? What's like your issue with communicating with people, man?
Oh, Boomer's
Don't
getting,
have one. I just
Boomer's
stopped
getting
when you say
saucy.
gibberish.
You seem to.
Oh, do you have any? Like, it seems like you don't have anything relevant to say.
I'd like to know why you think what it is. Like, if you think we're not born without a belief or even a concept of what deities are, then like, what have you got to present?
That's entirely
to counter
possible,
that?
Bob.
Like,
Also,
what?
I would say it's the nature of just online discourse. I think that everyone tries to fight against it. I know when I catch myself doing it, I try to cut myself off or mute myself. But I do think it is just the nature of online conversation. You're just being an a-hole if you do it purposefully. But I think that if you are having good conversations, that's the ultimate goal.
Okay, but Randolph, you don't get to just say everyone's born without the concept and then just leave it at that. We don't really know.
Well, it seems to be the case because the first exposure for me for the concept of a deity was from somebody else telling me. Now, granted, there are some people in the world who've created their own deities and may have had no influence before. I'm not going to discount that possibility. It must have been the case, it seems. But, there are people who believe in multiple goddesses and gods. There are people who believe in only one. And then there are people who don't believe in any. And again, are you disagreeing with my point that... perhaps you're disagreeing with my point that in order to believe in something, one must first have a concept of what that is that they're believing in?
Well, that's just arbitrary because I can say the exact same thing about like rejection of a god.
No. I've made a logical statement here about that. So, are you agreeing or disagreeing with my statement that one must first have a concept of something before they can believe in it?
I think you need to have a concept.
I'd like to Boomerstein. I'd like
Peter.
Let me Randolph. No, hold on. I'd like to.
Peter, please stop because Boomerstein was just starting to answer my question. Just give him a sec to answer. Okay.
I think that yes, people need to.
Just wanted to confirm Randolph's position because I didn't have the entire God concept until I was in my 20s.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to answer it first, is that I think people need to have, like, they need to understand it in order to have an opinion on it. But, you can gain knowledge about something just by, like conceiving of it in your own head. Like, I mean, that's...
So you're changing the wording of what I stated. I'll state it again. Because William Lane Craig uses this little bit of sophistry, by the way, on a regular basis. So, and he's been caught doing it many times. What I said was, in order to believe in something, one must logically, and I'm adding the word logically here, have some kind of concept of what that is they're believing in. Now, to clarify, it doesn't have to be a full, complete, exhaustive, conceptual...
Okay, I can agree with that.
Okay,
I can agree with
that
because I don't actually know.
So now,
I don't know William Lane Craig.
Hey, okay. Randolph, your mic is really, really loud. Can you lower it?
I'll lower it
50%.
Okay, give me just
right there.
Yeah, I'll say I don't know William Lane Craig, but you adding the logical entailment, I'm fine with that. I can agree with that.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. So that's good. Yeah, he's a
like 50% lower, please.
Okay, give me a sec. He is a philosopher. So what happens is I have. So I'm wondering now. You agree with that logical point that I just made? So that is an obvious requirement of reality. We can't get around that. That's logic. So I'm glad you agree with that. Now, if that's the case, then where are we getting these concepts from? Are you kind of implying that we are born with these concepts? I'm going to adjust my volume while you respond to me.
Well, I tend to go with environmentalism over like people get things from other people. I don't necessarily know where they're coming from originally, but I think a lot of culture just comes from people. I mean, I don't know if that's like what you mean exactly.
Are we born with the beliefs? Like cuckoo bird, the cuckoo bird, it's when it's born, it immediately pushes out the other eggs in the nest. Like, do we have inbuilt this like belief set in our brain that God exists when we're born? That's what he's asking?
No, I don't think that. I just don't think it's. I don't think it's fair to say the other end also, though. I don't think it's fair to say that no one's born with an intrinsic concept.
Why? That seems like a very good inductive argument, given that consciousness doesn't exist and then it does exist. So how could it possibly exist prior to its own existence?
Well, we don't exactly have people born into a vacuum, other than like, random groups of people who don't have words for gods. Like, they're not exactly the majority. We don't have this perfect example of someone born inside of a white cube, and we ask them whether or not they think God is real, or if there's a creator. So I think it's questionable to say that people don't have an intrinsic value, and also saying people have an intrinsic value. I think both statements are too loaded to make a complete statement on.
I think we have a pretty good history of human evolution, and we can say that the earliest religions happened 6 to 10,000 years ago. Prior to that, there weren't any. Like, there's pretty good evidence that there's a structure to which they come about in society.
Okay, if you want to talk history, I can talk history. I know my history well enough to do that. Is that we don't have archaeological evidence of organized religion. You have to make a distinction between whether or not cavemen believed in some sky daddy, or whether or not people had an organized religion. What you're talking about is Egyptian organized religion as the first one we have archaeological evidence for. So there is no evidence of any religion prior to. Yeah, and again, we don't have archaeological evidence of an organized religion. It's the only thing we can get evidence for.
We have religions predating the Egyptians.
If you're talking about those statues,
I'll be right back. I gotta let the dogs in.
Are you?
Because it's a bit chilly outside.
It's not. I can't hear you. Your mic is very low.
Okay, now his mic's too low.
No, Randolph. We can't hear Randolph.
Oh, that's what he was saying.
I know.
Randolph, you're really low now, Randolph.
Yeah.
Is this better?
Barely.
Yeah, that's way better.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, thanks, guys. I went 50% was way too low then. So Boomer's saying, my original point was is that people are born without beliefs in deities and other things because they don't have concepts of it. I think we made progress because you acknowledged and agreed with the logic that supports this observation. Now, in order for you to then turn around and say that it can be both, now you're going to have to demonstrate the contradiction of the logical statement, or demonstrate that people actually are born with these beliefs somehow. From what I observe, it doesn't seem to be the case that anybody's born with any beliefs. These are either learned culturally or environmentally, as you stated, which I agree with, or they have to create them on their own.
And that's what I'm talking about. I'm saying that, well, would you consider creating on your own because I'm not talking about specific deities. I'm talking about general theism and deism. I'm saying a general creator idea. You can come up with that on your own.
Yeah, people can. Well, somebody obviously came up with the idea of a creator deity at some point. So at least one person in the world has done this. There's multiple religions, and I think people will easily agree, even religious people, that the other religions, those were created and those are fictitious, right? So we hear that all the time. Even the Bible states that. So I think it's just because somebody creates it doesn't mean that they were born with that idea. They may have created that idea later in their life. I'd be very surprised if a 2-day-old baby created the idea of a deity. That just would seem out of line.
when you say created on your when you originally said you're born without, I misunderstood what you meant.
I should have used the word conceptualized. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, because I think that you're not born with the idea, but as time goes on, you can come up with your own personal deity. I mean, you can comprehend reality and try to determine, I don't think you're born with that. I think you need to be, at least semi-developed in order to do it. But
yeah, I agree
I think I misunderstood your terminology. I'll apologize.
No problem. I appreciate that. You don't need to apologize. These conversations are about working these kind of things out. So, I think people conceptualize them once they have enough intellectual acuity, then that is an
I would agree with that turtle moves.
And again, though,
basically just trying to come up with answers for why things were the way they were.
Are learning it rather than conceptualizing it on their own.
That's fair. That's a fair statement to make. But I think that there is definitely a contingent of people who are able to, perceive of another, of a deity.
Good to hear he's a good to hear he was a good
I
man.
agree with that.
Okay, then I guess we're done. You can throw me back down, Taka. I know you've been
time. It was a good conversation. I appreciate
Thanks, Boomer.
So I'm left not convinced of a deity after that, but I think it was good to hash that out.
Do y'all want to talk to Andre again? He's in the queue again.
Sure.
Agamemnon.
Bring him up. Let's see what's going
on. Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome back.
Yeah, thanks for letting me be on the stage again.
No worries.
So, yeah, unfortunately, I wasn't able to finish the argument when I was on the stage earlier. Somebody was talking about the problem of evil. And I think the problem of evil is actually a problem for the atheist, not for the theist. It's actually very strong confirmatory evidence for theism over
Boomer,
atheism.
up there causing troubles.
Well, first of all, because theism predicts that there should be something like suffering or evil in the world. But naturalism or atheism doesn't. And I think you guys have pretty much agreed with the other atheist, with the other agnostic who said that, yeah, just naturalism, evolutionary theory just can't predict consciousness. And if it doesn't predict consciousness, then it can't predict that there should be something like suffering.
Hold on, so general theism does not predict suffering, so that's false.
Yeah, great. Actually, general theism doesn't, which is an excellent point. But Christian theism does. And that's why the existence of evil is strong confirmatory evidence of Christian theism over any other. It's not just confirmatory evidence over atheism, but it confirms Christianity.
You say predict, I think you really mean like a post hoc rationalization.
It is. This was pointed out last time he was on the stage. This is all post hoc.
Yeah, that's fine. So you can say that I'm retrodicting.
Yeah, I need you to concede the difference between prediction. Yeah, so that's not
Hey, Blue, good to see you.
Okay, so you can say I'm retrodicting, but the point is that Christian theism is still compatible, and in fact, if you adopt that there's such a thing as a Christian deity, then it just follows from that there should be such a thing as great suffering and evil in the world.
That depends upon how you define the Christian God.
Well, if you take Genesis to be true, that is the main thrust of Genesis is that humanity didn't want God to be fully present in creation. And if you take evil to be an absence of good, and if God is not fully present in creation, then there's a possibility that there's going to be natural evil in the world.
True, but that's not a universal interpretation of Genesis. So why would we side with your
argument, though?
No, but what you're
like natural good and divine good.
Yeah, what you're describing, Agamemnon, is a version of is literally a one of many interpretations of what Genesis was trying to say.
Oh, great. But
okay, so how do you justify your hermeneutic?
Roman Catholic.
Yeah, how do you justify your hermeneutic over anybody else's?
Yeah, I'm talking about the standard. So that's even better, because then that's just strong confirmatory evidence of the standard Roman Catholic interpretation of the story of Genesis, specifically the Aquinas interpretation, which is like Aquinas is responsible for some of the doctrines of the Catholic Church. So then this is strong confirmatory evidence. Yeah. So this is strong confirmatory evidence for Roman Catholicism over atheism or any other worldview. So the way it is that...
One sec. It would be if there was no suffering, like we had a world with nothing, and then you looked at Christianity and said, well, if we look at potential worlds, if they have suffering, this would be evidence of this hypothesis. But like everyone else said, because we already start with a world with suffering...
Take it easy, legal, OKC. Good to see you, bud.
Suffering is not strong confirmatory evidence.
Well, no, if you
exactly repo, it's all post hoc.
Christian worldview, specifically the Roman Catholic worldview, it just follows naturally from that there should be great suffering in the world.
No, that doesn't matter, because that would only be evidence if you started with a nothing and then looked at a world and found suffering. But since we start with a world that already has suffering, and this worldview was constructed in that world, then it's not strong confirmatory evidence because it's post hoc, like everyone said. It's a anthropocentric fallacy. Like if we start with a world that has life and you say, well, I have a hypothesis that includes life, therefore seeing a world with life is strong confirmatory evidence of my hypothesis. It's actually not if you start with a world with life and that worldview was constructed in that world.
I disagree because I take evidence to be anything that raises the probability of a certain hypothesis being true. So if there's an observation which is explained by certain phenomena. If you guys are not going to let me finish again,
let him talk
then I'm
for a
just going to get
moment,
off the
Xerxes. Just let him talk, and then you can talk after he finishes saying what he's saying.
I started talking after T-Jump finished, and then he just jumped into it and didn't listen to me.
I just feel like this is dogpiling, so
I'm
I have
just
to
gonna
respond point by point.
You and I have literally had this conversation before. I've told you
so
that
I
under
think I'm gonna get
theism,
off this
especially
stage.
Christian theism, there's nothing, there's no state of affairs that you wouldn't expect under Christian theism because God's omnipotent and he can do anything he wants for any reason he wants. Every state of affairs has a prior probability above zero if God exists. There's no expectation under theism.
Yeah, so you're saying if there's just suffering in the world, that would still be compatible with theism? There's no joy, there's nothing, just suffering?
Yeah, there's no reason why it wouldn't be.
So then you're conceding the argument from evil is not a good argument against the existence of God.
Only if you define God in such a way wherein he's logically incompatible with the existence of evil, and you accept that evil exists, but you don't define God in that way. So no.
So the argument from evil is a non-starter?
It's not the argument from evil, it's the logical problem of evil. You've already conceded
so the logical problem of evil is non-starter?
You concede that God is not omnibenevolent, and therefore the logical problem of evil does not apply.
Well, I never conceded God is not omnipotent, but I
No, he said omnibenevolent.
Finish my argument.
He said omnibenevolent.
My argument.
You defined it in a way that is meaningless.
Okay. If I'm not able to finish my argument, I guess there's no point that I'm going to be on the stage. So yeah, okay.
You can present your argument if you have one. Well,
I tried to do it, but
every time I back him into a corner, he runs away.
By like
everybody here, stop talking for a moment. Let him present his argument and then respond. If you start talking when he's presenting his syllogism, I'm going to mute you.
Okay, great, thanks. So Christian theism is the idea, well, specifically the Roman Catholic interpretation is that of Genesis is that humanity didn't want God to be fully present in creation. And then if God is not fully present and evil is just an absence of good, then the Roman Catholic interpretation explains why there's such a thing as evil in the world. On the other hand, its alternatives cannot. In fact, its alternatives are completely incompatible with the existence of evil. And therefore, if you observe evil,
this is all post-hoc.
And Roman Catholicism can explain it, the alternatives cannot, then evil is evidence for Roman Catholicism.
That's only if you adhere to specific definitions of these various things that he has.
Okay, so that's
and it's a post-hoc rationalization.
It would be, when you say it cannot explain it, any worldview can explain it after it's known. And so if the only advantage theism would have here is that it explains it a priori to knowing the data.
Hey, Logan, good to see you, bud.
Because you have a hypothesis that expects potatoes, you look into the world, there's a potato, then that hypothesis would have an advantage because it predicted it before we knew it. Any worldview that looks at the potato and then makes up a hypothesis to explain the potato is going to explain that there's a potato there. Same thing applies to suffering. So evolution explains suffering after we know it, just like God explains suffering after we know it. And so there's no advantage there between theism or atheism.
Well, the problem is that evolutionary theory doesn't at all explain suffering, because the only way evolutionary theory can explain suffering would be that if evolution either predicts or retrodicts suffering. Evolutionary theory doesn't do any of that.
No, it doesn't have to be a prediction or a retrodiction. You can have any ad hoc explanation that this exists in the universe, like God did it.
Retrodiction is ad hoc.
That's fine. So the retrodiction that God did it and the retrodiction that evolution did it are equally as ad hoc. There's no difference there.
Well, no, because for you to say that evolutionary theory can ad hoc explain consciousness, you would have to say that there's a viable model under which evolutionary theory would entail consciousness.
No.
However, evolutionary theory doesn't entail consciousness. In fact, it's completely incompatible with the existence of consciousness.
False. So the first thing you said was false. I don't need a version that entails suffering. I just need to say it can be possibly. It's logically possible to explain how suffering.
Well, it's not even logically possible.
It is logically possible. There's no logical contradiction. Therefore, it's logically possible.
I mean, I can give you a 30-second logical contradiction.
Stop interrupting. So any assertion that God could create it is equally as ad hoc or have any problems that any other arbitrary ontology could create it. There's no advantage of a God magically creating it to any other ontology magically creating it. So no, any problems that you assert post hoc or retrodix from one worldview to post hoc explain any phenomenon will apply to all worldviews. That's why it's not evidence of anything. No one cares if you can make up.
Well, if that is true, then the argument from evil against God's existence is a non-starter, because it just means that all hypotheses explain the data equally well.
No, they can all make up explanations to explain the data. Yes, the argument from evil is a self-contradiction in the Christian worldview. That's the argument. It's not about saying that God can't explain evil. It's about saying that a God who is all good would prevent evil more likely than not, and therefore it's more likely that God, who's all powerful and all good, would not allow evil. So the fact that it can make up an explanation, yeah, obviously, no one's claiming there's a logical contradiction there, except like me in certain contexts. But so obviously, you can make up an explanation to try to make evil explained by the God hypothesis, but that doesn't matter to the argument. No one cares.
I guess I'm not following. So are you saying there's no logical problem of evil? Or are you saying there's a logical problem of evil?
I like the logical problem.
Yes.
I like it a lot. But the problem of evil
in
general...
You just said that every single hypothesis is completely compatible with the existence of evil.
Sure, as long as you don't have a logical contradiction, like saying God would not create evil and there is evil. That would create a logical contradiction.
Okay. That's a great point. As long as there's no logical contradiction, but there's a logical contradiction between the existence of suffering and evolutionary theory.
The two things are not even connected.
What is that? What is the logical contradiction with evolution and suffering?
Well, just that identity theory, the idea that conscious states are identical to some brain process is false. It can be demonstrated to lead to a logical contradiction.
Well, that's false. But suppose it was true. That's not the only hypothesis of evolution. So evolution isn't identical to identitarianism, and so it wouldn't make a difference anyway.
Yeah. Well, the problem with all the other views is that they entail epiphenomenalism, which is the idea that mental states can't cause any physical states.
There's about
you're just
82.
saying no.
There's 82 different versions of like how consciousness works in physicalism, saying it's all epiphenomenalism. Like no,
dude's like Canadian Catholic 2.0.
He's not as bad as Canadian Catholic.
Yeah, Agamemnon. We've already broken down how consciousness, how our minds, our brains, are a result of evolution. And just because our brains can be, and if our consciousness, if our elevated ability to reason, which is a part of our consciousness, if our ability to reason was a survival trait that allowed us to outsurvive our fellow competitors, then yes, evolution predicts that. Doesn't predict specific traits. It just predicts the ones that improve survivability. So if our consciousness, which we have determined is probably the primary reason why we outsurvived our competitors, then yes, evolution does predict for that because it predicts for survivable traits. So that's all that is. Just because
that's JL. He's arguing that it's logically impossible. So evolution can't predict something that's logically impossible.
I agree with that, yeah. But I'm trying to see where he's making this leap. Just because human beings evolved consciousness that helped us to survive, which is predicted by evolution, just because we have the brains we have and we're able to arbitrarily define a particular phenomena as suffering, which is arbitrary and subjective in and of itself, how are you making that leap? The two they're not even in the same field.
I think that's.
I don't think
what's your argument?
Suffering is subjective. Yeah.
Wait.
So first of all, I
want
to make 2 points. The 2 points is T-Jump has already conceded that the logical argument from evil is a non-starter because he said that I can give a viable account of how evil and God can coexist. As soon as you can
Sure,
see that,
God
then you
could
can
just
see
be
the logical
evil.
argument from evil.
Yeah, God could just be evil. So, but give us your
but I'm
argument that
talking
it's...
about the Roman Catholic account.
It doesn't matter how you. It doesn't matter if you define the God. Xerxes already Xerxes already pointed out that you adhere to a specific definition of God, where the logical problem of evil is not an issue. Because if you don't define your God as omnibenevolent, then if you don't define it that way, then yes, if the God is capable, if the God is capable of if the God is essentially dystheism, a malevolent or a deceptive God, then the logical problem of evil is not a problem, because it doesn't apply to that. It's an internal critique of a God that is defined as omnibenevolent.
Well, so the logical problem isn't quite. So my logical problem goes like this: drowning babies when not required, or just drowning babies ever, is immoral necessarily. Any God that drowns babies is therefore immoral, and so there's a logical contradiction with an all-good God that would drown babies. Therefore, the Christian God as defined in the Bible is logically impossible to be good.
I will address that. ZXL Master, near-death experience. Yes, it does. Near-death experiences are essentially, they don't say anything about memory. Memory is contained in the brain because we can tweak the brain and we can affect
If you
memory.
can see that I can give a viable account of how evil exists under such a God, then you're just conceding there's no logic.
Nothing comes back from brain death, ZXL.
In the chat of you conceding this
if
very
you come
point
back, you weren't brain
your
dead.
argument is naturalism can't explain suffering, i.e. evil, because it can't explain consciousness. And then I asked you, how does God explain consciousness? And you admitted that God cannot explain
You're talking about clinical death, not biological death. Biological death is brain death. Nothing comes back from biological death. Clinical death, yes.
Don't fucking lie. People are going to go look at the receipt.
So
Hey, I wasn't done.
Specific
I wasn't
fact
done.
that
I wasn't
God
done.
is conscious.
Was not done, Andre. I
be...
wasn't done, Andre. You said in that video, God cannot explain consciousness. It's just a brute fact of his nature. Therefore, it's just a brute fact of reality. So, God doesn't explain suffering any better than naturalism does, according to the argument that you made. So, evil does not positively indicate the existence of any particular God, especially not the Roman Catholic one. So why don't you give us a meaningful definition of omnibenevolent?
Perfectly good.
Okay, sure. I can start with that, but afterwards I have to move on to why evolutionary theory is inconsistent with suffering. So
why do you have to disprove evolution?
My concept of a God is a Roman Catholic
these things aren't
God.
even connected.
No, that's the argument. I asked him
respond?
to wait. I asked him to give the argument. He said that suffering was logically possible to be with evolution, and I want him to give that argument, which is what he tried to say before. That's the thing he was going to tell us.
Okay, sure. I can start with that.
What the fuck does evolution have to
so
do
the only way you can get suffering under
with the arbitrary determination of what suffering
identity
is?
Theory or some type of merging?
No.
So identity theory is the idea that consciousness is identical to a brain process. Well, the problem with that is that it's false. Because if
what is the logical
identical,
contradiction? So the first problem is you can't just give two alternatives and say these are the only two. That's false. There's lots of different alternatives. I could just say consciousness is a physical quantum field.
Well, these are the two broad two categories.
No, that's false. There are lots more than two categories. But what is the logical contradiction with evolution creating suffering?
Well, that's what I'm trying to explain when you cut me off. So the
evolution doesn't entail physicalism. Wait. Evolution doesn't entail physicalism. Evolution doesn't entail epiphenomenalism. Evolution doesn't entail identitarianism. So none of the things that you listed are actually entailed in evolution.
Are you saying evolution doesn't presuppose naturalism?
No, there's theists who think evolution is true. Evolution doesn't.
But presumably you think the mechanisms of evolution are natural.
Sure. There are people who think God is natural.
So if you think the mechanisms of evolution is natural and there's nobody to guide it, I'm saying, you can't have anything like suffering.
Sure, you can.
Wait. So you're saying that evolution, when unguided by a mind,
give the argument.
One sec. So you're saying that evolution, when unguided by a mind, can't logically produce suffering? Is that your argument?
Yeah.
Why?
The only way you can get a mind. Sorry, the only way you can get suffering is by assuming that consciousness is fundamental to the universe, which I take to be a non-naturalist view.
Well, that's just logically false. Like anything that you can assume is fundamental, you can also assume is an emergent property. So, no.
No, I mean by fundamental, I just mean it's not emergent. It's just fundamental, exists prior to any physical stuff.
No, that's why I said when you assume anything is fundamental, you could also assume it's emergent, which means not fundamental, and that's equally as likely. So any fundamental thing you think is fundamental could be a composite. There's no logical contradiction there. So anything that you think is fundamental could logically be an emergent property of something else.
I think that's the logical contradiction.
How is it a logical contradiction to say that the thing you think is fundamental is actually a composite of smaller things?
Well, because by fundamental, I just mean it's not composed of smaller things, and it's not. It just exists.
I understand your definition, but if there is a particular entity, consciousness, for example, and you think it's fundamental, which means you think it's not composed of smaller things, there is no logical contradiction with you being wrong and it's actually composed of smaller things. The fact that you define it as fundamental is irrelevant. Your definitions are arbitrary. So for anything that you think is fundamental, there is no logical contradiction with you being wrong and it actually being a composite.
Yeah, okay. So I'm starting with the definition. If you say that my definition is incoherent, I don't understand. Are you saying my definition is incoherent, or what exactly is the counter argument? Because you still haven't allowed me to give the argument.
So you said it's logically impossible for an unguided evolution without a mind to produce suffering. And you said the reason for this was because consciousness is fundamental.
No, I never. Yes, consciousness is fundamental. You cannot get consciousness if, like, as an emergent property, or as it cannot be identical to any type of physical and natural process.
Right, and my counter argument to that is like there is no logical contradiction with getting.
Yeah, the problem at ZXL Master is that we understand how memories are formed, we understand where they're stored, and we understand the effects of it. So we can actually tweak the brain and affect memory.
I thought that was the argument. So go ahead.
That's the point.
No, that's not the argument. So the argument is either identity theory is true, that its consciousness is identical to some physical phenomenon, or it's some type of emergent property. Well, if it's identical to physical phenomenon, we know that to be false, because when I think about my own mental states, if consciousness is just identical to a physical process, then I should be thinking about a physical process. And yet, apparently, I'm not thinking about a physical process, because when I think about my own consciousness, the only thing that I'm experiencing, when I'm introspecting, the only thing I'm experiencing are subjective properties. I'm not able to do any sort of neuroscience through introspection. I can't discover action potentials. I can't discover, anything physical about my brain.
This is not a compelling argument.
So that means identity theory is false.
No, that's just not a compelling argument. So the problem is that you're just cherry picking particular arguments that particular people in philosophy like, that no one else in philosophy accepts, and saying, haha, proof. Okay, if you think that's compelling argument,
what is the reason why they don't accept it?
Because it just could be false. There's no logical contradiction with you just being wrong. Why could it be false? Because it could be the case that consciousness is identical to physical states, and you just don't understand how your conceptualization relates to those physical states.
Okay, so I guess I'm going to put it into premise conclusion format to see which premise you deny, if you don't mind. So premise one would be consciousness is identical to neurochemical processing in your brain. Premise two, when you think about consciousness, you should be thinking about a neurochemical process. Conclusion, premise three. Premise three, when you think about consciousness, you're not thinking about a neurochemical state. Conclusion, consciousness is not a neurochemical process.
This is like Hillary Putnam's water argument. This is stupid ass semantic externalism. This isn't even a neuroskeptic argument.
Premise three would be wrong. When you're thinking about consciousness, you actually are thinking about physical states. You just don't realize it.
When we would go back.
Okay.
Andre, we would go back. Hold on, Andre.
So you think that when you. So you think Andre, when you think about consciousness, you're actually thinking about like action potentials, neuronal brain patterns, instead of like subjective experiences?
Yeah, so when you think of subjective experiences, your brain has a composite of that idea, and when you actually break it down to its core components, you're actually just thinking about action potentials. You just don't realize it.
But by neurochemical processes, I mean like neurochemistry. Like I'm talking about the collection of chemistry, I'm not talking about like individual chemical states. I'm talking about like a whole collection.
I understand.
So
I'm saying that the way
you're...
your thoughts work, the way you envision something in your brain is actually you thinking about neurochemical states, but your brain is doing it in such a complex way. Well, I mean, like you're actually thinking about the neurons firing, but it's doing it in such a complex way that it produces this vision of complex ideas like consciousness. So the ideas that you envision you're thinking about, like qualia, can actually be broken down to ideas of neuron potential that you just don't realize you're having. There's no logical contradiction with that.
So you think I'm thinking about subjective properties instead of the actual like physical properties?
No, you're thinking of the physical properties, but that combines in such a way that it produces a collection idea of this subjective properties. So the idea here is that your ideas of consciousness can be reduced to ideas of potential energy states in neurons, and you just don't realize it.
Okay. So can you tell me? You can
ZXL Master, evolution does not logically stand beyond the physical.
I don't have to,
evolution only speaks to the natural selection of particular gene alleles over time in populations. That's it. That's all evolution
specifically
deals with.
You could never, even hypothetically in principle, reduce a quality to a quantity.
Nope, that's begging the question from idealists. Idealists are wrong about that.
No, I'm gonna give you an argument. Qualities
I'm
are
just going to go back to what I said before.
Wait, so
Andre,
am I not allowed to give the argument then?
Oh my God, you've been given an argument and you keep getting smacked down every single time. This is easy enough to explain.
There's a disagreement.
And it's easy enough to clear the fuck up. All right.
Okay.
When you think about water, are you thinking about the molecular compound 2 hydrogen and 1 oxygen?
Well, of course I'm not.
No.
I mean, depends on if I was in the Middle Ages, then I would be thinking about.
Well, hold on. We're not there yet.
The superficial qualities.
Andre, we're not there yet. Stop. Just answer the question, dude. Stop filibustering.
Well, it's not a yes or no question.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. When you personally, Andre, Agamemnon, think about water, are you thinking about the molecular compound 2 parts hydrogen, 1 part oxygen?
Yes, I am.
Okay. John the farmer from 1725, is he thinking about that when he thinks of water?
No, he's just thinking of the superficial qualities.
Okay, so he's not aware of the fact that water is H2O.
Yes, he's not aware.
So maybe you're just not aware of the fact that neurochemical processes are in fact what you're referring to when you say consciousness, just like Farmer John in 1725 is not aware of the fact that when he refers to water, what he's talking about is 2 parts hydrogen, 1 part oxygen.
That's a very good
philosopher.
That's an excellent point. That's an excellent point. However, it doesn't really work because there's a difference in this case. There's a difference between your sensation of water, what you subjectively experience, and water itself, which is something outside your brain. However, when it comes
this guy is extremely emotionally manipulative, and I don't like him.
The neurochemical process and what you're supposed to.
That's an excellent deal, but that's an excellent point, but it's wrong.
So there's no delineation.
That's not an excellent point. I can't stand his emotional manipulation.
So you cannot. Spot on. How did you not?
Well, no, you're not getting it though.
No, dude,
you're not getting it because there's a difference between water.
When you experience water, you are in fact experiencing H2O. You just call it water. It's just common language. When you are experiencing consciousness,
you're not experiencing
what you are experiencing. Yes, you are. What the fuck does that even mean? That's a logical contradiction, Agamemnon. Andre,
because
if you agree,
H2O occurs outside your brain.
What the fuck does that even mean? Andre, if you're experiencing water, you are experiencing H2O because they are the same thing. Are they not?
Yeah, when you experience water, you're not experiencing H2O because people in the Middle Ages.
You're stupid. I'm done with you.
Wait, am I allowed to finish?
No, I think we can be done with this because we've come at this from every single angle, and
if you want to overtalk.
No, Agamemnon. At this point, I'm convinced that you're being Agamemnon. I'm convinced that you're being willfully obtuse, and I'm done. And I'm done. Xerxes is done. T-Jump's done. We're all done. So.
He presented multiple arguments, and you guys provided defeaters. That was all that happened.
Just want to stare into the camera and just say Gatorade. Okay, we can go back to serious conversation.
What's going on?
That was insufferable.
What's up, guys?
Hello, Otangelo.
Yes, Randolph. So let me present my argument. Where two distinct, I will read here, okay? So where two distinct processes are required to work together to perform a function, and individually they have no function, then it is necessary for both components to rise together. One process depends on the other, and singularly, they would not convey what an organism needs. Do you agree with that or not?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so if they have to merge together, I give you here a concrete example. Keeping a pool of functional DNA molecules depends on the proper biosynthesis of RNA and DNA molecules itself, and the fine-tuned regulation of nucleotide metabolism to ensure DNA replication with high fidelity, which is essential for proper development in all free living organisms. So here we have exactly an example where you have two distinct processes which individually they have no function, but they need to work together in order to have the right pool and quantity of nucleotides for the cell and the organism to work. And the question, of course, is how could such an interdependent system have emerged
evolution
without guidance?
Evolution. So we have examples of that happening in evolutions, such as the VPU, a gene in HIV, which takes 4 to 7 independent mutations to happen simultaneously, and without any one of them, it wouldn't function. And we see that happening in the past 70 years in HIV. There's also the placental evolution in lizards, which takes dozens of different evolutions happening simultaneously for it to function. There's the many different examples we have of multiple interdependent evolution or multiple interdependent protein binding sites being required to cause any kind of function that we see occurring in nature without any kind of guided activation.
Yeah.
Evolution is the answer.
Yeah, the problem, T-Jump, which I have with that is that the example which I just gave is a prerequisite for life. So this is not an evolutionary problem, it is an abiogenesis problem, and you probably know that the origin of life cannot be explained by evolutionary mechanisms.
Didn't say life.
So you cannot invoke evolution to explain precisely that interdependent system, which is a prerequisite for life.
We invoke organic chemistry.
So there's molecular evolution, which is predating life, which is the origin of abiogenesis. So evolution can happen at molecular structures without life. You don't need to invoke life for evolution.
Yes, those which actually investigate that, and I have actually just published a book on abiogenesis. You can look up my name on Amazon, and evolution is not an explanation because you need DNA replication in order to have even molecular evolution, T-Jump.
Oh, no, you don't.
I like how he just kind of like walked past to point out that we don't invoke evolution in abiogenesis. They're two different things. We invoke other things for abiogenesis. Evolution is different. So
no. So I was disagreeing with that. I was saying you can say there's molecular evolution without life, and so we can invoke evolution to talk about the abiogenesis and saying there's evolution of certain kinds of molecules that combine, which I believe is actually the consensus among the experts who work in the field, that there are certain kinds of molecular bonds that are stronger and can replicate in some way that have.
Technically, we wouldn't really call it evolution, just like, not evolution as we understand it by natural selection, but I get what T-Jump is doing here.
Evolution to them, and even if you don't consider them alive yet, so we can invoke evolution to explain this just fine.
Yeah, so in answer to that, Jump, I'll quote Paul Davies. That is
I don't care what Paul Davies said because I care about the experts in the field. So quoting Paul Davies doesn't help you here.
Okay, so I'll give you here Eugene Koonin. He says the emergence of the first replicator system, which represented the Darwinian breakthrough, was inevitably preceded by a succession of complex, difficult steps for which biological evolutionary mechanisms were not accessible. So he disagrees.
So Eugene Koonin in that statement is agreeing with me. So biological evolutionary mechanisms are different from the evolutionary mechanisms of prebiotic material. So that's not actually a disagreement with what I said.
Okay, so what is the mechanism of biotic life? What is the
different kinds of physical bindings that lead to different kind of materials that are more advantageous or can reproduce more in general in physical environments like salt and crystals and stuff.
Reproduce? Was there a replication?
But that addresses your argument. So asking more questions about it isn't going to like make it not address your argument. So the answer was, how do we explain multiple binding sites that are interdependent on one another, combining in such a way that can produce complex organisms? Evolution, that's the answer.
Well, I am questioning your answer, T-Jump, and I'm asking you again, was there self-replication prebiotically?
Not at this point, but that was an eventual conclusion, yes.
Not at this point. Okay, if you don't have replication, you cannot have evolution.
But I didn't say... No, you can. You don't need self-replication to have it. You just need any kind of producing the same kind of material in lots of different ways. And so like if there's a bunch of different crystals of different variations being generated and they're not generated in like a reproductive way, you can still have evolution of different kinds of materials that they like develop more advantageous aspects that cause them to grow faster or further. So you don't technically need replication there. But again, this doesn't relevant to the argument. The argument was how can you get multiple binding sites that are interdependent? Evolution.
Yeah, what
I found his book, by the way, on Amazon. I tried to link it, but apparently the link is too long. But if you go into Amazon and
so
just search book Otangelo Grasso,
in crystals,
then his deal comes up. It's
that
like
are
on the origin of life.
If you just have a whole bunch of crystals being formed, some of them at a random interval, random binding sites, and you can get some of them that have multiple interdependent.
He published it
October
14th,
and some of them that don't. And so that would still answer the question: how do you get multiple interdependent binding sites to function together? A bunch of random chance thing mutations of the molecule forming in different ways randomly. Some of them will do it, some of them won't. Because, evolution.
T-Jump, you didn't answer my question. I asked you, what relevance do have crystals in abiogenesis?
The question you said was, how do we get multiple interdependent binding sites to work together like an irreducible complexity? You can do that without life. You can do that without DNA. That can happen in crystals. And so that process that you're talking about of having multiple interdependent systems work together can happen on its own in nature without a mind all the time. In crystals, in DNA, in HIV, all the time. This thing you're talking about that requires
no, Javier, it is not.
Mind does not.
As a matter of fact, there's a review on there that says it's full of plagiarism.
We call it evolution.
Plagiarism and really nice quotes taken out of context. Yeah, essentially, it's everything that he does when he's in debate.
Even have regulation and homeostasis prebiotically.
It's irrelevant to your question, Otangelo. Your question was how can you get two multiple separate interdependent functional things to work together, which happens in nature all the time through random intervals.
Yep.
Because of lots of different variations being created, and some of them are better than others. That's the only thing required to explain every single instance at every single level. Asking about a particular one, you can go to the biologist, they will answer you because that's the consensus in the field. But in your general question of how do you get irreducibly complex structures to form, random chance through lots of different iterations.
Yeah, you didn't even let me finish, and I was saying, T-Jump, that I was actually returning to my initial argument, which you are saying that is not relevant, but it is my initial argument. And I am asking you again.
Probably because we've heard times, and we've debunked it 100 times.
No, you have actually never heard this argument previously. Right? So
okay,
Otangelo, when you're done, I have a question for you.
Okay, so I ask again: if you do not have homeostasis in the cell to have the right amount of nucleotides, you can have no life. So I give you the entire cell with everything, with all the metabolism to make RNA and DNA, and you don't have the regulation of the right quantity, you have a dead cell. How did both processes emerge together if individually they have no function?
Well, that's possible in the way that I described through random chance of lots of iterations. Because that's the VPU thing I gave an example of was exactly that, or cells having multiple binding sites in completely different ways. Also an example of two completely different systems that can only function together, forming at the same time. That's a thing that happens. Secondly, they didn't form at the same time. Like cells don't need homeostasis to live. Losing homeostasis can cause disease, but it doesn't necessarily kill the cell. You can still function without homeostasis. It's a helping process. It's not a required process of life.
T-Jump, I think you should first educate yourself before you embarrass yourself with.
That's where he goes with the. You're not educated on these things. If you like, you can go to Amazon and you could give the appropriate rating for his book. You could.
None of those were false. Those were all correct
it's
statements.
crap.
So homeostasis is the process of creating a relatively stable equilibrium between interdependent elements in the cell. But if you already have them, if they come about by random
did
chance,
not,
and you don't have
ZXL.
homeostasis, it would still be alive.
He did
so
not.
You don't need homeostasis for the original set
In
of life.
fact, he was concerned that he he understood that the depiction of Christianity that he had before he derived his theory, his original theory, which we have improved upon over the past 100 years. Which is why we don't cite Darwin.
And that you can get equilibrium randomly without it.
But no, that's not true.
This is just like basic. Everyone in biology agrees with that.
Even remember the claim that you made minutes ago, T-Jump. You claimed that homeostasis is not necessary to have life. I am challenging you to demonstrate one science paper which confirms just this foolish claim that you're making right now. You don't know what you're talking about.
So I literally just proved this to you. This is very, very easy.
No,
homeostasis is a balancing process in the cell. Wait, Untangelo. Homeostasis is a balancing function in the cell, right? It tries to balance different combinations of things to make it a functional combination, right?
And if you don't have that, you have no life.
So let's say you don't have that. Is it possible to have a random combination that gets that with no homeostasis? Is that logically possible, Untangelo?
Question is not if it is a logical
Untangelo, answer the question. Untangelo, is it logically possible to get a cell with the correct amount of balancing without a homeostasis function? Logically possible.
Hey, Odin, good to see you.
If you don't have homeostasis, you have no life, period.
Untangelo, you have to answer the question. Stop evading. Is it logically possible to get a cell to develop... Untangelo, let me finish. Is it logically possible to get a cell with all of the correct amounts of ingredients without homeostasis, which is alive? Is that logically possible? I need a yes or a no, Untangelo.
Yeah, the answer is yes.
Logically possible. Even 40 universe pixies are logically possible. Does that mean it is plausible that they generated the universe?
No.
Of course not.
Possible. So logic, you said Untangelo, your question. Untangelo, you asked. You asked, is it possible for life to exist without homeostasis? That was your question. So I'm asking you, can you have a cell with a random combination of the correct combinations of chemicals to make it alive without homeostasis? Is that logically possible? Because that's what possible means, Untangelo. Is it logically possible?
It is not possible. You need homeostasis. I told you that already 3 times, and you are just making baseless, foolish claims which are inadequate and just false. And you don't even realize
sometimes, however, the mechanism fails homeostasis. There are cells may not get everything they need or toxic waste and accumulate in the body, which means there are many cells that can survive without homeostasis.
No, that's false.
I'm literally just reading this off of an academic paper, Untangelo. There is a disruption of homeostasis, advanced biology book, CK-12, biology and homeostasis website, whatever it is.
Quote what it's saying.
If homeostasis is disrupted, it must be controlled, or disease or disorder may result.
Disease or disorder. If you don't have
Untangelo,
you have no life. That is my initial argument. Prove me wrong. You need homeostasis of nucleotides.
For disease and disorder to may result, which means it doesn't always result. That means that you can have homeostasis disrupted and still survive. You can still have life. The cell can live and not dysfunction. You don't need homeostasis for life, Untangelo. This is very, very simple. This is why I asked you the more general, logically possible explanation to show you that you're so biased on this question. You won't even acknowledge that it's logically possible for this to happen. Like, this is very easy. Everybody in biology understands this. The combination of chemicals in the cell to require life are not dependent on homeostasis. They're not the same thing. They don't need to evolve at the same time. Very easy to understand. And you're so biased, you won't even acknowledge the logical possibility of this happening, even though it's obvious.
Okay, I say it again. If you do not have the mechanism of homeostasis of RNA and DNA, which regulates the amount which has to be produced in the cell will die. Prove me wrong. This was my initial argument, and I stay to it. And again, if you don't have homeostasis of several materials in the cell right from the beginning, you have no life. You have made a bunch of unsupported claims and also completely false claims, T-Jump. You should educate yourself before you make foolish claims.
I already debunked your dumb ass on that one. I
No,
literally
you didn't
proved you wrong. I
debunk
literally
me.
read a paper proving
No.
you wrong, and you're so deluded you can't accept it. That's
I
how
am
deluded
talking
you are.
about the origin of life. I am not talking here if you have a human.
It applies to
already
every
living,
single
and
case of
why
homeostasis,
don't-
Santangelo.
Why are you not permitting me to finish my sentence?
Because
Why
I
are you
already
interrupting
addressed
me?
that.
No,
This
no,
applies
you
to
didn't.
every
Okay,
single
okay,
case
I'm
of
done.
homeostasis.
I'm
Every
done
single
with
one, in
Repeat
every
what is
single
the
example.
question. That's why you never learn, T-Jump. That's why you're still an atheist, because you live in a fantasy world. You have just wrong science and think you are the guy who knows everything. So
Hey,
you don't.
please stop attacking people, man.
Meta.
The guy who literally makes the exact same argument has not
Otangelo.
changed one bit in the past 20 years, arguing somebody else hasn't learned.
You
is
still
very
working on your
ironic.
biology degree, Otangelo?
Otangelo, I have a question. I have a question
Wait,
for you.
wait. Let him answer mine first. I just wanted to ask. Are you
Yeah.
still working on your biology degree, Otangelo?
So now, rather than attacking the facts, you try to attack me as a person.
I'm not attacking you. I'm asking you a question.
This is a typical tactic.
Wait,
which
no,
has
no.
all
I'm just asking you a
time.
question.
You know exactly that I don't have a formal education in biology. That doesn't mean that I don't understand the science.
No, I was asking you if you're still working on it.
Yeah, I'm done.
Otangelo, I have a question for you.
You should learn to just discuss the facts and not people, because that's.
I was
what
literally just asking you a question, buddy.
I know your tactic.
I was just asking you a question, man. Why are you getting so mad?
Xerxes, let me go for a second. Otangelo, I have a serious question for you. I have a serious question for you. 2 weeks ago, you were in the side chat on Ross' channel while we were doing Blasphemous Bible, I think. And you proposed that we should all turn to God because we were going to heaven. One of the people in the side chat who's always there and who's here a lot of the time, she sadly isn't today, Sumami, he told you that her idea of heaven was that everyone was naked and all the men were performing the helicopter. Have you been practicing? She really liked to know.
You expect an answer to that, Peter?
Yes, it's a serious question.
Yeah.
Because you left after she asked you.
Yeah. I know that you like these kind of topics, but that's not why I am here right now. Okay.
So you haven't been practicing.
By the way,
another questions or otherwise,
Otangelo, there's one person in the YouTube live audience just wants us to say hi. His name is Titan Uranus.
Yeah, just to give my.
Come on,
my
say
answer.
it right.
Yeah, just to clarify very clearly that my argument at the beginning was in regards of the origin of life. If you don't have homeostasis, you have no life. And you need to have it together with all the other things which are required for life. This is what I expected to be addressed.
Going back to that topic, Otangelo. Going back to that topic.
Why are you interrupting me? I didn't finish.
Because I want to help you. Because I want to help you.
I didn't finish.
Because I want to help you.
Okay, I'm leaving.
Because
Bye-bye.
I want to help
Bye,
you.
Otangelo.
Regarding
Otangelo.
abiogenesis, Otangelo, do you have you found an explanation on God, on how God created life? Because you keep saying that you don't have to explain that. So that would be a far more interesting question considering the topic of the stage. So how did God create life?
God magic did
As
it.
expected.
All right.
As expected.
God magic did it.
So I just Googled it because I don't know this homeostasis claim he's talking about, and he's just lying. First thing that pops up, homeostasis is not a condition for life. Not even kidding.
T-Jump quoted the paper. He pulled it up. I looked at it.
And if you Google on your own, first thing that pops up, right?
And just looking at this, just to throw it out there, his book that he put out there for anybody who wants to look at it, yeah, you can find it on Amazon. I'm looking at it right now. Is essentially people are saying that it's rife with plagiarism and misquotes, contextual misunderstandings, or whether or not they're deliberate or not, but it has not been peer reviewed. So yeah, there's
are
nothing
you saying, JL, are you saying that is his cat's board in book form?
Pretty much. It pretty much is. Yeah. First edition, volume 1, Origin of Life in the Virus World by Means of an Intelligent Designer. The Factory Maker, Paley's Watchmaker, Argument 2.0. And yeah, I'm looking at this. You can get it for $10 on Kindle, $30 paperback.
Or for free on cat's board.
Or you can just go check out his board, but yeah.
There's also
not
no
good.
evidence that a supernatural mechanism is being used for abiogenesis. So if someone would like
Amy,
to
there's a reason. There's a reason he went silent after my question, because he and I got along until I pressed him for evidence on how God created life, and he kept saying, I don't need to explain that. Well, if you don't need to explain that, then we don't have to explain how abiogenesis happened. We're going to have the same rules for both. We're not going to have a double standard.
Sorry,
and it's a very easy way. Every single time Otangelo comes up, ask him on his explanation for how we got life from non-life, and he'll shut up very quickly.
I do want to say though that like the answer is homeostasis happened first. So like if you have a puddle that has all the right chemicals in it, that puddle now has homeostasis, and so that can happen before the mechanisms of the cell evolve, and then the mechanisms of the cell develop an internal way to manage.
Google has atheist bias.
Yeah, they don't need to evolve at the exact same time. That's not the case.
I agree with TJ, but let me know when it's my turn.
Hey, Doctor, don't ask. What's up?
Let me
what can we do
change
for
my
you?
stupid avatar. No, it's not supposed to be bad. It was just, I actually am, but not to be advertised. We're talking about God right now. So, if someone wants to convince me that God exists, I don't think it's possible. I think that if there is such a thing as God, who created the universe and time and space and everything, then it must exist outside of everything that we can perceive, our entire universe. And so there's no way to prove it one way or the other.
Well, then why are hang on, Peter, hang on. If there's no way to convince people of this, then why are there people that believe it?
I didn't say convince. Oh, yeah. I guess. Well, all right. Sorry. Convince is the question. So you could convince.
And also, if something is outside of space and time, it exists in no time, in no space.
We're gonna get there, Peter. We're gonna get there.
My definition, non-existent.
Peter, we're gonna get there. But first and foremost, when you say convince, people believe a thing because they're convinced of it. Okay, so other people are convinced. Theists are convinced this thing exists. So when we say present the reason why, present your reasoning, present what convinced you, and then we look at that and we critically analyze it, we say that's not sufficient to warrant belief. So, but people can be convinced of this thing because there are people who have been convinced of this. The question is, were they convinced for good reasons? Right?
I guess, yeah. Well, the reasons don't matter, do they? The thing is, can we convince them?
Well, yeah. So it's like, for example, you can convince me that a thing exists if that thing comports with reality, if it is coherent with reality, and if it withstands testing or whatever. There's a whole methodology that goes into it, and you can convince me that a thing exists. But if you're trying to tell me that a thing exists because you feel that it exists, and that's the only evidence you have, that's not sufficient enough to warrant that it actually exists. It just means that you feel that it exists. Your feeling exists within your brain because you feel it does. That's an emotional state. I believe that you feel it, but you can't demonstrate that it actually is. So it's not really the thing existing, it's the concept of it. So
yeah, I think the concept of it, it's possible.
Okay, so because a concept can exist doesn't mean that the thing that the concept is representative of. But the concept represents something. And just because a concept exists doesn't mean the thing it represents is extant to reality.
Yeah, you said that twice.
Right, so
if we could not repeat ourselves, because I'm listening to you, actually.
Don't ask. I have a question. Are you a theist?
Well,
and if
hang on, Peter. Let him finish his deal.
Do you believe?
Let him finish his deal. Go ahead.
So let's not repeat ourselves. Here's my thing.
Okay.
You can convince me that it's not impossible for God to exist. Like, you can't convince me that there is no God to be atheist. There's no God. But you also can't convince me that there is one. You can't.
Why couldn't I convince you?
Because there would be no way for me to test it. You could try to reason with me and give me some belief that there might be, but you couldn't actually convince me that there period is.
Okay, so let's throw a hypothetical. Let's throw a hypothetical on the table. If the God is defined in a particular way, and that God has attributes that are logically contradictory with the state of the universe as we understand it fundamentally, like there are attributes to its nature that fundamentally contradict the attributes of the itself, and I can show a logical contradiction exists because of how the God is defined, would that convince you that God does not exist as defined?
How do you define it?
I'm asking you. I'm just saying. If a God is presented, whatever the God is, I don't care what it is. If the God is presented and its attributes, and I can demonstrate to you how its attributes entail a logical contradiction, then by virtue that we know logical contradictions can't exist, then that should convince you that God, as defined, that particular God, does not exist. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So all you have to do is present a God and give its attributes, and then we can discuss whether we can determine if it can't exist because it entails logical contradiction, or if it's simply an unfalsifiable hypothesis that can be rejected on methodological naturalist grounds.
Okay, what he originally said is that it's impossible to convince him that God does exist. To argue against his actual
he just contradicted himself, though. He could be convinced if it entailed the logical.
Convinced that a certain God does not exist.
He said you couldn't convince him God does exist. Does exist.
No,
that's what he said.
No, he said doesn't.
Does or does
not.
not.
I didn't say does. I said
yeah, he said doesn't.
You can't convince me that a specific God, I guess, or even I would say a God period, exists or doesn't exist.
Okay, so that would be just deism. Just like, the unfalse. Hang on. The sufficiently powerful entity that kicked the football in the universe and then pissed off with no evidence left of its existence. That is essentially that's essentially deism. That's unfalsifiable because there's no evidence purposely left behind of its existence, so therefore we can't prove or disprove it. That's an unfalsifiable hypothesis. We can reject it on various grounds. But depending upon your God's attributes, if those attributes entail logical contradiction, then by definition, that thing cannot exist.
I guess, yeah.
Okay, so it really depends upon how you define your God, and then we'd have to examine that on a kind of case-by-case basis. So you present your God, we'll look at its attributes, like how you define it, we'll see if those attributes entail logical contradiction. If they do, then your God is debunked. But if they don't, then sure, it could just be an unfalsifiable hypothesis, and it's neither here nor there.
I want to go the other way. I want to show that you can convince...
Yeah, but I'm saying that you can't convince me that a God exists. Can you?
Yeah, that's what I thought
What's
you
your
actually
prime
initially
argument
said.
for
Yes,
why
I can convince
God
you God
exists?
exists. Yes,
Do it.
even
Let's
if he's
hear it.
outside of space-time. So let's say God is outside of space-time. His name is Bob. I can speak to him. So even though he's outside of space-time, you can still interact with things in space-time because he's magic.
How can you interact with something outside of space-time?
Magic. He's got magic powers.
But you're inside space-time, and you're trying to interact with something outside of space-time. So for an analogy, I'm a fish inside a fishbowl, and you're in the other room, and you write 3 numbers on a piece of paper. There's no possible way for me as a fish in the fish tank to know what you wrote on the piece of paper, right? I couldn't possibly.
Sure, there is. I can
You're
psychically give you
outside
the
of
information.
the tank. You're not in the bowl.
No. I think you're confusing outside of space-time with can't.
You could walk in and tell me I wrote 3 numbers on a piece of paper.
Stop.
Here's what they are, but would I? Can I prove that?
You're confusing things that exist outside of space-time can't interact with
I'm just
things
a fish in the
space-time.
bowl.
Stop interrupting. Holy shit. Things outside of space-time can interact with things in space-time. That's what quantum fields do all the time. So a thing existing outside of space-time doesn't mean it can't cause things in space-time. So if a God existed
so I could walk into the room.
Still talking.
Sorry, go ahead.
So if God existed outside of space-time, his name was Bob, and he can psychically tell me information. I say, Bob, give me a gold brick, and every time I do, a gold brick appears in front of me, and I can then sell it. That would be great evidence of this God
I would
outside
believe
of
that.
space-time.
Yeah.
Here you go.
I would believe that.
That's how I would do it.
Just like sorry, you were still talking, but I think we were making the same point. So if I were to write those 3 numbers on a piece of paper, and you're a fish, you're actually a human, but you're a fish. You look like a fish. You're living in a bowl. I walk in and I take the piece of paper. Let's say it's waterproof. I drop it in the bowl and say I wrote 3 numbers on this piece of paper. Here they are. You can see that, right? It's provable. I would be convinced.
It's a bit easier. The fish would be able to see you from inside the bowl. That's not a good analogy.
If you look inside a bowl outside, it actually is a mirror. So it's a pretty good analogy.
It's a black bowl. It's a black bowl. It's a black bowl. It doesn't matter, Peter. It doesn't matter the argument. Completely irrelevant. So yes.
Okay.
But the point is, I could come into your universe. Let's say I'm God, and I'm beyond your universe. Let's say that we're in one universe, and there's, I don't know, infinity of them, because God's endless, right? And infinite and all-powerful. There has to be infinity. There doesn't have to be, but there could possibly be.
Oh, what's the point?
Well, the point is that God could come.
Yeah, ZXL, you're more than welcome to come into the Discord and
great evidence.
come up and chat with us.
But it's not convincing me that God exists, because I haven't seen anything that's done that. I've read books that say that people have seen. Honestly, I have read books that people have said that someone else has told them that they've seen someone else. So we're like four parties removed now. Perform miracles. But I haven't seen any evidence of God. So you can't convince me.
I agree, but if you did see evidence, that would potentially convince you. Just like if I saw evidence, it would potentially convince me. There just isn't any, which is why we're not convinced.
Well, and don't ask. When you talk about how you yourself can't be convinced, but other people have been convinced, but not necessarily for good reasons. So that depends upon a number of factors, like, emotional states, psychological states, the amount of information you have, your educational level. There's a lot of things that go into that. So people can be convinced, but, for bad reasons. Like, you could manipulate someone into believing this thing by posing something that they just don't have the educational acumen in order to, debunk or recognize the fallacy of. So I can present something to someone who is ignorant, and they could be like, oh, wow, that makes so much sense, when in actuality, all I'm doing is making a logical fallacy, and I'm doing an appeal to emotion. It makes them feel better, so they believe for the wrong reasons. So you can convince people for bad reasons. The whole point is, can we suss out that they're bad reasons? That's the point. So people come up here, and they present why they believe, what they believe in, why, and then we critically examine what they believe in, why, and we try to determine, do they believe for bad reasons? Have they been convinced of something with no rational grounds? Or do they have a legitimate reason for doing this? For believing what they believe? That's the whole point.
So, JL, you can convince anyone of anything, even if it's not rational.
Sure, I could. I could convince people of many things.
Brainwash someone or do whatever, It doesn't have to be true for you to be able to convince someone. So, can God convince us that God exists? Yeah, you could do that. You could probably convince some people.
And besides, here's the best way to convince people that things exist. If someone came up on here on the stage and literally handed us just drop dead, like, bam, here's your evidence that this exists. Bam, here it is, I've got it. And it was irrefutable, and it stood up to the methodology, then yeah, we would be convinced. We would no longer be atheists, but it doesn't necessarily entail we'd be Christians or anything like that. But yes, all it takes is evidence to support it.
We've got one of those next, supposedly.
Like, if you were to, right now, pray to God to drop a brick of anything, I don't care if it's gold or coal, right next to me, then I would believe you. And you could convince me that God exists.
Yeah, that'd be some pretty strong evidence.
Well,
I have a question.
What's your evidence
if a God
that he
exists, if a God, don't ask. I have a question. If a God exists, why would he need people to convince other people of his existence? Why couldn't he do that himself?
I totally agree. He wouldn't.
He wouldn't even need to violate. He wouldn't even need to violate reality. If I were to believe in a God, and I were to pray to that God to be like, I'm praying you, don't ask. Right now, just whisper to him. Tell him what the J and L in my name stand for. Tell him what those initials stand for. Just give him that information. It's not even a violation of reality. It's literally just taking information that exists and giving it to you so that you can repeat it to me without you knowing it. Because it was like, oh wow, you received it. So if I said right now, give it to don't ask, what's the JL in my name stand for? And you gave me that information, that would be pretty damn solid. We would have to walk down that road of inquiry big time. But that won't happen.
Hey, JL, I just got word from God. It means junior lunatic.
You don't know. What does the jail stand for?
Was he right?
That's what I'm saying. I'm proposing the like, if I were to pray to God and do this, then there you go. If you were to be able to just give that to me with, like immediately, like God just hand delivered you the information in your brain.
John?
Not even close.
Jesus lives.
I've gotten so many variations of that T-jump.
Well, come on, don't taunt us with this question and not say what it stands for. What does it stand for?
That's the whole point.
Wins the internet for today.
I don't know. I think I see. So I assume that you're bald and you have a white beard.
Well, that's because you found my picture.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it's... Did you post it?
Well, it's on my YouTube channel, so...
Did you link your YouTube channel there? Oh, yeah. Okay.
It's linked somewhere.
I see. Yeah, I didn't look at that before. What does the jail stand for?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm posing. I'm posing it as a hypothetical. If I were to do this and then God were to give it, that would be some really solid evidence that we could then investigate and we could walk down that path. But we'd first have to, but even if that were to happen, if I were to do this, now that we've asked the question, all of a sudden you came back with it, then we'd have to be, okay, how do we eliminate the possibility that you didn't just look it up and you had quick Google foo? We'd have to eliminate that possibility to give credibility.
I have no idea what jail stands for. How would I? There's so many J words that
you can trust me. If you look hard enough, you can find it. If you look hard enough, you could find it. It's on the internet somewhere. I'm telling you that. But
you can tell me if you want to. If it's
but like I said. So yes, a person can be convinced for bad reasons. That's the whole point. People are convinced this thing exists, which means that if they're convinced, other people can be convinced, which entails that possibly we could be convinced. Can they do it? No, I mean, probably not, but maybe they could, which is why we continue to do these stages over and over and over and over again. Because we're intellectually honest in that maybe someone out there has some evidence that has not been presented yet. It hasn't happened yet, but that doesn't entail that it won't or it couldn't. So there you go.
By the way, your initials stand for Jerry Lee.
Yeah, I just have to say this because Amy Newman is here. If you look hard enough, you'll be able to find it. That's what every woman said ever.
Damn it, Skeptic Dank in my live chat got it. It's Jellyfish Leviathan.
But can anyone actually convince
I'm still going with Jesus Lives because that's better. I will always call you Jesus Lives now.
Great.
Because I'd be happy to be convinced. I would like for there to be a God, but is there? And how do you convince me?
Well, I mean, we're not convinced, so we're not the right people to ask. You should be asking other people. You should be asking theists Christians, Catholics, whoever. You should be asking them.
The same page, I think.
You should ask them what they believe and why they believe it.
Are there any here?
Not on this stage, I don't think.
Yeah, so supposedly up next, we've got someone with evidence.
I'd love to hear the evidence. I think we all would.
Yeah. Why would you want to be convinced that a God exists? Because if he exists, he's doing a piss poor job of how this world is going right now.
Don't you think I've given a good example or good reasoning for why you could never prove that God exists?
You could prove a God exists. God could prove God exists.
You can convince
really
someone,
easily.
which is easy. That's mind controlled. But you can't prove anything.
No. If a thing exists, if God exists, then yeah. If a thing exists, then it could be demonstrated that it exists. We just need the evidence to be able to do that. If the God chooses not to allow that, if the God deliberately hides itself from that, then that's not technically like the Christian God. That technically would be distheism. It would be a deceptive God. And technically, you could say it's the God of it's Allah. It's the God of Islam. But in that respect, like I said, it comes down to the entailments of the God, blah, blah, blah. Is it unfalsifiable? Is it a logical contradiction? So on and so forth. So, but if a God existed, like legit existed, this thing existed in whatever form, yes, it could convince people it exists because it could show itself.
Well, it has though, right?
Do what?
God has shown himself in Jesus 2,000 years ago. Didn't you read it in the Bible?
No, because the existence of an itinerant rabbi in Iron Age Palestine does not logically entail that a God exists.
Yeah. No, but
that's
totally
a
true,
bad example. If you would use the example of, let's say, Adam and Eve, who met God, who walked with him through the garden, or if you would go to Abraham, who had God visit him and had lunch with him, sat with him under a tree, those would be good examples. Jesus isn't a good example.
Would you agree that Gandalf is a wizard? Because nowhere in the Lord of the Rings does it say that this is a work of fiction. It should not be taken seriously.
Gandalf is a wizard in the exact same way that God exists. They're both fictional.
Fictional character. Fictional characters.
Exactly, yeah. So you can't convince me God exists.
You could be convinced. If God showed up and demonstrated it to you, it's like, if God showed up, that would be enough to convince people. They would.
Well,
there would
actually. There's somebody in the stage down below has their hand raised, and they've been messaging me. Their argument is actually kind of weird. I've never heard it before, but in Job chapter 12 it says that all the animals know that God exists, and if you ask them, they'll tell you. And so his theory is that if we figure out a way to talk to animals sometime in the future with technology, and they all believe in God.
Xerxes, I can debunk that because I have a new dog, and I like to impersonate Otangelo. Every single time I do Otangelo's voice, he attacks me. So I'm pretty sure he's against
Thank you,
God.
Fenton. I'm glad somebody got it. I'm glad you picked that up.
I have an ex who had an African gray parrot.
Well, given
if
this,
I asked that parrot if God exists, he would say no.
So, Ed, given this, I think if there's somebody in the chat, somebody with their hand raised that has evidence to present, I think we should get them up.
I'd love to hear that. Yes.
Yeah, definitely.
I'd be happy to refute it too.
Thanks,
I thought we just asked JL. JL's an animal, right?
I am an animal. Yes.
I'm an animal.
I do not believe.
Yeah, that's the other problem is that Garrick's argument kind of fails because we're all animals and none of us believe in God, and he said specifically in the DMs all animals have to believe in God for it to be proof.
You told me he had evidence, so I brought him
Well,
up.
that's what he told me, but I didn't know that that's what he was talking about.
Oh, that's a dumb argument.
However, specifically, I am only an animal in bed.
Garrick, let's give him a shot.
Garrick, I should have responded with negative. Negative. I'm a meat popsicle.
Hey, Garrick, welcome to this panel of animals and one meat popsicle. What have you got for us today?
Could I just tell you how this argument came
Your
about?
volume is very low. Could you turn up your microphone, please?
Is that better?
Nope.
Still pretty low, dude.
No, not really.
Double it. Make it twice as loud.
How about if I just talk louder?
Better.
That'll work. Yeah.
Well, don't eat your microphone because you're gonna clip.
Okay, so.
Sir, do you classify as human? Negative.
So,
I am a
atheist,
meat
and I'm
popsicle.
talking to a Muslim.
And the Muslim was telling me how there was this Oxford study that showed that all kids or babies naturally thought that there was a God. Now, I didn't believe the study. I didn't look into it. I didn't really care. And
well, it doesn't exist.
Don't worry, that's not part of the argument. It's just part of my thought process.
So
Okay.
I remember T-Jump talking a lot about novel testable predictions. So I was just really thinking about a way to get a novel testable prediction for a God. It's really hard. But anyway, this is the only one I've got so far, where it says in Job, that thing that I told you, it predicts that all animals, I think all animals besides humans will believe in a God. And it says, ask them and they will tell you. Now, we can't speak to animals, and I don't think that that parrot thing counts. But in theory, in the future, if we can actually talk to animals and they can communicate with us, and we can ask them a question, do you believe in a God? And they all unanimously say yes. I think that would be...
If that's the case, then how do you know that they believe in God right now when you can't talk to them?
Well, he said this is a novel prediction. So yes, that would be a novel prediction. And if it comes true, that would be indicative of the truth of the Bible.
Yes. So that's
now
pretty
the
much
big problem.
Well,
the
what
big
if,
problem-
hold
the
on,
big
all the animals believe in a God, but they all believe in different gods?
Yeah,
what if the gods they believe in correspond to the regions that they live in?
That's one of the problems. The other problem is, what if some of them agree in multiple deities, or there's some who believe in a goddess and not a god, and the list goes on. There's all kinds of issues with that. The other part of the problem is that you may be tainting their understanding of this by introducing the concept of the god by asking the question itself.
What if all the animals believe in a God, but they believe that they were created in the image of God and not us?
Guys, I can't address
each
4
species
points.
has its own God.
Please be serious. 1 point at a time. But, okay, your 2 first points are pretty much the same. What happens if the animals believe in gods, but they're different gods? That's irrelevant because they still believe in gods. The evidence is still correct. So that's not a good argument. What is their second argument?
That is a good argument because
No,
that means
because,
that.
look,
no, hold on. Let me finish. Garrick.
I am here, Wilfred.
Finish.
I'm absolutely here.
That is a good argument because there are
Jim's
gods
mine. Good to see you.
that are mutually exclusive. So if, for instance, you take Allah will tell you
this is true,
that the
Blue.
God of the Bible
Cat's about to
isn't
know
real.
God.
The God of the Bible will tell you that Allah isn't real because that's literally the first commandment. So no, you cannot have different animals believe in different gods and all the gods be real because they would be mutually exclusive.
But that wasn't the
That
argument.
wouldn't
The
work.
argument is that the Bible predicts that all animals will believe in a God. And if that is true, then that would be evidence of Bible being correct, even if it isn't the same God. So it doesn't, unless the Bible said all animals will believe in Yahweh, and the prediction is simply that all animals will believe in a God. That's the only prediction that it makes. If that comes out to be true, yes, that would be evidence.
Okay, can I ask you then in backwards?
Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. If one animal believes, hold on. Correct me if I'm wrong, teacher. If one animal believes in a God that claims that the other God doesn't exist, how can that work? It can't.
Because the only point is that the Bible, this book, says all animals will believe in a God. It's not that all animals are right or that any of the animals are right. They could all believe in the wrong God. The only claim is that in this book, it predicts all animals will believe in a God. If that's the case, that's evidence that this book is true, regardless of which God the animals believe in or whether or not they're contradictory.
Can I ask you in the opposite direction then, if we were to start noticing, have good empirical evidence that other animals were talking to us, and each and every animal that we came across, they're like, no, I'm sorry, there is no God. Would that at least push you in a different direction?
Yeah, well, that just debunks the argument. So that'll mean that's not evidence. That's fine.
He's an atheist.
Garrick,
He doesn't believe
you
in God.
asked what the second question was. The second one was, what if they're believing in multiple deities? Then that, of course, also contradicts the criteria that T-Jump just laid out of a single God. Single is implied there. Now, the third thing I pointed out, what was that? I'll let you know when I remember.
So, Garrick, just to point out, just to get a clarification, do you accept that human beings are also animals?
I do, but not in the context of this text, because it says, but ask the animals and they will teach you. So that's specifically implying that we are not animals.
Or it's talking about non-human, or it's probably talking about non-human animals, because the authors of the Bible didn't have understanding of evolution and genetics.
Yes.
Yeah, because technically human beings are all animals as well. So the problem is that if the text is dependent upon an ignorance of something, that's problematic. Because it's depending upon a worldview that contains that basically contains a perception of things that is not complete. So,
but I think you're being unfairly charitable.
It also makes a good point for saying that the Bible isn't the word of God, because obviously the Bible was inspired by God. So it's not that the people who wrote it didn't have the concept of evolution. It's that the God who created everything didn't have the concept of evolution and didn't know that we were animals.
You could also be right for the wrong reasons, so I would agree that it would be a data point if that a phenomena was going on here, but we would have to say, were they just saying this because that's what they thought was happening, or are they saying it because they actually had access to knowledge that we could not confirm until now?
Okay, so that's quite a lot of things to address, but if I go to Peter... So yes, it could be a stupid god or a dumb god or an evil god, whatever, but at least it's evidence for a god, which could be stupid and not know about human evolution and everything else, and think about humans and animals are not the same. I understand, but it would still be evidence for a dumb god.
Garrick, it can't, because according to the Bible, God is all-knowing.
Okay.
And if the Bible contradicts the fact that God is all-knowing, then he can't be God.
Okay, that's a good point. Yeah. But anyway, I just was looking at this argument by itself without looking at the rest of the book.
Well, Garrick, so the Bible is 66 books written by approximately 40 different people. And so this passage in Job seems to delineate all the animals from humans, but there's other passages in the Bibles where it says that humans are animals. So even if we were to flash forward 50, 60 years in the future, and we were find a way to communicate with animals. Now, to be clear though, it's cognitively impossible to communicate with certain animals just because they don't have the functions for communication.
Okay, so this is why it's a future testable prediction, because hopefully that Neuralink technology comes in, kicks in, and finds a way for us to communicate with animals on their own language. So I know that's quite futuristic stuff.
There's animals that don't even have any sapience, dude. There's just
to clarify, I think his only point here was that this one sentence in the Bible is making a future testable claim. If it is correct, that's evidence. It doesn't matter what all of the other sentences in the Bible say. Even if they're all wrong, which would be contradictory evidence, it would be negative evidence. This one statement being right is some confirmatory evidence. I think that's the full extent of his claim. He's just saying that's it.
The reason why I'm bringing that up is because if the Bible, as a collective, puts humans in the category of animal, well, we can already test it because we as humans don't believe God exists. Some of us don't.
Okay,
so bingo,
Xerxes.
that snaps it away immediately.
Xerxes, I'm not here to defend the whole Bible, right? But can you just address my point, my only point, my one and only point? Can you address that? Is it evidence?
Your point is that the passage in Job says that animals will believe in God, all of them.
And
humans
if
are
it was
animals.
True, and if
We
it
know
was
it's
true,
not true.
So he's asking if you take it in context and say animals as referring to non-human animals. If all non-human animals in the future are discovered to believe in a God, would that be evidence that this book is true? The answer is
It would
yes.
be evidence of that
Yes.
singular passage was accurate.
Yes, that's all it needs. That's all.
Yes,
it needs
yes,
to be.
yes.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, I could agree with that. That singular
But I mean, we know that-
passage, taken in its context, just the way
I
it's
understand
written.
it's not proof.
No, I get that. So yeah, that one particular passage taken with no context, nothing else anywhere, just that line.
Yes.
If we were to do this in the future, then yes, you are correct on that.
Cool.
So
And
that would be evidence that passage is correct, but not that a God exists. 'Cause,
Yeah,
like,
also
I mean,
agreed. Yes, Xerxes is right.
The
on
Bible, the Bible is correct on quite a few things, right? Like we know that King Darius
then
the
we
Third,
have
for
to
instance, existed, and we know that Xerxes
It also
existed.
means
and we know that
we have to
we know that-
discard the entire Bible except for that one particular
so
passage.
I disagree with that. Disagree with that a lot. If the Bible has a prediction which is correct, even if it has a lot of other wrong things which are dumb, that one prediction that is correct is evidence of the main claims of that book. So the book says this book is written by God. God predicts the animals in the future will all believe in God. We talk to them and they believe in God. That is evidence that the main claim of this book is true, that there is a God.
Well,
It's very weak.
no, I don't
Very
agree
weak.
with that at all. No, because I mean, you can make
No,
1,000.
I don't either.
You can make 1,000 predictions. If 99 of them are wrong and one of them is right, that's not indicative that your source material is accurate.
Okay, but
No. So just clarify, the right one is evidence. If there was a bunch of right ones, they would all add together to be good evidence. But the one right one is positive evidence, and the 99 bad ones are negative evidence.
No, the one right one is not positively indicative of or exclusively concordant with the existence of God. It's positively indicative of a guy getting one thing right out of 1,000 guesses.
So if T-Jump, if
I mean, the guesses could be completely random.
T-Jump, if the claim is that the animals believe that, then all that would say is all we could say is that the Bible is correct about that particular claim. That doesn't necessarily mean that animals are the authority on whether non-human animals are the authority on whether God actually exists.
They don't. The non-human animals don't matter here at all. So the point is that any time you're able to accurately predict the future, that's evidence of your hypothesis. Now, the more you do it, the more evidence you have. But any time you do it, and any time you get it right for any reason, if it is just a lucky guess, that is still evidence that increases the probability that you are correct.
Sure.
Somebody shakes a
Really
magic
useless
8 ball.
definition of evidence.
That's correct. But if the claim is, the prediction is that animals, once you can talk with them,
I think we're talking past each other at this moment. I think this is really about
God existing,
giving any kind of credibility to this. We just need to make sure that it's parsed out.
If you make a claim and you don't have the... If you make a claim and you can't back it up, if it's just a lucky guess, then it can't be evidence. You need to be able to back up the claim.
Peter, hold on. Peter, this can't be a lucky guess because it's saying 100% of animals will believe in God. Now that's not luck.
No. I was referring to the fact whether or not it's evidence if it is just a lucky guess. I can make the lucky guess that
so we've
all
got a new
animals,
novel
100%
testable prediction.
Animal.
Or we've got a novel testable prediction for the existence of the Christian God, although it would be one evidence that we could use. You guys ready to move on?
Yeah, but I do want to clarify. I think sorry to say, Xerxes, you were definitely wrong on this case. Even if you have lucky knowledge is a very big concept in philosophy, and it's just a lucky guess. Like Hinduism predicts the age of the Earth is 4.3 billion years old. It's very lucky guess. Obviously, I didn't know this. Obviously, I think it was just luck, but it's still evidence. And the reason it's evidence is because if you had an accumulation of those in the Bible, then it would be more and more and more evidence until it would be convincing. They predicted a whole bunch of things. DNA is a double helix. Universe is 13.8 billion years old. They had a whole bunch of these. That would definitely be evidence. And so the fact
the body of correct guesses would be evidence, but the correct guesses in and of themselves, by themselves, are not evidence. They don't become evidence until they are a body.
No, because now you're confusing the 51% rule versus 1%. So 1% is still evidence, even if it's terrible evidence. And so that 1%...
That's meaningless.
How is that meaningless?
What does it mean for a thing to be evidence?
Increases the probability the proposition is true by any percent.
Okay, but how does a lucky guess increase the probability that a proposition is true?
Because the prevalence of those things is likely of a true.
Okay, what if the things are a non sequitur? What if I say that that if it rains tomorrow, King Charles will die on September the 8th?
If that was true, that would be evidence, very small evidence of your hypothesis being correct. Spaghetti monster is real, whatever. So anytime that happens,
I don't buy that at all. That's a completely meaningless definition of evidence.
I hate it when mom and dad fight.
No, it's the philosophy definition of evidence. But anytime,
it's not.
presence of it literally is. This is something I've discussed with
I hate it when
many
mom and
times
dad
before.
fight.
The prevalence of evidence and whether or not it increases the probability. It's very, very common in philosophy. It is evidence anytime, no matter what. Even if it's a lucky guess, it's still evidence. And it's not good evidence, but it's evidence. That if you can predict the future accurately and get it right, that you have evidence that your hypothesis is true. Now, obviously, if you don't get it right multiple times, it's terrible evidence, but it is evidence because the prevalence of that instance of being able to accurately predict the future is more likely under the case that a hypothesis is true than under one that's false. That's all it means. It's very basic evidence. It is evidence.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for coming up, Garrick. We're going to go ahead and move on to Paradoxical. So they had a sound argument for their god.
Oh.
I think all arguments are sound arguments. They make sounds.
Okay, he's not wrong. He's not wrong on that one.
Paradoxical
We cannot refute that logical argument. Hello, Paradoxical. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today?
Hi guys, it's great to be here.
Very quiet.
Can you turn up your microphone volume about maybe double what it is now?
Sure, let me try. Is it better now?
That's a lot better. Thank you very much. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Ivan. So, I would defend a Neoplatonic conception of God. So that is, I mean, I would reject. So it's basically a non-theistic position. So it's not atheistic or theistic. So I'm basically metaphysically a Platonist. So I would defend like the structural realist viewpoint, and so basically I can defend it on pragmatic grounds or pragmatic and metaphysical both grounds. So I mean, yeah, you guys can. So basically, that God is the thing. It's simple and it's not a being. I mean, it's not a personal God or something like that. That God in the sky or something. It's the not even the first principle. It's the unity itself, and it cannot be represented in any forms, like any conceptual forms cannot be used to represent it. It's the source of all the structure that is emanating and basically emerging out of it. So it's that would be like the initial thing that I would say. So any questions regarding that, and maybe I can clarify what would be objections and how I would work on that. If that makes sense.
Okay, I apologize. I deeply apologize, Paradoxical. I caught like every fourth word in there.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I didn't understand the word. You either need to slow down or to pronounce a little bit better.
I apologize. I know if English
language.
If English is your second language, I do apologize. Yeah, which I apologize.
Yeah.
If English is your second language, but it was really hard to understand what you were trying to say.
Yeah, I was going to say English is my third language. English is my third language, and I'm really struggling to understand what you're saying. So I know where you're coming from. It's difficult at times, but maybe try and slow down a bit. That would help.
I think he said he was a Platonic realist, and he's arguing for a Platonic form of a god. That was the conclusion.
So it's not actually like a personal being. So it's not a being that is interacting with you in your daily life. But so Platonism basically would be something like the mathematical reality is also like ontologically real. So it is about that there are levels of ontology instead of just being that the material base ontology is real. So and it is about the relations, how everything is interrelated to one another, and it would be something like that. We are embedded in a structure, not a So basically, atheism was right, like a Platonic realist, but not defending that they don't forms not exist as an object. They exist as an archetype. I mean, I'm trying to use different words, but we can get stuck in different languages.
Why believe Platonic objects exist? I don't believe they exist. Why believe they exist?
So Platonic, there are no Platonic objects. So I would this would be a position opposite to nominalism. So I don't believe that there are no universals and only particulars exist. So I would say that it's basically an interdependence of both. That there's a emergence happening from material reality, and it's interacting with the constraints of the abstract reality. So it would be argument like something that 1 plus 1 is equal to 2, or if you are trying to construct a triangle, it would require you to follow certain mathematical logic. And yeah, I would argue that computation itself is being encoded in. So basically, cells are also Turing machines, and we are building upon this self-organizing principle. So I would say that that principle itself is relational. It's about how we're getting from one state to next state. So yeah, I mean something like you can say that if you want to get into object ontology, it would be computation is the base object of ontology, but that would get into the whole scientific side of arguments. That so I'm also a naturalist. That I believe that everything has natural causes, but yeah, I believe that causes also have downward causation. It's not just emergence upwards. So that would be the complete position. Yeah. Sorry if I was fast. Yeah.
Why?
So now we will have to get into pragmatic grounds if we can agree that metaphysically it is also explanatory. So I would say that nominalism doesn't lead us into explanations, and if we just try to get into empiricist point of view that everything we require is evidence, but empiricism also doesn't have any justification for itself. That it's and you also get fragmentation of ontologies, that normativity is completely independent of independent of physical scientific investigations, and that results in existentialism and all the other philosophies that are leading to that basically is leads to less meaning in life, and meaning is about being connected to reality. And
that sounds like an appeal to emotion.
Platonism is about relations, that it's a relational ontology instead of being an object ontology.
Still don't see why I need Platonism to have meaning or purpose or relations.
So meaning itself is relation. So it's I mean, so either will have to just go into complete nihilism, that there is nothing and it's all meaningless. But if we are just going to define meaning as something, I would say it has to be defined as meaning in life being connected to a real thing. So I mean, if you think of art or any aesthetic things people do, or romantic love or anything, so that's all about having some real relation outside of yourself. So I would say that if so they are like isomorphic. You know, if even if you want to put different words, I think we need an explanation to for ethics and all the ways that we can converge. I mean, for converging, and that would be pragmatic argument that we need convergence in humanity for towards a shared purpose or a shared goal. But we don't know what the goal is. But that has to be something trying to get to a increase the wisdom of people to be less self-deceptive or fall into like feedback loops that are not helpful and can give a different view of reality. Right? So
Still don't see why I need platonic objects for that. I don't. You can just say nominalism is true. Don't need that.
So Platon, we don't need. So I'm saying I'm rejecting the object ontology. That I'm saying that objects don't exist. So what are the objects you think exist? Even in scientific theory, we are at quantum field theory that says that it's all probabilities, and in mathematical space, and I mean we have Bell's theorem that gives us non-locality. So even at our base reality, we are seeing a relational structure. So I mean I don't know what would be if we just take that nothing is real. So that doesn't mean anything, right? Real is normative and descriptive both. So because I mean these are not my arguments. So I'm taking from Verweke and Joshua Bach, and I mean some people that represent different views. Yeah. So, but I think that this is a pretty convincing picture, and
I don't find it convincing at all. Most physicists don't find it convincing. I think quantum fields are the fundamental thing. I think they're physical. I don't think relations or mathematical objects are fundamental at all.
No, I'm saying I'm giving ontological status to relations itself. I'm not saying that.
I don't think relations exist. I don't think relations are fundamental. I think that's a very silly argument. I think quantum fields are fundamental.
So if this quantum fields are fundamental, how do we explain all the phenomena at human, like linguistic level and the like cognition that happens in
emergent properties of quantum fields?
But yeah, how does something that emerges interacts with the material reality? So are you saying does the thing that emerges from the material reality doesn't have any impact on the material reality back?
It's made of material reality, so obviously it would be able to interact with material reality.
So I mean, if you're saying that something that is emerging, so I would say that mathematics is also, I would say it has a constraining relationship on reality itself. That
no, I would say I would definitely say that there's no constraining relationship on reality. Math is descriptive, not prescriptive.
But I think that would be. So I mean, I think there's new evidence coming from biology also that there is intentionality in. So for that, I think we have to get away from the point to instant point of view. That if you just look at one single instant to the next instant, that will always look like that there is not something emergent. But I would say if we sum a lot of yes, lot of instances, then the sum is greater than its parts, and there is some control that we have on those relations based on what relational structure we are embedded in, and we are able to. I mean, if consciousness doesn't have any impact on material reality, then it doesn't make any sense, right? That there is. I mean, I would take the compatibilist position on free will, that we have free will, but free will is intentional in structure. That it's not about single point. It's an illusion if you try to look at a single point, but you have to look at it as a unity across long distances. So I would say from philosophy of mind, we are like, I mean, I would say basically Dennett is right, but I would say we are converging on that. So yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think there's any evidence that math is prescriptive. That's just not a thing. No.
Can I ask, is this one of the main reasons why you believe in a God?
So I would say that is not a God. God is just so that the one is one and the good are the same, and good is also, so it is the source of the infinite intelligibility. That I'm saying that even in forms there is evolution happening. So suppose there was a form of a horse, that if we just take the basic Platonic picture that there's a form of horse, but when we started interacting, we started putting horseshoes on horses, and we developed a thing horseshoe. But then that horseshoe also became a symbol, and that symbol is like quite prevalent. But I would say that forms also evolve, and there's an interaction between the emergence that is happening from material reality and forms that are also sort of constraints that are also evolving based on the I mean that it's a relational picture instead of just there being emergence and there being just an epiphenomenalism that we are conscious, but it's just all there is no interaction back to the
I won't
material
lie. I'm
reality.
so lost.
Can I quickly interrupt? I need to go, so I would really like to thank everyone for dropping by and listening, and thank Taco for setting this up again. It's been a pleasure as always.
Click Peter's links.
Thanks,
I
Peter.
think we're going to go for another 10 or 15 minutes, and then we're going to probably bring it to an end.
Yeah, I have to go. I have a few things that I need to do, and I have an upcoming show with Onra in a few hours. So if anyone wants to tune in and learn everything you'd never wanted to learn about the Book of Mormon, feel free to tune in. We're reading Joseph Smith today.
Oh my!
Yeah, it's always good fun.
Sounds interesting. Yes.
I hear he knows how to find water.
Thank you.
Got to use a stick. But thank you so very much, Paradoxical. It was nice having you on.
Yeah, thank you. It sounds like you've put a lot of thought into your ideas. We'd be happy to work with you on it again in the future.
Work on the communication part because
Thanks,
I
guys.
think
See you all next time.
I think the language barrier kind of was really problematic in that.
Steve, anything else you'd like to say?
I mean, yeah. So, yeah, I would say that Platonic metaphysics is better explanatory.
Well, for
and
Jurassic,
that's a
I would address
reason
that
to
shortly.
favor
Start
it,
that and
that we
address
can
it.
have a convergence over ethics and between different social agents that are acting. And yeah, I mean, that would be like sort of a system theory point of view. That yeah, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, so paradoxical, just a note, when you come back,
thank you.
If you could put a little effort into resolving your microphone, your audio issues, that would make it a lot easier for people to hear what you're saying. Because one of the challenges I'm having, and I notice others here are having, is we're trying very hard to understand what you're saying, but it's been a challenge because of the quality of the audio, the quality of your sound.
Yeah, I'll definitely try to work on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We look forward to speaking with you again. I guess we have time for one more, right, Taco?
Yeah, we'll bring up Lols.
Lol.
Hello, Make a Vegan Room.
Yeah.
How are you?
And
I'm good. How are
good
you?
Austin Powers reference. God equals.
Doing pretty good. If you turn up your volume just a little bit, that'd be a great help.
They have a vegan room. It's called Health and Fitness.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you. What you got for us today?
Yeah, well, I just had an argument for the idea that consciousness is not supervening on the physical. And I also think that, well, I mean, I can just present the argument.
Well, okay, so just sorry to cut you off the deal, but yeah, I mean, talking about like as far as the stage goes, is this in connection to a belief that you have about a deity or a god?
I'm agnostic.
So are we, or many of us are.
Yeah, but I just wanted your thoughts. I mean, it could definitely, I mean, people do argue that given that consciousness is at least in part non-physical, that's evidence of a god or something like that.
Yeah, let's hear your argument, and we can go over it. That sounds like a great idea.
Before you get into that, Twitch and P-Town, respond to my direct message.
I don't really see the point of going into this because we're
vegan.
We're just.
Well, the idea is just that in our world there are conscious experiences, and there's a logically possible world physically identical to ours, in which the positive facts about consciousness in our world do not hold. And therefore the facts about consciousness are further facts about our world over and above the physical facts. And so materialism is false. I can sort of explain more in layman's terms as to what I'm saying.
Can I just ask you, because we've done a lot with consciousness, I guess it goes with the nature of the topic, but do you have any sort of
What's up, John Rapp? Good to see you, bud.
Digestion?
Yeah, I'm reading from The Conscious Mind by David Chalmers.
That's awesome. I guess my big point would just be that we tend to point a lot of like emphasis on consciousness kind of being the special thing because we are conscious, and yet when we look at it as just a mechanism, as just say our body healing or just say digestion, we don't often get there is a holy digestion, like a transcendental digestion that is making the universe have to exist. And for whatever reason, we like to stick consciousness into there as if it means something. Like there has to be this transcendental consciousness that, circumnavigates the entire beyond time and space. But I just don't get why. I don't get why that mechanism and why it's kind of used like a hammer to try and find a god.
Right. I mean, I guess. Sure, and there are many, like David Chalmers himself is not religious, I don't think, but he doesn't believe that the mind is purely physical. He's a dualist, I think. So I mean, I agree it doesn't get you to God. But I mean, I think the process of natural theology is to sort of build a piece-by-piece case. Like the Kalam doesn't get you to God, but nevertheless, it's the first piece, many would argue. There are some arguments, like the ontological argument, which does get you to a God, but many arguments don't.
Well, to address your actual argument, even if it's logically possible that there is a alternative universe that has consciousness instantiated in a non-physical state, that doesn't mean in this universe that they aren't instantiated in physical states. And so simply saying that it's possible that consciousness is grounded in some non-physical substance of some kind doesn't prove that it is in this universe. The same argument I had with Jack Engstrike.
Right, but the point is that, let's say a neutral observer that is not conscious, right? And they look at me, for example, and I put my hand on the stove, right, and I go out.
Take it easy, Skeptic Dank. Have a safe one, bud.
A non-neutral observer would have no reason to believe, just from the physical facts alone, that I have an experience as to what it is like to touch the stove. In the same way that there are plants that move away from fire, we don't hypothesize that there's actually an experience as to what it is like for a plant to be on fire. Some postulate that plants do have experience, but you can't infer that from the physical facts alone.
Well, that's false. So we can't infer that yet. So we don't know what consciousness is yet. When we do it in the future, we may be able to like, yep, that's consciousness.
No, but you can't from the physical facts. Like how?
No. So, that's false. That's the fallacy that idealists and panpsychists make all the time. They assume that the current information we have is fully conclusive and there's no possible way to gain new information that could potentially indicate consciousness, which is false. It's just completely false. You're just ignorant of it right now.
No. Look, I'm making an argument that in principle you can't, purely from the physical facts, infer consciousness.
Great, I understand that.
Yeah, well, look, I mean, you can grab that point and still not accept dualism, right? You might, like, one of the biggest objections is that consciousness is like a posteriori. But look, I'm saying that you can, let's say you don't know that I'm conscious, right? Or let's just look at a frog, for example.
Invented Malik, there's an Australian inflection plus woo makes me nauseated. So I'm looking at the book, and
all of the physical facts.
You know, it's been described as a really influential book and everything, but there have been some pretty heavy criticisms against it,
logically compatible
because ultimately it derives down to a begging the question, and it's pretty much just Chalmers is working off of a hunch about things, and the fact that Chalmers invokes philosophical zombies is really bad. So
to infer that
I'd have to like sit
the only
down.
reason we attribute consciousness to animals and to other humans is because we have conscious experience as well. There's nothing about the physical structure of these beings that indicate consciousness, because it's logically possible that they aren't conscious, that all of their reactions are just like plants' reactions. And if you grant that plants don't have consciousness, the physical facts don't supervene on the mental facts.
Right, but that's the reason that's wrong is because once we have a better understanding of what consciousness is, and we know that consciousness is this physical state right here, and we can look in the frog and say, yes, it has this physical state, we can say, yep, it has consciousness. The only reason right now we don't do that is because we don't know what consciousness is. So this is an argument from ignorance that the idealists and panpsychists make, where they think that no matter how detailed a scientific discovery we'll make, we will never be able to identify what the physical state of consciousness is, which is completely false. Nobody in neurology thinks that. It's just not a thing. It's a thing idealists think for no reason whatsoever. But it is the fact that it's logic. I know you're not. I'm not saying you are. This is an argument that idealists use. So the point here is that I
agree with this point.
I understand that, and it's still wrong. Everybody who makes this argument is wrong. It is always 100% an argument from ignorance, because it's saying that no physical data will ever be able to determine what consciousness is, which is dumb. Every time somebody says that in science, they're wrong.
That's not exactly what I'm saying, though.
Well, that's what the argument is saying, whether you intend it or not. The reason it's fallacious is because it entails the fact that it's impossible in principle to discover what physical state consciousness is. And once you do, this problem is just false.
But look, that's not what I'm saying. The first point is that I'm saying that looking from the physical facts alone, right? Let's just say that, you know, I look at a frog and I say it's conscious, and you look at a frog and you say it's not conscious. There's nothing about the physical facts that indicate.
So that's begging the question. That's what's wrong. I understand exactly the argument you're making, and I understand exactly why it's wrong, and it's that sentence right there. It is not logically, in principle, impossible. Look at the physical states in a frog and determine it's conscious or not. It is possible to look. I don't know. I don't need to know. It's logically possible for it to be discovered in the future, where science can look at the physical states in a frog and say, yes, it's conscious. No, it's not conscious. You can't do it now. You don't know what it is now. It is logically possible, and it is actually the most likely thing to happen in science in the future.
You can actually experiment with a frog and figure out if it's conscious or not.
And one thing,
one
thing, Vegan Room.
I don't think you can. I think it's a good inference to make.
But
right?
but Vegan Room, this, if I remember correctly, that was the biggest critique of Chalmers's book. While he did present it really, really well, the biggest critique on that is that essentially Chalmers was operating off of a hunch, and that he was in fact begging the question, like T-Jump brought up.
No, but I think, look, I mean, I personally think that he might be very begging the question, but not at this step. I think he's right about this first step.
No, he's wrong about this step. It's just demonstrably wrong about this step. So this step requires the assumption, the intuition, that no matter what physical facts we look at, none of them will be able to determine whether or not something is conscious or not. And that's just begging the question. Nobody agrees with that.
No, but look, okay, once you have in the background that, and Chalmers agrees that, that he actually thinks that if you have a physical duplicate of, for example, me, then it will be conscious necessarily. And that necessity is a posteriori. But the point is that the reason that we can make that inference is because we have conscious experience, right?
It's irrelevant. That part is totally irrelevant. Assume we don't. Assume there is a computer that has no consciousness whatsoever, but it knows this physical state is consciousness.
Yeah, so why on earth does that computer infer that I'm conscious? In fact,
if it knows, if it has the propositions that it knows this physical state is conscious, and it looks and it finds that physical state, it can say this thing is conscious.
Well, why would the computer think that?
Because it's determined to by quantum fields. It doesn't matter why. You're confusing epistemology and ontology. The ontology, the question is the ontology of the frog. Is it conscious? There can be a computer
Okay,
that is not.
Epistemology and ontology. Because I'm making an epistemic claim that it's impossible purely from the physical fact to determine if something is conscious.
No,
and that's
so
obvious.
That part I proved wrong with the computer. There's a computer, it's not conscious. It has this state is a physical consciousness.
Yeah, there's a problem. There's a problem with the terminology there, John, because typically I like to go with sentience and sapience.
It doesn't matter why.
Is the difference?
It does not matter why. Literally doesn't matter. It can be hit on the head with a robot hammer to make it think that. It doesn't matter why. You can conclude things are conscious based physical states. Yes, it is possible.
They have no.
I want to know what you think
there's
is
no logical entailment. Look, if I say that all men are mortal, Socrates is a man, Socrates is mortal, that's the conclusion follows from the two premises. But there's nothing about the physical facts that logically entail consciousness. So the computer would have no
facts
rational
logically
grounds.
entail anything.
Wait, but look, I'm saying that there's no rational grounds for the computer to say that.
I understand what you're saying. That is wrong. There is, like, if I want to say this is a camera, what physical facts make this a camera? Well, there aren't any. It's not like there's like the camera fact. It's that camera is a specific collection of particles. Wait, no, stop.
No, this is what he talks about.
Stop. Listen carefully. There is nothing in those physical particles that makes them absorb light and turn it into a certain signal. It doesn't do it.
What?
If we just
Yes,
stop the
of
law,
course there is.
stop. If we stop the laws of physics, that stops happening. The only reason that collection of particles stop and listen, shut up and listen. The only reason that collection of particles functions in that way is because there's some determining force that causes those collections of particles to produce this outcome. If there's some force in physics that causes brains to produce consciousness that we don't know yet, that could cause, knowing this physical state, we'll know the thing is conscious. because it interacts with the law to produce consciousness, just like the camera interacts with electromagnetism to produce light patterns. So the fact that you can know that there's no law in those particles themselves that determine it functions this way, if you know how those particles function with some supervening law that then creates the function you're trying to describe, you can know. So in consciousness, if we look at the brain, there's nothing in the brain, there's nothing in the laws we know about that determine the things in the brain will produce consciousness. But we could discover a supervening law that causes a particular arrangement of matter to produce consciousness, in which case we can know by the physical facts themselves, this is conscious, this is not.
And can I just ask 2 questions I asked the last person that brought this subject? One, may
always
I
a good
have
decision,
your
mate.
definition of what consciousness is? And 2, does it have a connection to your belief in a deity?
I don't believe in God, but so my definition of consciousness would just be like something that it is like to be a system. So there's something that it's like for me to look at my computer. Qualia. I mean, it might be a primitive notion. Also, I don't.
Would you characterize it as? Would you characterize it as sentience or sapience?
Sentience.
Because sentience just comes down to, physical interactions with the external world.
No, that's not what I understand sentience.
So sapience is essentially, like reasoning, cognition, critical faculty, stuff like that. So,
I mean, I'm not sure that's quite right either, because a computer can reason, but I don't think there's anything it's like.
No, I know a computer can logic. Because computer programming language is a logical language. So computers logic.
Sentience is the ability to have sensations. Sapience is the ability to have wisdom.
Just when you say like consciousness, it's a very, very blanket. It's very, very umbrella term. So
he said sentience. So all he means is have sensations.
Yeah, that's what I said. So the ability to infer, or the ability to perceive external stimuli is essentially it.
I mean, I wouldn't characterize it like that, but I think you're on the right track. But I mean, look, the point is just this, right? That Chalmers argues, and I agree with him, that once we have the physical facts in place, we can know, at least in principle, the biological facts, right? Because the biological facts supervene on the physical facts.
Yeah, that was the way. Computers logic because programming language is logical language. That's it.
Things like whether the economy is booming or not, because what the economy means is whether some, whether people have certain, I don't know much about economy, but whether people have certain amount of money, and money just refers to some physical object. So once you have those physical facts in place, all of the physical facts, you can infer things like whether the economy is doing well, you can infer the biological facts, you can infer reproduction, you can infer all of these things. But you can't logically infer consciousness.
Why do you think that? That's a logical fallacy. Why do you think that?
Yeah, because there's no contradiction in everything being non-conscious. There's no contradiction
in being able to understand it either, so that doesn't prove the point. There's no logical contradiction with being able to understand something has the property of consciousness by looking at the physical states. Saying that there's no contradiction in the alternative doesn't prove that there's a contradiction in the affirmative.
Megan.
Do you think there is a non-physical form to consciousness?
I'm agnostic. I don't. Yeah, I don't really take a position. Look, I just agree with the first point that purely looking at the physical facts are at least logically compatible with. If you were to look at me and you knew all of the physical facts about me, you can't then.
I gotta check on the dogs. I'm hearing a noise out there. I don't like.
That I'm physical.
But this
there's no logical contradiction either. Unless you can show there's a contradiction, then you can't say that you cannot infer consciousness from the physical states. The fact that it's logically possible to not be able to doesn't prove that it's logically necessary that you can't be able to. So unless you can prove it's logically impossible infer consciousness from physical states alone, the argument you made does not hold at all.
It's also the same thing we get from creationists who say that you will never be able to physically prove that life started from natural means. And it's like, yeah, we probably will.
Very similar argument, yes.
I don't really know what that second part has to do with my argument, but I'm saying that
because you're not like, I'm not saying it has to be something non-physical. I'm just saying the physical will never explain it.
I'm saying that there's no logical entailment from the physical facts to
there's no logical entailment that there is an apple. Let me try to explain this. You're repeating yourself. I understand. There's no logical entailment that there is an apple in the box. Does that mean there is not an apple in the box? No. So if you say there's no logical entailment that looking at the physical facts
and ontology.
No, I understand this argument exactly. I've debunked this argument at a professional level with academics. I understand this very completely. When you say there is no entailment by looking at the facts that you will see consciousness, you're saying it's possible that consciousness is not in the box. That's all it means. That's literally the exact same thing.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying
you are. You just don't realize it. You're exactly saying that.
I think that I think that whether physicalism or dualism is true, a physical duplicate of myself will actually be conscious. I'm just saying that a neutral observer, right? Let's say a neutral computer observer.
Sorry about that. I heard a noise out there, and the kids were napping, and then I heard a noise like that.
Consciousness
so I had to go check it out.
Moron, looking at a physical duplicate of me, or looking at me and just the purely physical facts, all they see is neurons firing, which causes my arm to move, which causes my legs to move, which causes me to blink and stuff like that. And there's no logical entailment from those physical facts to consciousness, because the physical facts are compatible with me being conscious and me not being conscious. In fact, I understand.
It's possible there's no apple in the box. Literally everything you just said, logically, syllogistically, will map onto that argument one for one perfectly. It's a set for set match. That argument you made is it's possible to look at all of the physical systems and not know if consciousness is in the system. It's possible there is no apple in the box. But guess what? It's possible there could be an apple in the box. It's possible that there is some physical system you don't know about where it does determine consciousness. We're simply saying it's possible.
Have to explain what the logical entailment, like what reasoning is.
You don't need a logical entailment. It just needs to be possible. Possible, not entailment. You don't need an entailment.
Look, if I say some old dude, thank you for the super chat. I'll be addressing super chats because we're about to wrap up. I think this is the last guy. Ed2276, good to see you. Sally Skellington, good to see you as well. Jim's Mind.
I understand the logical entailment there. What I don't
need an entailment. You do not need an entailment. You don't need an entailment.
Just let me finish. What I don't understand is why would the computer infer that I am conscious from purely the physical facts alone? I don't understand what the logical entailment is.
If all X's are conscious, the box has an X, the box is conscious.
Okay, but what is the logical entailment? You haven't spelled that out for me.
You don't need one. It's such a stupid argument.
But
If consciousness is, listen to the words. If all consciousnesses are X, particle X, it has particle X, it is conscious. It's like if all men are mortal, Socrates are a man, he's mortal.
You're just assuming that. You're just
no. It just needs to be possible. It just needs to be possible. Stop talking. It just needs to be possible. That's it. If it is possible that consciousness is particle X, and the computer knows this, then anytime it sees particle X, it can know it's conscious. Oh my fucking God. So stupid.
Begging the question.
You're begging the question. You're making the exact same argument, but from a necessity standpoint. Yes, you are.
I'm not.
This is why this argument deductively fails.
Okay, look, I'm saying, okay, if the computer knows that this physical system in this way will produce consciousness, and it sees that physical system, it can know, right?
And 2276, no, it's okay.
What it means to be conscious.
You always watch it on the replay.
To be in this physical structure, right? Yes. That's just begging the question, because you're just assuming that X is conscious. If it's sort of like this,
no. You're confused here. You're confused here. If it is the case that there is a universe where this is the case, where it is in fact that consciousness is this physical state, And if that is the case, then we know that it is possible to look at the physical. Wait, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't fucking matter.
That's my whole point.
No, stop.
Know that.
Holy shit, it doesn't matter. If it is possible there is such a universe, and your statement is wrong. Necessarily, your statement is wrong. If there is possible for such a universe to exist, and your statement that it is possible that that you can look at the states and not know if it's conscious is wrong. It is wrong because this universe exists. Possibly.
No, look, I don't think you're understanding the point.
I fully understand the argument. I've talked about this with academic professors all the time. You are wrong.
No, I don't think you understand the point. The point
fully
is just
understand academically this point. I've talked about it with academic professors on this topic. If it is possible for a universe to exist where consciousness is a physical system, whether or not you know it.
No, I can grant that. That's irrelevant.
And your argument is done. Your argument is wrong.
No.
Yes.
No, look, I'm not saying that consciousness is not physical. I'm just saying that a neutral observer that's not conscious, a computer system that's trying to say, does this frog that goes ribbit, does it have an experience as to what it is like to be that system? The answer is no, of course. Why would that neutral observer, why would that computer infer that? There's no logical entailment from purely the physical facts. And you haven't shown what the logical entailment is. You just keep saying that
now you're diffusing the argument to why does the computer say X?
There seems to be some sort of breakdown here. It's like because it's utilizing a computer, but the computer only knows what we tell the computer, what we put into the computer.
Maybe
so we would have to put the parameters of what consciousness is, and the computer would have to make the assessment as to what consciousness if it encounters it. So that's still our interpretation of what consciousness is. So we define arbitrarily what the parameters of consciousness is, and then we determine what that is when we encounter it elsewhere.
I say I only
which
need
is
one
weird.
Task. Figure this task, I'm going to give you $1 million. I just want you to know, is this person conscious or not? Do you think you could walk away with that activity?
I don't understand the question.
We
I'll see you guys later.
Bye, T-Jump.
Take it, T-Jump.
Subscribe on T-Jump's channel. Woohoo!
Potato, give him money.
Oh.
Because
we do have different metrics that we can measure awareness of a system being awake. We can actually we can remove their conscience. We could boost it with caffeine to make people more aware. We can actually manipulate it. We have good ways of telling whether someone is conscious or not. When we always go to this type of thing, it always goes into like the things of like philosophical zombies. Can you get true or false positives and all things like that? Which is yes.
It's all good, Jim's mind.
We have very good intuition on whether something is conscious or not, and you have to figure it out in the jungle. You have to say, was that bush rustling? Was that because of the wind or another conscious agent?
Well, there's also something a little weird here because vegan, you keep bringing up this idea that the computer of a computer being able to determine what is conscious, right? So I think that there's a breakdown in that example because a computer only knows what it is told by definition. So the computer has to be told. The computer operates on a logical language, on a logical programming language, and we develop that logical language. So the computer can. So the computer's the wrong thing. So
yeah, exactly, right.
Okay, so we shouldn't use the computer in that because the computer. But therein lies the problem because what we tell hang on. What we tell the computer are the parameters to determine what consciousness is important. But the parameters of what exactly is consciousness is arbitrarily determined by human beings.
I think you're missing the point. The point is that the reason that I can infer that, for example, my brother is conscious or my sister is conscious when they put the hand on the stove and move away is because I have background information about when I do that and I say ouch and move my hand away. I know that I have an experience as to what it is like to do that. I have background information about non-conscious entities that, if I put my pen on the stove, it's not going to have any it's not going to have any. There's not going to be any reaction apart from the plastic melting. And so, because I know that I am conscious, and I know that the pen is not conscious, at least there's no reason for me to think that the pen is conscious. When I see my sister touch the stove and go ow and move her hand away, and because the reason I'm able to say, okay, she is conscious, or there's good reason to believe that she's conscious, is because I have the experience. I've had experiences like that before, and I know I'm conscious, and so that's the inference. But a computer system, and forget about humans making computer systems or whatever. The point is not that. The point is that a computer system or some sort of like robotic observer with no consciousness is not able to make that step. They've got no conscious experience to draw upon.
That's the problem. That's why I don't think that the computer the computer example works in this, because it's that you're basically trying to describe something that has no understanding of consciousness interacting with something that if it itself has no understanding or concept of consciousness, how can it derive consciousness from other things? When you just demonstrated that we derive consciousness ourselves, when we determine that other things are conscious because their experiences are deemed to be equivalent to our own. So we are conscious, we feel, we have experiences, we interact with other people, and we see that they have the same experiences. We have a transfer of information. We can determine a degree of consciousness of that. So it takes consciousness to determine consciousness, is what you're going at. But when you use the computer's a bad example, because the computer only knows what it is told by definition. So we would have to feed that in there. So what you're saying is a hypothetical, what you're referring to really is a hypothetical entity.
Don't worry about that. Look, don't worry about
that. What you're referring to is a hypothetical entity that has no consciousness of its own and is trying to infer consciousness from other things. The problem is that you're invoking P-zombies, and that's just bankrupt.
No, I'm not necessarily invoking P-zombies. I'm invoking that there is something that knows all of the physical facts about me. But is not conscious itself. But, I think that a computer can still know in some loose sense. I don't think computers have beliefs as such. But know in some sort of loose colloquial sense that 1 + 1 is 2. And this computer knows all of the physical facts about me, knows that when these synapses connect, I will move my hand or whatever. They know all of the physical facts there are to know. That there's no logical step to go from just the physical facts to therefore I have some experience as to what it is like to be that physical entity. And T-Jump wasn't able to present what that logical entailment was, and nobody else.
Well, because T-Jump was correct. It's not necessary. It only has to be possible. That's it. Go ahead, Xerxes. Sorry, go ahead.
Are we gonna wrap this conversation up and go on to a new one, or are we just gonna end it here? Because we've had P-Town in the stage. He's had his hand raised for like 3 hours, and he's a Christian who wants to give an argument for the Christian God.
So we are actually running out of time, but we could probably go for a few more minutes there. I think it's Grav and P-Town. I imagine they'll probably want to have more time, and we can revisit
exactly
what
turtle
they have
moves.
to say
There's the question of
you,
sentience and sapience in that respect. The interpreting external stimuli and being in wisdom is the whole kind of thing. So
about the topic, I strongly suggest you read The Conscious Mind in Search of a Fundamental Theory by David Chalmers.
I looked into it. Daniel Dennett skewered that book. Absolutely skewered
thank you for the book recommendation.
Because it's essentially what T-Jump said is begging the question is what it was.
That there are good evolutionary biological reasons for why consciousness needs to understand whether other things are conscious or not. Just an example of just being a herbivore or a carnivore, you damn well better know if other conscious organisms are coming after you, or if something is a conscious organism that you can sink your teeth into so that you live to the next day, you have food.
It also has to be stated that the Conscious Mind by Chalmers has been heavily criticized by a number of academics out there about the begging the question problem, the appeal to philosophical zombies, so on and so forth. I think it's an interesting read, and it's well constructed and well presented, but he makes some fundamental problems.
Let's go to
P-Town.
Show on the road with P-Town. P-Town, what do you got for us, man?
Oh, hey guys. We can close up shop. The stream's been going for a long time.
Let's see what you got. We'll see how long this will take.
You're going to help us close up stream because you are the last one. And what is
well,
up, Pete?
Hey. Well, I don't know. There's a lot of things covered today. I just wanted to mention the guy Garrett when he was talking about Job and the animals. I think it's pretty clear that, asking the animals about God, I think it's pretty clear that the word means inquire to the animals. I mean, you can, by implication, you can look at the animals, the beasts, the birds, the fishes, and defer that God made them. I think that's what
infer
to.
Yeah,
not that the animals are going to talk to you.
P-Town, do you realize that's what would it even look like? All right, to say that this is what an animal would look like. This is what we would see if an animal was created by God, and this is what we would see if an animal wasn't created by God. How do you delineate between those two categories?
Sure. Well, I just want to say that what I was trying to.
Hi, Aaron Schneider. Good to see you.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. I get that.
So if you want me to explain where it was going with that, you can go to Job 39.
I know where it was going with that.
What's up, Colorado Biker? Good to see you.
Is how would a person look at an animal and infer that it was made by God as opposed to the product of perhaps natural processes? What would be the difference between?
I don't know the fancy words for it, but I think some of it, what is it, irreducible complexity? What's his name?
Which doesn't exist.
That's been debunked.
Yeah, Otangelo is how he
also, I got to throw this out before I lose it. P-Town. There's also the very, if you look at it from the standpoint that the book itself, that the text itself, the Bible was written by individuals who didn't have a real advanced understanding of things, so they interpreted a lot of natural phenomena in very poetic terms, which is why they tell like it's written on your heart, because when they really meant what is you feel that way, because it just feels like that whole kind of thing. So when asking the animals, the way I always took it, and the way my pastor kind of worked with that was, it wasn't literally ask the animals a question and the animals will answer. What this was a metaphorical way of look at the behavior of animals in and of themselves. That animals seem to operate within the world balanced in a kind of equilibrium, that they don't operate in the notions of hate or prejudice or jealousy or any, to the extent that human beings do. To look at how they operate and look for that balance, find that similarity between the two of us. That in that natural kind of balance that you see, where one thing dies and gives to the other one, but the system itself is maintained. That's what it was really talking about. It was trying to describe. Look to the simplicity of animals. Don't overcomplicate things. Eschew your hate. Eschew your jealousy. Eschew your envy. Eschew the things that really drive us away from just that natural balance that should exist between all of us. That was the kind of understanding that I had. It was just a poetic way of looking at natural systems.
I don't really care what your pastor told you or what you thought then that made you become an atheist now.
No, it's not what made me become an atheist. What I'm demonstrating is that there are different ways of interpreting that text, and there's no way to justify one version over the other.
In Job 39, for an example, Warren, God then later on he talks about the horse and how the horse is competitive, right? And it'll charge into battle. Just describing a psychological aspect of an animal. Or he'll reference, a better example maybe would be how there's wild animals and not wild animals. How certain animals, no matter how we try to make them quote unquote evolve, they're not going to be able to, you're not going to be able to breed them so that they can pull, say, your plow. And people have tried to do these things. And my point is that the Bible in particular in this case, Job, there is a lot of viable scientific facts that are foretold. And just as some of you folks before said, that would be evidence. A lot. Well, I mean, I just gave you one, for example.
What well, hold on. What do you mean you gave us one? What you gave us was an observation that animals.
Here, let me be more specific. Okay, when it comes to the wild oxen versus the regular oxen, this is not the best example.
Of which all of them we have domesticated in human history.
That's the thing. Would you agree that there are bigger animals that can pull things better?
We have domesticated every beast. We have domesticated every beast of burden on this planet, from the now extinct aurochs all the way down to domestic cattle. Every one of them.
It depends on what we're pulling and why we need them to pull it. If you're pulling a plow, oxen are actually the best animal to do that.
Let me give you some
and it also
evidence
depends on the terrain, P-Town. Like none of this is like a broad brush. Right? You're talking about what would have been best for some like farmers in the Middle East thousands of years ago versus what might be good as an animal to pull a trowel or a plow here in the United States in our current terrain. You know, like the terrain of the Midwest United States is not the same as the terrain of the desert. So obviously different animals would have different advantages in pulling plows. None of this is even remotely scientific. It's just merely observation. It's not like they predicted something we couldn't have known about the animals then. No, we observed that these animals were good at pulling plows. These people had been farming for thousands of years at this point.
They also observed that they also observed that some animals are more difficult to domesticate than other ones. Which that's an observation as well. Yes, it is harder to domesticate some animals than it is others. Some are just more conducive to it. Especially like beasts of burden, like pack animals, or beasts of burden, like like cows, or the aurochs that is the predecessor, or even bison. They can be. The bison are very hard to domesticate, but they can be domesticated. They're just very, very difficult to do it because just for whatever reason. But like I said, those are our observations. But you completely glossed over what I pointed out. You interpreted the text to be a particular way. I gave you an alternative interpretation of the text that actually that better comports with reality. A poetic interpretation of natural processes and natural systems by individuals who had no real concept of those natural states. They drew inferences from them based upon flowery terminology in order to express things in a different way. So I gave you two different interpretations. I have you two, yours and mine. How do you justify yours over mine?
Am I allowed to talk now?
I went to the hermeneutic. How do you justify your hermeneutic over mine?
A lot of stuff was just brought up. My mind's fried. One of the conditions never mind. Look, I'm sitting right here. Let me just turn it a little bit, okay, Warren? It is related to the book of Job, for what it's worth. But I'm looking at the sea. Right, I'm up on the cliffs. I'm looking at the sea. I see some islands out there. If I look to the northeast, I can see a mountain. Can I, now as a Christian, and I look at that and I see the precision and the balance of everything, which is talked a lot about in the book of Job. Am I following a logical? Is it plausible? Am I following a logical,
what do you mean by
plausible
precision and balance? How do you even evaluate that?
Let me finish for a second.
How do you evaluate precision and balance? What does that even mean?
Okay, I'll try to explain it. The mountain is frozen. The water on the ocean isn't. Right? The size of the earth. The fact that, I don't know, I'm guessing there's probably a difference of 4 miles at the most between the tip of that mountain. Probably less, probably 2 miles.
Is this a look at the trees argument? I think this is a look at the trees argument.
The top's frozen. The point is, in order for us to be present here and experience what we experience, and for us to even have this conversation, all the various things that have to fall into place. And that's what I'm trying to briefly describe as precision.
That's ad hoc. That's ad hoc, P-Town, because your God could create us however he wanted. Things don't have to fall into place for an omnipotent panacea to create the world a particular way. Right? Whatever like weird, extraneous, possibly rare circumstance of our reality. No. Because as I explained to Andre about 2 hours ago, there is absolutely no expectation under theism. God doesn't give a fuck how many electrons are in an atom, whether or not biological organisms need to breathe air and drink water, specifically fresh water over salt water, none of that matters to him because he's the one who arranges and engineers all of those conditions. You say it's impossibly rare for human life to exist in the universe. Well, if your worldview is true, it's impossibly rare for life to exist in the universe because God made it that way. He could have made it in such a way that it was ridiculously abundant. Life is everywhere. You could live on the surface of the sun. But he chose not to make it that way. So there's no state of affairs that doesn't have a prior probability above zero. So you don't get to look at all of the world, all of the arrangement of physical parameters in nature and say, it must have been made that way because only God could have made it that way, when in your worldview, God could have made it literally anyway. That's a completely ad hoc, invalid reasoning.
Right, so you're accusing me of having invalid reasoning, correct? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is there any way that God could not have made the universe?
Let me ask you another question. Let me ask you a question.
No, answer mine.
Yeah, what about answering his question first?
You know, I if there was no God and we're in the universe now, then obviously, using your logic, there has to be a way that the universe was made without a God. I don't know how to answer your question as a Christian man that knows God exists.
So why I think the problem here is in thinking that God is the only possible explanation for that. There are other possible explanations. One is it's just the way things are, which is not a very good explanation, but it's one that people wrestle with. One idea that I favor, that I've worked on a bit, but it's not fully refined, is the idea of things erupting from absolutely nothing. With absolutely nothing, you have no laws of logic or laws of reality or things like that. I can't rule that out as a possibility either. So the thing is, be careful, I would suggest, not to look at just one possible thing as that and then saying, oh, that must be it because there's no other option, no other reasonable explanation. We may not be aware of some other explanation that would actually work very, very well. One day we may discover it in the future, and then that would actually work a lot better. Until then, we've got to work with what we can think about and what we can try our best to understand.
Well, I'm curious because P-Town said that he knows a God exists. P-Town, how do you know that a God exists?
Just about to go down that alley. Yeah.
Indeed.
That's a long conversation. Let me ask you a question.
No, P-Town, you made a positive claim. You made a positive
Warren,
claim.
I'm going to come off the stage, Warren.
P-Town. Or are you saying that that's a long discussion? Because if it is, we are getting close to time. We could have you on next fortnight to get more in depth into it, because we are kind of running short on time here, and I don't want to end up cutting you off in the middle of the deep.
Right now, talking to atheists. Just a second.
In a minute. We can end it.
Yeah, let's do another time.
3 o'clock.
Yeah, bring that back. Why you believe in God? We'd love to go into that with you. I think that'd be great. Thank you.
Well, no, not why does he believe? How does he know? Because he claimed to know.
Sorry,
and now we're just kind of like punting that off to the next 2 weeks with no guarantee that the conversation will even resume.
So
stay healthy. Have a good 2 weeks, everybody.
Yeah, P-Town. We've got some time. You said you know that God exists. How do you know that God exists?
Or we'll save it for 2 weeks from now. It's a long.
We got some time. We've got time. If you drop it, then go for it. This is your opportunity, because there's no guarantee that you'll be able to get up on stage next time.
Goodbye, Warren. Goodbye.
So he just runs away?
Well, that was awesome.
We are running close.
1 Peter 3:15, man. Provide the defense for your belief.
Perhaps he will come back next fortnight. That's what I'm hopeful for. If not, there's lots of other people. And one last person here, Grav, has been waiting in our audience for a long time. Just going to bring him up for a moment and make sure that we don't miss this person. Come on up and join us, Grav. You've been waiting patiently for a very long time. We're sorry to keep you holding off. Thank you for joining us. We only have about 5 minutes, but please go ahead.
Oh, that's great. I just need 5 minutes. I actually lost my argument that I wanted to make after the vegan guy repeated the same illogical nonsense for the 10th time. So I was just going to say that all I have now left to say is, King Xerxes, I'm a huge fan. I just love listening to you going on and on about the Bible, and I just want to, honestly, for the the few minutes that we have left, I just want to hear your voice talking about the last few verses of the Gospel of Mark. Just say anything about it.
Grav, are you a theist or an atheist? Or...
I am a theist. I am a
Okay.
Yes.
I actually have a request on top of that. Do it slowly.
Muslims tend to be in love with me because I point out contradictions in the gospel.
No, like I'm actually a weird Muslim. I'm interested in Christian biblical textual criticism for some reason. I don't know why. I'm not arguing against Christians. I don't give a shit about them. I just like listening to people like you. I don't know why.
Okay.
Because he's well informed.
I don't know how productive that'll be for the stage. I don't know if
what's your favorite gospel
on the stage. John.
What? Why?
Because it's the funniest.
Bro, for me it's Mark because of its ending.
Dang, that dude left the chat.
Mark's ending is boring.
Exactly. It's like a myth, it just ends.
Turtle movie. Apparently I did. I wanted to hear his how he knows.
I like a good story.
He took
John's is the best story.
Don't make me not love you anymore. Come on.
Hey, okay, you know what? Let's end this while it's well. Grav, thank you coming on.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thanks, Grav.
Preaching to the choir.
Yeah, I love you.
Thanks, Grav.
Thanks, Grav. I'm gonna hop in the atheist VC. I don't have anything else to offer to the stage, so if there's anybody in the stage,
I'm coming.
In the audience that didn't get the opportunity to fight with us in the stage, I will be in the atheist room, and I don't know if other people will be or not.
I'm coming. Where's the fucking atheist room?
And of course, the conversation will continue on my channel as well in my live chat. I've got a number of people I'm going to respond to. So if you have that and you didn't get a chance to get up on stage, you can always pop over to my channel in the live chat, and we'll talk about it there as well.
Might as well, while we're wrapping up, send love. I do shows at youtube.com/Amy Newman and at Twitch at Amy Newman Skeptic, where me and my co-host do a whole bunch of fun skeptic, philosophy, and hopefully comedy content. But I also just want to thank Randolph Richardson and Taco for hosting another fantastic stream. Please do not forget to like, follow, and subscribe on all of their channels, including T-Jumps and JL Warren. And gosh darn it, I really did think we were gonna be convinced this time. So, yeah, still looking forward to it.
Thanks so much, Amy. Your input is always fantastic. And JL Warren, I'm hoping next Halloween we can try to drum up some more votes for you and get you some better placement.
That would be cool. See if because they say it's going to be annual, so fingers crossed. If I jump into it again, maybe I'll make it all the way to the finals this time. So you never know.
Jack Burton, did you have any final thoughts?
No, good show. Thanks for having me on. I'm gonna go walk my dogs.
Have fun.
Okay, have a great day.
Thanks, Jack.
Send in love, Jack.
Taco, you're still here. Did you? You're holding a lightsaber.
Yeah.
Okay, whatever you want.
It's an AI-generated image of Richard Dawkins as Darth Vader.
It's Darth Dawkins. Awesome.
That's
amazing.
Anyways, thank you everyone for being here. If you're on the streams, join discord.gg/politics so you can hop in here next week and chat with us. Thank you, everybody. You all rock. Let's go ahead and get it closed down unless anybody wants to say something else. Oh, click everybody's links in the Heathen Hangout channel.
And thank you, everyone, for tuning in. I really appreciate everyone in the Discord audience and the YouTube audience for staying with us and providing input and joining us. It's been fantastic. We're getting a lot of positive feedback from people, a little bit of negative as well, and that goes with the territory. We welcome it all. So thank you, everyone. I run an organization called Canadian Atheists. You can find out more about it at www.canadianatheists.ca. Again, a special thank you goes to the Politics Discord for bringing
Oh, wow. I think we just got like disconnected. Wow, we just got like shut down. Damn. Oh crap. Let me stop that screen real quick. Wow, I was expecting kind of like a send-off. Looks like we just got straight up shut down. Disconnect that. There, dang. That was wild. Oh, Taco did it by accident. Okay. Woo! No, Taco accidentally shut us down. Okay. That's kidding. All right. He wiped out the Discord chat when he did that. Jack called him a dick. All right. So. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. Yes, it's an interesting conversation this time around. At least it wasn't, we didn't have too many trolls, and, it wasn't too bad. I want to address the chats that I got in. So, first and foremost, ZXL Master asked, what is your position on the historical science of man? Is anyone into genetics that cares to explain how the species became alive and how the various kinds came to be today? So the problem is that kinds is, like I said, obviously the first problematic word there is kinds. Kinds is not a term that we utilize. It doesn't describe anything. We use species. Species is kind of nebulous, but it's essentially all the breakdowns are based upon morphological the morphological differences between things. And so we work down from the commonalities, all the things that differentiate us all the way down through the entire taxonomic order until we eventually, so we can delineate stuff. As far as that goes, evolution takes care of it. Evolution is what gets us from point A to point B. It's the repetition of specific gene alleles over time is the result of essentially natural selection. Evolutionary pressures determine what things are viable, what things continue to pass their genes on slowly but surely over time. So it's pretty well understood. Evolution is like the second most understood theory and second most tested and well understood theory next to the theory of quantum electrodynamics. So yeah, there's no question about that. That's just how it susses out. Let me see. Let me get rid of that. And some old dude for $2 for 2 freedom dollars says jail doesn't exist. Prove me wrong. Very well done. Very well stated. Yes, I am just an AI construct is what I am. Some old dude for 50 freedom dollars. Thank you so much, some old dude. And also a member of the Godless Army. Says a computer does not reason. The algorithm running on the computer is not what does the reasoning. Therefore, my mind does not reason. It merely is the hardware upon which an algorithm of reasoning written by evolution executes. Very intriguing analogy there. And yes, for looking at it from just a biological standpoint, the way it works, I could agree with that. I would say that is kind of a good analogy for our the neural pathways in our brains, which dictate how things are reasoned within our brain, depending upon where the stimuli is brought in and the areas of the brains that it goes through is all dictated by the external stimuli that we encounter, and so therefore evolutionary pressures would therefore dictate, or the external environment would dictate where those neural pathways form, and therefore that would be the programming that dictates how we reason. So I like that. I actually kind of do. So thank you very much, some old dude, for that very nice super chat. That very generous super chat. I appreciate that. Let me hide that. Yeah, so good to go. All right. So, unfortunately, the Z dude, the ZYX guy, didn't stick around. I was kind of curious about having that conversation and discussing that because apparently he has some sort of problem with evolution or the format, or I'm not really sure. I only got bits and pieces of it. I know he was back and forth with some people, so not 100% sure. But nonetheless, I got a message across. Oh, Casey said well met, and can I come present my argument was P, so I can ignore that. And that was Casey Cooper. I'll accept that. Cool. No, yeah, I typically get a bunch of messages from people, and I think that was. He's just connected me to a meme. Okay, gotcha. All right, so that was pretty much it. So that was the bi-weekly stream that we do every other Sunday. We get up there on the stage and we talk to theists about what they believe and why they believe it. Shockingly, we don't get a whole bunch of arguments for the existence of God or why they, or for whatever reason. It usually comes down to misunderstandings of misunderstandings of evolution, misunderstandings of abiogenesis, scientific ignorance or illiteracy, and then of course there's appeals to how do we know things about consciousness or transcendental states or whatever. This is appeals to the abstract and generally problematic. The very last person we talked to, he said that I guess not the next last guy, said he knew that God existed, and we didn't get an answer as to why, which kind of bumps me out, because I would have loved to have dissected that, like if he holds the JTB or whatever in that respect, like how do you know this thing? That would have been easy to break down, because we've heard it before, depending upon what his argument is. But that's pretty much it. So these are always kind of fun. Otangelo came up, he got shot down. I can't believe he actually, did his book. He actually showed off his book. Hang on a sec. So if I go, let me go here, because I actually looked it up, and screen share, I can do this. And so this is his book. Origin of Life and the Virus World by Means of an Intelligent Designer. This is written by Otangelo, Volume 1, apparently. This is, not good. Exactly, Colorado Biker. It all comes down to confirmation bias, that human beings are in some way special. And we're not. That we're not inherently special. We just reason differently than everything else, and more complexly than anything else on the planet as far as we can tell. So, human beings are not special. We're interpreting the niche we fill with our evolved reasoning as making us inherently special, because we can ask questions about stuff. No, it doesn't make us special. And then from that confirmation bias, then we jump to logical fallacies, like arguments from incredulity, arguments from ignorance, or appeals to emotion. This makes me feel better. This has some sort of psychological, physiological utility for me. Therefore, it must be true. So it's just all the way back. And those who appeal to metaphysics and other nonsense in order to basically shove God into an area of unfalsifiability, that's the stuff that we get really, really annoyed with. So, Jay Patrick is here. Good to see you. Otangelo has a chubby right now because JL is advertising his book. Well, I'm not really advertising his book, but I am advertising that you can go over there and review it. Or you can at least drop, some... What is it about the author? You can review it. You can do a customer review. I'm just saying you can. That's all. There's 3 reviews on there. 2 of them are 5 Kindle customer and Jay Nuzolio. I read them. They're kind of weird. He may have created them himself, which is entirely possible, because you can do that. Just create alternate Amazon accounts, go on there and review your own stuff. But this 1 star is really simple. The headline says it all. Otangelo has no actual expertise or study in biology, virology, or any other relevant field. He is an infamous YouTube debater, and I use the term debater loosely. This book is a miserable read filled with plagiarism and misquotes. That was from Kyle Rawlings, and I think I know who Kyle Rawlings is. I think I've interacted with him. But then you got a Kindle customer, no name, and then you've got Jay Nuzolilo, verified purchase, not a verified purchase, I have no idea. And yeah, so I don't know, but I'd say they're suspect. But nonetheless, you can go and check it out. Why would anyone spend that much money on it? Yeah, that's right. Janice Farmer, it says, I got caught on a phone call, so way behind. Is this Castle Kingside saying we should just look at everything through? Exactly, yeah. Castle was making that argument. He was making the look at the trees argument. That's what that was. Just how could it be? It's just arguing from incredulity, And that's why I caught him in the whole, how is it any different from confirmation bias? And he couldn't address that. It was pretty much it. There's the two arguments that they run into. It's one, how can I differentiate that? How is it any different from confirmation bias? Or why does your God, in all of its infinite, infallible foreknowledge, demand human beings commit the worst mistakes in human reasoning to justify a belief in it? Why does it do this? Why is this the system that their God created? It makes no sense. Because in that infallible foreknowledge, it would know that this would be a stumbling block. So why would it appeal to this? Why would it make this a requirement? Because it wouldn't be necessary, because that God would know that if it revealed itself and we knew it was true, the decision would still be ours whether or not to follow it. Because some people would decide not to follow it out of fear. Some people would just reject authority, just for the sake of it. So there's problems there. There's the problem, like I consistently say, gods die on the swords of logical entailments. That's what it comes down to. Commander Darklight says, have you read it, and did he use the 10,000-year-old evidence to prove that Earth is only 6,000 years old? I have not read it, and I'm not giving that cat a dime. I'm not, because he just annoys me. The most I will give Otangelo is an emoji. That's the most I will give him. That's all he's worth, is an emoji on my channel. But I'm not giving that cat a dime. If I find a free version of it, then I may read it there, but I'm not paying for his crap. That's one thing I could say. Like, I paid to go to the Ark, but I'm not paying for Otangelo's nonsense. That's just not going to happen. All right, so I think that's pretty much it. I think that's a good point. I've been going for 5 hours now, just a little over 5. Or actually 5.5 now, because I started at 9:30. So this has been fantastic. It's been a lot of fun. A lot of people joining the live chat. This was a blast. So I guess I'll just catch up on some housekeeping. So first and foremost, new stuff coming out in Bridge the Divide. I've got new videos coming out. Next one's going to be a Matt Powell one. You probably saw the community post giving you the sneak peek of it. And I've got other things as well. So I got more stuff coming out on Bridge the Divide. So I hope you all dig that. And then, of course, Week in Horror, the horror podcast that me, Johnny O, Eugene, Alex, and Aaron Reese are all on every Wednesday, 7 p.m. Central Time. And, of course, that's just, awesome stuff there. If you dig horror movies or you dig like deep dives into film, and especially film history, that'll be for you. If you haven't had an opportunity, please pop over there and subscribe, because we're trying to get that channel over 1,000 subs. And I will do this /weekinhorror. That's if you dig scary movies, if you dig horror films, or if you dig film history and stuff like that. And so, however, but Javier Jara says, hey, is the book free on Prime Readings? I've got Read with our free app. A Kindle $9.90, paperback $30. Buy now with one click, delivered to your Kindle. It's Kindle format, so I don't see that it's free anywhere. Yeah. It's 663 pages. Ugh. So, but yeah. So, yeah, it doesn't look like it is. Thank you so much, Doctor Who Design. So yeah, definitely Bridge the Divine, Week in Horror, new stuff coming out all the time. So thank you all very much for checking those out. And of course, a huge giant thank you to all of the channel members in the chat who helped support this channel and make it happen. If you'd like, you can become a channel member yourself. Smash the link down there in the description, and of course, you'll get access to all of the custom emojis I make for you, and of course, all the channel badge, which is the expanding mind meme. And then, of course, thank you to all the super chats that came through. Those super chats go a long, long way to making this bad boy, making this whole thing possible, and be able to hang out with y'all and do cool stuff like this. So I appreciate that. Thank you for all that tremendous support. Because I accidentally screwed up earlier, I actually have to do this. And then I have to, nope, and I have to remove that. So he could have stretched it to 666. That would have been funny. So yeah, that's pretty much it. So a huge giant thank you to everybody, man. This was amazing. This is always fun. And I guess we'll look to see if any other craziness happens out there. We'll cover it there. Yeah, I think that's where we'll call it. So I'm JL. This has been Bridge the Divide. And as always, be safe, be excellent to each other. And together, we can bridge the divide.